What's going on? What's going on? It's your brother outside the Qube, and yes, we are back. We are back. Here we are again, man. Here we are again with the American imperialism. People want to a lot of times downplay it to, well, it's just Trump overreach. No, 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 no. This is American imperialism without that veil of, hey, we're just coming, to help you guys out. We're just coming with democracy. So this is not, you know, America, hey, we're just coming with democracy. Trump has taken off that veil. He's taken off his hood, and he's telling you exactly what type of time he's actually on. So thanks for tuning in, coming out. I just wanted to, react to a few videos. Peace, what's going on, Heru Amon. I wanted to just react to a few of these videos, and I'll open a panel in about 20 minutes. And if you guys want to come on and lend your thoughts and, ideas, that'd be dope too. So, yeah, let's start off with this first video. The brother says, I'm at work. Okay, cool. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. I'm always ready to get at a goddamn capitalist. So, yeah, so let me go ahead and drop this real quick, play this video, and let's get into it.
Dollars that can be there for the Greenlanders. Denmark has done nothing to capitalize.
Firstly, let me tell you where I got this video from. This is the Special Relationship. You can go check this person out. I've caught a few of his videos from time to time. He does pretty good work, gives some pretty good commentary. So that is where I got the video from, but let's go.
On that for the people of Greenland.
Yes.
Look, your GDP is $3.3 billion.
Yes, you've made that point 3 times. The minister actually told you the people of Greenland don't want to be part of...
Yeah, and you're not listening because...
You are about to see a MAGA congressman get laughed at, literally laughed at, on live TV for his conspiracy theories. If you enjoy seeing bad arguments destroyed, hit that like and subscribe button right now. Let's watch this happen.
How are you and fellow Greenlanders feeling tonight?
Well, we are bewildered and have been so since New Year's Eve, I would say. This is an entirely new situation where an ally is threatening to annex or even occupy us.
Are people preparing for some kind of military invasion in practical terms?
Well, people are scared and people are preparing themselves in the ways they can.
Like what?
But of course, we're not aiming at a military invasion.
No, you're hoping that won't happen, of course. But are people stocking up on food, for example?
Well, I've been hearing that some of the stores have been running out of some materials and other, but I think right now we're just trying to make sense of the news of the world and figuring out what is it that the states want with us. We need some clarity in these coming days.
And see, off the rip, you see, it's unfortunate because she has to taper her speech because what could they possibly, the Greenlanders, what could they possibly prepare if there was militarization that were to come to, their island, if you will? What could they possibly do? Like, there is no preparedness that you could prepare for, because if America wants to come in and take it, Denmark is not going to stop them. Now, we did see Denmark, they did send some soldiers there, and it wasn't even a great amount of soldiers. It was somewhere in the thousands. Tens, not even, probably about like maybe 4,000 or 5,000, something like that, soldiers that they sent. But that's not going to stop America in their bloodlust. But let's continue.
And we need to deepen the dialogue that we have already started.
Congressman, you've just heard the minister. People there are scared and potentially preparing for your democratic country to take their democratic country by military force, a NATO ally, a sovereign country. That's outrageous, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think the idea that the United States would take Greenland by force is absolutely absurd, and quite frankly, it's a talking point from globalists who are trying to sound an alarm. Let's be honest, the GDP of Greenland is roughly 3.3 billion.
Sure, and if I may, when Donald Trump...
I'll finish, 3.3 billion is, and yet, China has invested $450 billion into the Arctic Sea in just a 5-year period from 2012 to 2017. So if you're in Greenland and you are alarmed, it should be the buildup of resources by China in the region. And you can look at other countries that they've come into, whether it's the...
So basically what he's doing at this point is he's fear-mongering. He's saying, oh, China has invested $400 billion, but China hasn't put $400 billion worth of arms and nukes and military into that region. That's not what they've done. So he's trying to fear-monger. That's no different than what they do. The same thing with Africa. When you see China institute over 10 years ago, when they instituted the Belt and Road Initiative, and then they came into Africa and they started, giving out loans, assisting African countries with things that they need to help build up their countries, so they won't need these imperial powers in their countries. They say the same thing. Oh man, look, China is in Africa and they're taking over. No, they're not taking over. This is patently false.
The Belt and Road Initiative, or if you look at, their Thailand, Taiwan, Hong Kong, etc. So look, at the end of the day, the United States of America protects the Western Hemisphere to include Greenland, and we are looking to have a productive dialogue. End of story.
Donald Trump has had multiple, of course, sorry, Minister, do come back, do talk to our congressman.
Yeah, I just want to say that in Greenland we do understand that we are a part of the American national security sphere. We get this. What I want to know is, by your standards, what is your plan and your proposal? Leave the people of Greenland. And we do not want to be Americans, and we have been quite clear about that. We do want collaboration and deeper partnership and relationship. But I just must ask you, what value do you put on our culture and our right to decide what happens with us in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a valid question. I think as we look, we're entering into a new era. When you look how, open the Arctic Sea is, the Greenland Sea there, the Arctic Ocean, Greenland Sea. And so you look at Russia has, 8 nuclear icebreakers deployed. China has 5. Denmark.
No, that's a lie. They are not nuclear. They are just icebreakers. They are not nuclear. This is a lie. It's patently false.
Can't keep pace with that. And so as you have increasing resources by adversaries of the West, and that would include Greenland, you're going to need this relationship with the United States of America. So whether it's the Golden Dome, whether it's trade, and look, there's trillions of dollars in resources there in Greenland for the Greenlanders, for the people. Denmark has not done anything, quite frankly, to capitalize on that for your people, for your country. The United States can certainly do that, and it's a win-win for the Greenlanders.
And do you want to answer the minister's question, which is what value do you put on what the people of Greenland want?
Absolutely. I think if you had a referendum today to the folks of Greenland, they would overwhelmingly want independence from Denmark, and they would overwhelmingly want a closer relationship with the United States.
This is a lie. This is a lie. Not only is it a lie because the polls show different, but it's also a lie because of what she just told him no less than 60 seconds ago. She said they don't want to be American. They don't want to be American. So let's take a look at this poll here. So from Reuters, Greenlanders overwhelmingly oppose becoming part of the United States. And this is what the poll shows. And this is from 2025, January 29th. This is what they show. 85% of Greenlanders oppose joining the U.S. 45% see Trump's interests as a threat. Trump claims Greenland is vital to U.S. security, which we know that's bullshit. And lastly, Denmark plans $2 billion Arctic military boost. Now watch this. This is the crazy part. This is the crazy part to me, because when we look at the Greenland support for joining the USA, This is what Americans think. Americans like approve of this shit. It's ridiculous. Let's continue.
States of America.
I need to rebuke that. There was a survey last year that showed overwhelming solidarity with within the kingdom. Of course, you want more.
And let me add this last point. Because this shit is crazy. When you look at the 85% of Greenlanders that oppose the U.S., what the fuck is the problem with that last 15%? Like, what is this? This shows you that there's always gonna be this level of people in your society that will go against their own interests. It shows you that. But in America, since we have a low trust society, we don't have a high trust society. That shit is dead. And to be frank, I don't think that we've ever had a high trust society here in America. They have 15% of people who don't oppose joining the United States. You have 15% of people who are saying, hey, let's give up our free education, our free college. Hey, you have 15% of people that are saying, hey, let's give up our free health care. Now, to a degree, you have these people that, these Greenlanders that are under the thumb of, Denmark, and, they're fighting to escape and be sovereign from Denmark, but they mostly have sovereignty. And really, when you look at their colonization, it's really kind of in name alone. It's really in name alone. There's a few other things that Greenland, that Denmark controls, but look at the 15% of these people. The 15, like this shows you how in a place like America, when the propaganda is so strong, you can get a Donald Trump. When the propaganda is so strong, you can get a Donald Trump. But when the propaganda isn't that strong, you still have 15% of people that would vote against their own interests. So one must come to the conclusion that this is something that's just inherent. That, and I hate to say it this way, but we just have stupid people. We just have stupid people. So what is it? Greenlanders, what do they want? They want more Coke, more fucking Sprite. They want Uber. What the fuck do they want? Those 15%, what do they actually want? Why would you want America to come in, introduce this neoliberalism, unfettered capitalism? Why would you ever want that? Look at the people in America to where you have 70% of these people that are living paycheck to paycheck. Who the fuck wants this shit? Who wants this? Look at America to where you have 50,000 people that go into bankruptcy because they can't pay a fucking a health I'm looking for words here. They can't pay their health care bills. And in America, you don't get health care. You get insurance, which may open the door for health care. They actually have health care. We don't have health care here. We have pay to play. We have insurance. If you don't have insurance, you don't get health care. And 15% of their population is saying, hey, you know what? We want this. It's disgusting, bro. It shows you that there's always going to be a percentage of your population, and you try to keep it as small as you can, that are just plain stupid. But let's go.
More self-determination, but we want it within the realm of the Kingdom of Denmark, and I think that should be respected. We have been working towards more autonomy for 300 years with Denmark, and I think we're making progress in many ways. But this is a decision for Greenland and Denmark, a conversation we need to have amongst us. And I think that should be respected. I think the people of Greenland has clearly stated they do not want to be Americans. They want collaboration. And your point about the need to ramp up monitoring and presence in the Arctic, we are in agreement with this. This is one of the reasons why NATO was formed. It was to pull together the forces of many countries and the capacities and competences. So I think that there's ample opportunities to find solution within existing frameworks.
Right. And what she's saying is they want to find solutions within existing frameworks is because the deal that was signed upon joining NATO is that they can go there and build as many bases as they want. They can go to Greenland, build as many bases as they want. They can do all of this shit that Trump and the Republican Party is saying that they want to do. They could go ahead and do that. If they want to put up a defense in Greenland, they can surely do that. But the thing is, they don't want to do that. They want to do that, and they want to extract the natural resources that lay beneath their feet. So, like, it's a very sick game. American imperialism is a very sick game of monopoly that they're playing with the world. It's a very sick game.
Without harming my culture or my country.
Well, you know, in your own words, you've been wanting independence from Denmark for 300 years. How's that working out for you? It's not. And now we have a shift in global initiatives and powers in the region. You can't.
Okay, so what he's saying is you've been wanting independence for 300 years from Denmark. Okay, so now what you're saying is since that's not working, now you expect them to be dependent on America? They went from one tit to another tit? Why the fuck would they ever want to be a part of America when they understand the way how Americans live, the way how half of Americans are? They don't want that shit. It's going to be nothing but a bunch of fucking white people that starts moving over there and starts building homes, taking people off of their fucking land. This is what it's going to turn into. It's going to turn into another fucking Costa Rica, another Puerto Rico. It's the same shit. Wash, rinse, and repeat. No matter where these motherfuckers go, they do it all the same. They're telling you that they don't want that. Denmark is not trying to overstep on what they're doing. They're slowly pulling back and slowly getting more and more autonomy, and they're okay with that. Why the fuck is peace such a bad thing in the dictionary of Americans? Like, why is that such a bad thing?
Do anything to defend yourself. Denmark cannot do anything to defend you. It's up to the United States of America. End of story. And unless you're capable, which you
Denmark can't do anything to defend you. Who the fuck is attacking them? Who is attacking these people? When have these people been attacked? If you're saying that America needs this land for defensive maneuvers and strategies, then why would you also add the lie that they're not defending them? They are defended through NATO. They're defended through NATO. It's crazy.
You are not doing that. Again, let me go back to the data. 3.3 billion is your GDP. China has already invested over $500 billion into the region, and that number is only growing day by day. And we see these continued incursions. And look, if there's going to be an attack on the Western Hemisphere, it's going to be from that sphere. And the United States of America, quite frankly.
And that's another lie. If it's gonna be an attack on the West, specifically in America, is going to be... That's a lie, bro. What about 9/11? What about 9/11? Did that come from Greenland? Did that come from Greenland? These people are not even factoring in the homeborn white supremacist terrorists. They're not even factoring in them. They don't even want to talk about them. They don't even want to deal with the advent or the increase in white supremacist crime. They don't even want to deal with that. They're giving these white supremacist jobs in ICE. Come on, man. Give me a break.
He's going to have to make, and I think this is going to be a mutually beneficial relationship, but it's going to have to become a protectorate of the United States. And quite frankly, I think the people of Alberta would agree with that sentiment, that they would prefer not to be a part of Canada and be a part of the United States, because we are winning.
Now he's going on to Canada and the region of Alberta. No, they don't want to be a part of America. People see that people in America mostly live paycheck to paycheck. The top 1 to 3% has everything, and the bottom 97% are fucking struggling. They don't want to be a part of that. Canada doesn't want to be a part of it. They just accepted a contract with BYD to bring in their cars versus Elon Musk's cars. They don't want. Listen, the world is turning on America. And I say good, they should turn. And I don't say good, they should turn until Trump is out of office. They should turn until America gets its together. Because this is not just a thing to where America is going to change if you get a Democrat in office. That's not going to change anything. Did you hear what Kamala Harris said? She said there's nothing going to change between what Joe Biden was doing and what I'm going to do. She was still operating from the same damn playbook. From the same playbook. But let it continue.
Day in and day out, and the idea of NATO being able to defend anyone, anywhere is nonsense without the United States of America. They can't defend their own cities from the current invasion that's taking place from West Africa. They certainly can't do it from Russia or China.
We have we'll try and come back to our Republican congressman. We have a guest here who is laughing at that here in the studio. Sam Kiley, why did you laugh?
Well, because it's absolutely mad to suggest that European nations are being invaded by West Africa. I mean, it just conjured up the kind of really bizarre images in my own mind, having spent quite a lot of my time in my life in West Africa. But equally, what we're hearing there from the congressman are these mendacious tropes, absolute nonsense of China hasn't invested $500 billion in Greenland. They've spent possibly who knows how much money building out their defensive systems or offensive systems. The Western Hemisphere is under attack right now by Russia, which the United States has withdrawn support from the democratic country that is defending against Russia, Ukraine, leaving that to the Europeans, and weakening NATO at the point at which NATO is most vulnerable, the Western Hemisphere is most vulnerable. That's why I was laughing.
Congressman, I wonder what your response is to Republicans who warn that the threat of tariffs that Donald Trump has been making on countries...
Before we get into that, we have to understand one thing that the woman said. She said, yo, what value do you place on our culture and us as Greenlanders? You notice he never answered that question? And the truth of the matter is, he doesn't give a fuck about those people. They're just pawns in America's game of imperialism. They're just pawns. They don't give a fuck about those people. Because I tell you right now, if what they're talking about, if Russia decided to send some nukes and destroy fucking Greenland, only thing America wants to do is send off their nukes, and they're okay with Greenland being destroyed. They just want to make sure that the nukes leave the fucking island first, and they could just destroy that shit. They don't care about those people. They don't care about their culture. They don't care about their values. America doesn't give a fuck about these people. These are just pawns in their sick-ass game. And these Greenlanders, they understand that. And it's such a sad thing, man. It's such a very sad thing.
Who don't support the USA taking over another sovereign nation is a profound mistake. I'll just read you one quote. I've got others, but this is Senator Tom Tillis. Actively pushing or coercive action to seize territory of an ally is beyond stupid.
Well, you know, I can't speak for the senator, but what I can tell you is when you look at the president, he is determined to bring... To whom, ma'am? I'm sorry.
You can respond to what Tom Tillis has said. It's beyond stupid.
Well, you know, I find myself not agreeing with the senator. At the end of the day, you have increased Russian and Chinese incursions into the Arctic Sea. What's Tom Tillis going to do about that? Nothing. But President Trump, being the leader of the free world, is pushing back against these constant...
The leader of the free world. Trump is the leader of the free world. But if you listen to the host, she said, hey, why would the Americans as a democracy, want to take over another democratic country such as Greenland? Why would the Americans, as a democratic country, want to take over another democratic country? But Trump is the leader of the free world. Free and democracy are not synonymous. And see, a lot of people play loose and fast with that shit. There's no fucking freedom to be had. There's no democracy to be found in America. This shit is really a lie. It's made the fuck up. There is no democracy here. There is no freedom here. And the quicker people wake the hell up, we can get past this nonsense. But see, the problem is too many Americans are already in a cult called Christianity. So it's very easy for them to slip into another cult called MAGA, called Republicanism, called the Democratic Party. It's very easy for them to slip right into it because all they know is a goddamn cult. This is all they know.
Incursions by our enemies. Look, when you look at the existential threat to Europe, to the United States of America, it is China and to a lesser extent Russia. And so it's going to have to be a increased, again, quite frankly, relationship. I think the Greenlanders ultimately, if they were given the opportunity for a referendum, which, quite frankly, the leadership within Greenland doesn't want, Denmark doesn't want to have happen, rather, is they would want to be with the United States of America. Look.
That's a lie. That's already been proven false. They don't want to be Americans. They don't want to be bought like some kind of fucking property or commodity. This is not what they want. And furthermore, Donald Trump is talking about giving 100,000. Listen to the play. Listen to the play. Donald Trump wants to give every citizen of Greenland $100,000. But he wants to give $700 billion to Denmark. Make this shit make sense. He wants to give $700 billion to Denmark, but he also wants to give them $100,000. The math ain't fucking mathing. Why aren't you spreading that $700 billion, even though it's disgusting, and I hope they would never engage in that type of foolishness? You should be trying to give the $700 billion to the people that are being bought. And lastly, I'll say this. $700 billion? Why is it when we need to house the homeless? Why is it when we talk about SNAP benefits or food stamps that people need, why is it when we're talking about the basic things that America needs, such as health care, we say, oh, where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from? Why isn't anybody asking where's the money coming from to pay Denmark $750 fucking billion and then subsequently $100,000 for every citizen in Greenland? Why aren't these Republican senators asking these questions? Where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from? Because the answer is they make the fucking money up out of thin air. They just don't want you to have it. They just don't want you to have it. Oh my God, we're trillions of dollars in debt. But you mean to tell me that we have an extra $2 billion to give to our so-called defense? We have another $250 billion to give to Denmark to purchase people? Come on, bro. This none of this makes sense on its face. None of it makes sense.
Look, there's prosperity on the horizon.
Sorry,
you have trillions of dollars that can be there for the Greenlanders, and Denmark has done nothing to capitalize on that for the people of Greenland.
Yes.
Look, your GDP is $3.3 billion.
Yes, you've
right?
made that point 3 times. The minister actually told you the people of Greenland don't want to be part of...
Yeah, and you're not listening because clearly they're not doing anything for the people of Greenland.
Sorry.
And here you have the president of the...
So he's basically saying, fuck y'all niggas. He's basically saying, to hell with them. She just told him, the people of Greenland are actually telling you that they don't want this. They don't want this. And then he goes back to, well, Denmark isn't doing anything for the Greenland people. Yes, the hell they are. Yes, the hell they are. They don't have to live with eternal debt that's passed on from parent to child. And then when that child becomes parent, from parent to child, they don't have to deal with that. Nobody goes into bankruptcy for having to have a leg removed or some kind of heart operation. Nobody deals with these things in Europe. Nobody goes bankrupt. But in America, 50,000 people every year go goddamn bankrupt. Hold on, I think that number is low. Hold on, let me look that up. Hold on. Hold on. That number is actually low. Oh, my bad. Oh, shit. It's about 500,000. My bad. I said 50,000. Excuse me. Pardon my French. It's about 500,000 people in America every year go fucking bankrupt because they can't pay for a medical emergency. A medical emergency. And then when you see things like, okay, damn, China is coming up with an actual cure for certain types of cancers, what happens? What happens? You have the Americans are on their fucking nuts. They're like, oh shit. They might actually try to fucking help these people. They might try to actually help these people. We can't let that happen. We cannot let that happen. We don't need a cure. Fuck a cure. There's so much money to be made in fucking medicine. Why in the hell are we trying to give people a goddamn cure? But let's go.
The United States, they're saying, look, we're here. We want to make it great again.
Right. You saw the protests of the people in Greenland and Denmark saying we're not for sale. A recent poll of Greenlanders suggested only 6% of Greenlanders want their country to become part of the US. 85% are against that.
85% are against it. 6% are okay with it. So you have 6% is a lot of any number. That's a lot. You have 6% of people that are saying, yeah. Same shit happened with the Venezuelans. You had people saying, yeah, bring over the goddamn Americans. And as quiet as it's kept, you had a lot of stupid fucking Iraqis that was saying the same shit. But what happened? You know what they got? They got a 20-year fucking war. And nothing got better.
You've got to listen to those people. You're a democratic country. They're a democratic country. They're allies in NATO.
Yeah, and again, I've had the opportunity, the privilege to host individuals, leaders from the community, from Greenland, in my office here in the States. They distinctly, harshly disagree with your sentiment, but that.
Oh, so he's had some leaders from NATO, and these 5 or 6 people, these 5 or 6 leaders he talked to disagree with the entirety of the fucking Greenland people. These 5 or 6 people in NATO, which he's claiming he just had a meeting with. And see, listen, man. If this doesn't tell you that the people that you fucking elect don't give a damn about you, I don't know what to tell you. You mean to tell me you can elect people that are supposed to represent you, your thoughts, values, ideas, and the way that you want to go, but they get that fucking official badge and say, hey, I'm a representative of this or that, and then they go and then they change how the fuck you actually, it will not change, but they tell other countries something totally different than how you actually feel. They go out and support shit different than what the fuck you actually voted them in for. We see this happen time and time and time again. And it's not only here in America, it's all over the fucking world that this happens. A politician campaigns on a certain thing, he or she gets into office and they fucking just totally flip the script. How the fuck are you talking to 5 or 6 people in NATO and they're saying, yeah, fuck them Greenlanders. Let's take that shit over. Meanwhile, 85% of the country is saying, nah, we don't want this. So you mean to tell me that these politicians don't give a fuck about the people? That's what it sounds like to me.
That's to be expected.
It's not my
the globalists
sentiment.
do not want to see.
Forgive me, it's not my
NATO
sentiment.
being, essentially put in its place. And again, what you're seeing is
The buzzwords. Oh, the globalists, the globalists. Will someone please think about the globalists? Oh, it's the globalist, the globalist. You mean to tell me it has nothing to do with just the fucking corrupt politicians? It has nothing to do with them? It has nothing to do with the corrupt politicians who has the billionaire capitalists in their fucking pocket? You mean to tell me Elon Musk doesn't want to sell fucking cars in Greenland? You mean to tell me that Jeff Bezos doesn't want fucking drones and shit and to make sales in fucking Greenland? Yes, the hell he does. He wants a fucking sweatshop warehouse in Greenland, nigga. It's my money and I want it now. He wants that shit now. He wanted yesterday. He wants you motherfuckers in that goddamn sweatshop tomorrow. And he'll pay to get it. And the poor motherfuckers like me and you, we won't stick together. Because we're so worried about who's black, who's white, who's a fucking immigrant, who's Japanese, who's fucking continental African. We're so busy fighting over the stupid shit, the CI latent garbage, that we won't even fight against these motherfuckers. We've been lied to for so long to tell us that socialism and communism is such a fucking bad thing that even when we try to talk about the system that we hate, we try to talk about systems that we hate, and in the midst of trying to describe socialism because we hate it so much, we end up describing capitalism. It's a bro.
the United States is leading from a position of strength.
Okay.
And Denmark and NATO is having trouble reconciling with that because at the end of the day, it's the United States that are going to keep Russia and China at bay.
Yeah. President Trump appears to be good friends with President Putin. Let me bring in our colleagues here in the studio. Thank you for the moment, Congressman. Nick, I want you to talk through apologies for the technical problems, and Andy Eagles, Republican congressman, is also.
Cuban Crisis says, I saw a video today that fucked me up. A homeless black man with 3 children. 2 of the children have autism and speech delay. America doesn't care about her own, but these imbeciles claim her. Fools.
Bro, it's actually sad, bro. America does not care, bro. America can give $40 billion to the economy of Argentina. Now, I'm not against helping other countries, obviously. But when you take that $40 billion and give it to someone else, but then you want to give us austerity, but you would take $40 billion and tell us you ain't got it? How? How you ain't got it? That's like my brother or my sister. I'm going through financial troubles, and they tell me they ain't got the bread, but then she go off and spend $20,000 on some bullshit. It's like, what? You mean to tell me you could just give me the $1,000 that I needed? Like, come on, bro. It's crazy.
Still with us. Thank you for your patience too. I wonder if I could ask you, Minister, is Denmark doing enough? Is NATO doing enough to protect Greenland?
Well, we've been asking for years that we are perfectly inviting NATO countries and Denmark to ramp up the monitoring of the Arctic. We see a lot of purpose in that, not only for military purposes, but also dual use. So for us, this would be very acceptable, and we think it makes a lot of sense. So I think we can figure something out together. And I still believe in the path of dialogue. What we don't appreciate is the idea of being sold and bought like a commodity. But we do want to engage in the discussions about more.
You hear that? She don't want to be bought and sold like a fucking slave is what she's saying. They're treating Greenland like they're some fucking slave on an auction block. She's telling you that. She and her people don't want to feel that way. They don't want to feel that way. But America is saying, we're going to buy you? Like, what type of nonsense is this?
National security for the U.S., which we appreciate and understand.
But it sounds like you've been asking...
And also for mineral resources to be harvested.
Ah, well, that's interesting, because you are the Minister for Natural Resources. How much do you think that is relevant to the US leader?
Well, I think there's more than one narrative at play, and I think there's more than one truth. And I think we all need to find our way in that complexity. I don't think there's a single answer to this question. I think it can have to do with national security, of course, with mineral access, and maybe also with expansionism.
Do you accept that, Congressman Ogles? It's to do with US expansionism?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think you have to look at the state of play on the global map today, that it's not NATO that's investing in the Arctic Ocean or the Greenland Sea or in the territory that is Greenland, but it's China and Russia. And unfortunately, we cannot sit idly by and allow that to happen. So as far as Greenland goes, NATO is defunct. It has not had a...
China and Russia. China and Russia. China and Russia. Imagine if we lived in a world to where America wasn't trying to use its military to flex on the fucking entire world. Just imagine. Will we be worried about China and Russia and China and Russia and China and Russia? No. Will we be trying to spend $2 trillion a year on our so-called defense? No, that's not something we would be doing. We will be doing what China and Russia is doing. They would take the increase of their GDP and put it back into their people. In the surplus, they will help other countries. Like, goddamn.
Role, the handful of troops that they're sending there, it's symbolic, and I totally understand why Macron or some of the other leaders were going to want to stand up at Davos and come across as strong in their own roles. I get that and understand that, but at the end of the day, when you look at global peace, the world looks to the United States of America. And what I'm telling you, what the president is telling you, is that Greenland is an integral part of our security and global security, and the time for
So Greenland is an integral part of American security. Was it an integral part 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago? Like, come on, we playing games. The world has had nukes for approximately 100 years. For approximately 100 years. Why wasn't Greenland this integral part 80 years ago, 70 years ago, 60 years ago, 50 years ago? They already have the structured framework to where they allow Americans to go up there and set up as many bases that they need, which I think that is fucking overreach. That is overreach. But nevertheless, let's get to the next video, and I'll react to this one.
Greenlandic people, we don't really value cash and Kardashian lips and fake boobs and stuff like that very highly. Actually, you cannot even own land in Greenland. You can get an allotment for your house, and then you own the house on top of the land. But Greenlanders don't believe in the land is for one person, it's for everyone.
Uh-oh. Greenlanders don't believe that you should be able to just own fucking land. Yeah, you could build a house on the land and you can own the edifice that you created, but you don't own the fucking land. You don't own the goddamn land. But when you live in a country like America, to where everything is for fucking speculation and property and to make money off of. This is the way how Americans think. They don't think that way. They just going about their own fucking Greenlandic idea, just chilling, having a good time, living life, raising their family, and here goes fucking America. We need that shit. You got it and we need it. Damn, but hold on, I was just chilling, so what? But I really don't want to be a part of, never mind. But what if 85%, so what? They don't give a fuck.
And so is the seas, like the richest that we have there. So it's a big miscalculation that he thinks that Greenlanders would be incited by cash or something like that. We're not. And even if you were to say like $100,000 per
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to look at that, bro. I'm gonna have to look at that. Give me a minute.
per person or something like that, we wouldn't give up free healthcare. We wouldn't give up free education. We wouldn't give up being a part of Europe. We wouldn't give up on our sovereignty eventually. And we're a very sovereign people within the Kingdom of Denmark. We're autonomous right now. We do not want to be rich like the Americans are.
They don't want to be. Listen, unfortunately for her, she thinks Americans are rich. No. There's a very small slice of Americans who are rich. But she's telling you, they don't want to give up on their fucking free health care. They don't want to give away their fucking free health care, give away their free education in college. They don't want to give up their sovereignty. She's telling you they don't want to give this away because they understand the moment that Coke, Tesla, all of these companies pull in and start to extract resources and turn their people into fucking slaves. I gotta find that video. I'm gonna find it real quick. To where you had this town, to where there was this big company that was in this town for like 20 years, and then they had this huge fucking plant. The plant pulled out, fired everybody, closed down the plant, and left. What do you think happens to these towns? We've saw this over and over and over and over again all across fucking America. We saw it happen in goddamn Detroit. When these people shut down and leave, you get a fucking Gary, Indiana. They don't want that shit, bruh. When these companies decide, we need to make more money and we can't make as much money as we want to make, we can't do it here, we're just going to close shop and leave. Do you know what that does to the town, to the people, when you have 80 or upwards of 70% of the people working in this town? Do you know what that does to them? It destroys it. This is why Gary, Indiana right now looks like a fucking nuclear bomb hit the shit. Peace, what's going on with Qube Black? They see this. It's very easy to see. It's not difficult to suss out. There's history involved in this. So they could just look back at it. Like, come on, give me a break.
Or see how greedy they are. They're even trying to shoot their friends or invade their friends just for greed. And we know that there's minerals and oils possibly in our underground, and that's worth so much more even than that. But even if we didn't have that, we would still not be bought. So everyone here knows about the Inuit in Alaska and all of the native tribes, Indians, American Indians who are there. Their land was taken from them and they haven't been treated that well in America.
No, it's not that they weren't treated that well. It's that they systematically killed these people off and then turned around and tried to be these people to get access to government subsidies while knowing that the government wouldn't give it to the actual fucking Native Americans, but would give it to the $5 Indians. All of this shit that we see that's going on in America is an approach that has been carefully crafted for white people to excel and everybody else to fail. We see it. They see it. And they don't want to be a part of it. But the unfortunate part of all of this is that when you look at Europe after World War II, they relinquished every fucking thing they had. Not everything they had. I'm being a bit hyperbolic. But they relinquished most of what they had and allowed America to run everything. But that fucking chicken has came home to roost. That chicken is coming home to roost for the goddamn Europeans. And their only power right now is the same power that workers have here in America. One, solidarity. Solidarity. If the Europeans back the fuck off and say, yo, we just not going to fuck. You want to put a 200% tariff on us? Donald Trump says to the Europeans, he's going to put 200% tariffs on this country, that country. You need solidarity, number one. And number two, with that solidarity, you stamp out all of that nonsense. You stamp it out. Because as quiet as it's kept, America can't move without the world. We just can't. We need other parts of the fucking world. We can say, oh man, the hell with China, whatever. But we need the rest of the world. And I tell you right now, if the EU, the European Union, if they wake the fuck up, if they just so happen to wake up one day and join fucking BRICS, it's a wrap. It's over. All you stupid fucking FBA niggas that just love America so much and you hate African and African niggas, oh my God. It's going to be a sad day for me too, because I live here. But it's going to be a really sad day for you niggas. I'm telling you right now, if you got the money, get out. If you have the money, get out. Because this is not going to stop when Trump maybe kills over or he completes his term. They're not going to forget that. America is the dog that bit the EU. Why would they ever go back to the relations where it was? Why would they ever do that? Because they know that Americans are so fucking stupid that Americans would put another person back into power that would do the same thing and potentially make it worse for the Europeans. Why in the fuck would they ever try to build another relationship? Now, they'll probably build relationships to try to keep the peace, but it's never going back to where it was post-World War II. When they said, hey, you know what, we're just going to keep a small military force. It's never going back to that. You can forget about that. Trump has actually changed the way how the world operates. He's changed how the way the world operates. And me personally, I say good. It sucks that once this shit happens and the de-dollarization, that shit gets fucked up. Yeah, it's going to suck really fucking bad. But guess what? Now you're a fucking Palestinian. Now you're a goddamn Iraqi. Now you can see how these motherfuckers felt. I don't give two fucks, bro. Listen, it's definitely going to suck. I'm here to tell you, it's going to suck. If BRICS is able to achieve what they want to achieve, it's going to suck. I'm telling you right now, please pay attention. It's going to be very bad for Americans. But hey, niggas ain't going to listen. We got so many racist white motherfuckers who are causing this downfall for us. So if you have the ability to leave, please leave. I would hate for my voice to echo in your goddamn head when shit falls the fuck down and you like, damn, I could have fucking left 2 years ago. And you think about Qube like, damn, I was listening to a live stream one time, and he was like, bro, if you got the means and you have the assets to fucking leave, I would hate it. If you have the assets to leave, you got the money to leave, nigga, fuck your 401k. Cash that bitch out, your retirement, nigga, cash that shit out and leave. Oh, but I don't want to learn a new language. Yeah, I know. A lot of fucking Iraqis didn't want to learn a new language. A lot of Palestinians didn't want to fucking learn a new language. But America is the goddamn hegemon, nigga. So yeah, they all have to learn a new language. Because the Americans are coming with democracy.
And we know that Trump is very much surrounding himself, at least with the white power people. And we are not white, as you can see. We are of color. And so we know our rights probably would be taken away. And we also know that we're very good as we are together with Denmark. As mentioned before, we have free healthcare, we have free study. Whatever you want to study, you can do that for free. And actually, government will give you money to study. So while you're studying, you're getting a grant from your government. So all of that we wouldn't trade for, like the welfare state, we wouldn't trade for anything in America. But also, you have to remember, a lot of Greenlanders have family, like their mother or father or grandmother or grandfather who's Danish. We do have a 400 years history together or more in terms of being interconnected in that way. So, and we're also seeing a lot of protests in America right now that is unsettling, with the ICE agents who are sort of going after a lot of people. And from here, it looks like maybe he's going a lot after brown people, and we are considered brown people, as you can see.
And this is the crazy part. Now, most Greenlanders, they're not ethnically white people. So she understands that. She like, damn, what's gonna happen if we become Americans and then these American corporations come here? These American corporations come here. They're gonna start rooting these people the fuck out the same way that they're rooting out black American citizens, white American citizens. If you don't look how the fuck they think that you should look, they're gonna root you out. Hold you in fucking cages and prisons until what? It's crazy, bro.
CIA, we didn't give a hoot. In the CIA, we didn't give a hoot.
Pay attention. Pay very close attention.
In the CIA, we didn't give a hoot about democracy. I mean, it was fine if a government was elected and would cooperate with us, but if it didn't, then democracy didn't mean a thing to us. And I don't think it means a thing today. The true goal of the United States government is control.
Yo, isn't it funny when these old white motherfuckers, start to lose power? They start telling you the truth. Isn't it crazy that when they get old, they start telling you the truth? Like when Reagan's last speech, when he was leaving office, he said, hey, we got to be on the lookout and be careful for the military, the military industrial complex. We gotta be careful of the power that's being gained by the military industrial complex. You want to know who said the same fucking thing? Joe Biden. When he left his last speech, he said the same shit. He said, yo, we have to be careful of the techno industrial complex, because they all see the shit happening. They know that they only have about a year, 2, maybe 3 to fucking live, and they know it's over for them. They're sundowning at that point. These are deathbed confessions. These motherfuckers have been evil all their life so they can stay rich all their fucking life, and then when it's over, they'll give you the truth. Hey, we gotta watch out for this military industrial complex. Joe Biden says, hey, we got to be careful of this techno-industrial complex, and what the fuck is happening? We see Trump get sworn in, and behind him, who the fuck is behind him? Bezos, Musk, and the dude from Facebook. That is the techno-industrial complex. It's crazy as hell. Do y'all remember back in the day? I gotta say this before I play the next video. Do y'all remember back in the day listening to this dude? What's this crazy dude? He used to have this show. He talked like this. Da 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 da. What's that dude's name, man? I forget his name. He used to always have these. Alex Jones. Alex Jones. He would talk for years and years. I remember he first came on my radar after 9/11. He would say, yo, it's going to be crazy. In the future, they're going to be surveilling you and all of this. And, you know, it's tyranny and we got to fight against it. Why is he now agreeing with all of this shit? He's now okay with all of the tyranny that's going on. It's wild as hell, bro. It's supremely wild. Here, let me play this one more time.
In the CIA, we didn't give a hoot about democracy. I mean, it was fine if a government was elected and would cooperate with us, but if it didn't, then democracy didn't mean a thing to us. And I don't think it means a thing today. The true goal of the United States government is control. And they feel that if the United States did not control the governments of Latin America, then somebody else would. And the principle of government by the people, for the people, of the people, that is that's just silly. In the CIA,
yeah, like that's what's happening. And Philippa G is telling you, but they didn't give a fuck about what they were doing to the people in Guatemala. They were Guatemalans. They didn't give a fuck about what they were doing to the people in Colombia. They were Colombians. They were operating under the auspice of the Monroe Doctrine. The United States had gotten so big in their head and militarily that they figured that South America was their backyard. Imagine that. Imagine that the United States got so big that they looked at South America as their fucking backyard. And they should be able to control the goings-ons, the who comes, who goes, because it was their backyard. Never once looking at these people as fucking people. Why the fuck you think they assassinated Salvador Allende? Why the fuck you think that they had over 2,000 assassination attempts on Fidel Castro? Why do you think these things took place? Why were we on the brink of World War III when Russia said, hey, let's put some nukes on the fucking island of Cuba? Why? Because they felt that these motherfuckers in South America and the Caribbean were their fucking property. These white motherfuckers thought that these other people were their fucking property. Bro, it's sad. It's extremely sad. Let's get to the next video. Because this is peak. This is peak stupidity. Peak propaganda latent. But check this out. It's 2 minutes. I'm going to try to let it play without interrupting.
Is trying to forcibly occupy Greenland, and we need to support him. Here's why. To understand this, we need to...
Okay, I'm sorry. This is the last time I'm on the pod. This stupid ass woman, and see what disgusts me most is when black people say this type of shit. I gotta be honest with you. This woman says that we need to support Donald Trump in his imperialist monopoly game to take over fucking Greenland. But I'm just gonna let it play. But it's fucking disgusting, bruh. Oh, it's so fucking disgusting.
Donald Trump is trying to forcibly occupy Greenland, and we need to support him.
She said forcibly. She said he's forcibly, and we. All right, last time.
Here's why. To understand this, we need to look at two major things: where Greenland is located on a map and the recent movement of China. Greenland is smack dab in the middle of North America, Russia, and Asia. Also, it's surrounded by water, so it has direct proximity to multiple very important aquatic trade routes, including the Northwest Passage and the GIUC. One of the huge advantages America has is our distance physically from the major nations that would seek to do us harm. I'm talking about Russia, China, and the Middle Eastern countries that scream death to America. The reason we stay safe is because we are so physically far away. They cannot reach us with an attack without us seeing it well in advance. However, if you pay attention, you see that China has been inching closer and closer to the United States with very strategic alliances with our surrounding countries, including the BRICS situation with Brazil, which is right beneath us, multiple African nations, and recently Canada. Yes, our neighbor, Canada, has decided to align itself with China. Greenland would allow us.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I said I was going to let it play, but I lied. I can't do it. This is fucking disgusting. If you look at what she just said, it says Canada's deal with China signals it's serious about shift from U.S. Do you know what they're talking about? They're talking about trade. They're not talking about setting up fucking bases. China's not talking about setting up bases, military bases in Canada. Like, the stupidity is crazy to me. Yo, this type of propaganda, bro. Oh my God, bro. Listen, man. I'm not a free speech proponent, bro. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I'm not a free speech proponent, bro. You're crazy. Canada's deal with China signals it's serious about shift from U.S. Yes. And they did do it already. They actually did that. They shifted from the trade that we were having, that they were having with the United States, and they shifted to trade with China, so much so now that they're going to have BYD, the car company, with their electric cars. They're going to be sold in China now, because before they couldn't be sold in China, but now they will be sold in China, and they're no longer buying Elon Musk's bullshit. This is so crazy that these people get up here and lie like this, bro. But let me play it and try not to stop it again.
To align itself with China. Greenland would allow us to not only monitor what Asia is doing and stop Chinese troops if they decide to come through that.
This is a fucking lie. We already have access to Greenland to where we can put as many bases as we fucking want. This is a lie. We can already fucking do this shit right now today. This is already a plan that has been devised. Like, this is so bad.
That water passage, but also it gives us a strategic advantage with 3 points of entry into Canada if Canada decides to act crazy. So one thing that you guys need to realize is that, yes, there were treaties in place, and that's why NATO wants to get involved, but the fact is the treaties suck. They do not protect the United States. That's why
the treaties suck. What does that sound like? Does that sound like the Native Americans, to where the European Americans, where the Europeans came over, they would make these treaties, then break these treaties, because why? The treaties suck. And we no longer care about these treaties anymore. So we're going to make a new treaty that we're only going to break in about maybe 20 years. Because why? The treaties suck. They're not advantageous enough for the Europeans. Man, this is a fucking joke.
Backed out of the Green New Deal. You should look into that. But If NATO would rather us not defend ourselves, then we don't need NATO. And we can take them in a war, guys. I think you forgot.
This is a fucking lie again. The agreement with NATO that America started fucking NATO just to, so we don't have to play stupid games. America started the shit. And part of that agreement was that we would be able to go to Greenland because at that time, people understood that this was a place to where if we did have to go to war with Russia, we could use Greenland as a place to set up our bases, which we already have bases there. We already have bases there. Like, this is so fucking stupid. America has upwards of 300 fucking bases all across the world, but for some reason, America can't defend itself if some shit pops off. So what the fuck is the purpose of the other 299 bases around the goddamn world? Like, it's so sad, bro.
Forgot, we are the biggest and baddest country in the world when it comes to military defenses. We don't need to be afraid of anybody, especially with our strategic positioning. But
we don't need to be afraid of anybody. But you know what? We need that Greenland, though. We don't need to be afraid of anybody, but we need that Greenland, though.
As our enemies get closer, we need to be smart about this. So stop being scared. Stop pushing back with what the president is doing. Support him because this will end up being a good thing for us down the line.
Bro, I'm going to be honest. And I don't say this often, but I hate these fucking people, bro. I truly fucking hate these people. And I not only hate this fucking bitch, but I hate the people that caused her to fucking think this way. I'm dead ass serious. I hate these fucking people. Because it's so fucked up, bro. It's so fucked up that this woman can't look at her history to see maybe she's not Black American, maybe she has no ties as far as her ascendants being slaves, but god damn, can you not fucking see the fucking overplay for the underplay? Can you not fucking see the shit? Have you been that filled with nonsense? Crazy, bro. But let's get into a few more reacts. If anybody want to hit the paddle, man, hold on. Let me drop the link real quick, just in case anybody want to hit the panel. Let me see. Yo, this is wild, bro. This is wild, my nigga. For motherfuckers to feel this way, it's crazy, dog. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's borderline out. No, it's borderline crazy. I'll say that. Here's the link. Let me drop this in a joint. Damn, this is crazy, bro. So if y'all want to hit the link, there you go. But about to get into a few more reactions. This is James Fishback. James Fishback. He's vying to be the governor of Florida. Just listen to this dude, bro. Like, it's so crazy. Like, capitalists are so fucking stupid. Mainly the Republican variety. They're extremely dumb. Like, he's actively saying he's going to do the same thing that Elon Musk did that didn't fucking work. But let's listen.
Governor, I'm going to send all 260,000 government employees who work directly for the state and as a result report directly to me an email. What did you get done last week? 5 things. If you don't respond, you're fired. If you respond with less than 5 things, you're fired. If you respond and any of those 5 things is antithetical to the mandate that we just won on November 3rd, 2026, you're fired. So if we ask a superintendent or if we ask a Department of Education employee, what did you get done? And they do respond, and it is 5 things, but it's about transing the kids in DEI, then you're out. You'd be surprised. I think we'll probably let go 50 to 80,000 people in the first week. And guess what? If you couldn't be bothered to respond directly to the governor of your state on what you got done last week, I didn't say get started, I didn't say Zoom meetings. What did you get done? This should not be hard for any of us. Whether you're working now or you're retired, you can remember a day on the job where you could have, a week on the job rather, where you could have easily said, here are 5 things I got done this week. But why is it that a bureaucrat in Tallahassee working on the 17th floor of the Department of Education can't answer that simple question?
Yo, this is so crazy. Yeah, his name is James Fishback. That's his name, James Fishback. Just another disgusting, ultra right-wing, disgusting fucking Republican. Do y'all remember last year, January, there was this cuck by the name of Elon Musk. Excuse me, I said cuck. I apologize. This deadbeat fucking dad of about 10, 11 children by the name of Elon Musk who did the exact same thing. And in the span of about a week, week and a half, you know what the fuck they did? They had to hire everybody back. They had to hire everybody back. You want to know why? Because listen to this stupid motherfucker. Math eludes this idiot. Math eludes him. Check it out.
In my first week as governor, I'm going to send all 260,000 government employees who work directly for the state and as a result report directly to me an email.
So he's going to send 260,000 people a fucking email asking them what 5 things did they accomplish. 260,000. Do you know that you're going to need a task force? Excuse me. You're going to need a team that has a team that also has a team that has a team that also has a team that also has a fucking team to be able to read the responses of 260,000 fucking emails. This idiot says he's going to send one email massively to 260,000 fucking people. Is he going to read it? Fuck no. He's going to tell you that's not his job. So what are you going to do, Governor? Are you going to now spend more money to get a new team that also needs a new team that also would need an expanded team to read all of this shit? Do you know how fucking long it's going to take to read all of these emails and respond to these emails? Why do these fucking damn, I think I said it right the first time. These white-wing motherfuckers use the same playbook. This has been tried already. And you know what? It's been tried and it's failed on the federal level. It's failed on the federal level. So he thinks that he's going to galvanize 260,000 people to respond to an email. Okay. I would not listen if I was in Florida still and I worked for the government or the various governments in Florida, I would respond to that, but I would also respond to that shit 50 fucking times just to make the motherfuckers respond to that shit. By the time you get to my email, bruh, it could be fucking 4 years later, and guess what? You just gonna be another motherfucker that came and went, and you'll be voted out. It's impossible. These are the same motherfuckers who hate government overreach and hate big government because they say, oh man, imagine socialism. It'll be like the DMV. It'll be like the DMV. Well, what happens at the fucking DMV when you don't have enough people to actually process the shit that you need? What happens? Shit gets bogged down, right? So don't be afraid of this. If this piece of shit actually ever gets into office, need not be afraid, my Floridian governmental employees of the various municipalities that you come from. Need not be afraid. Need not be afraid. Yeah, he's vying to be the governor of the state of Florida. Need not be afraid, because they're not going to read any of these fucking emails. This motherfucker's going to have to spend another $30 to $50 million just to have people read emails. You better off quitting your fucking job in the fucking government to go get one of those jobs, because it's probably paying more. Like, the stupidity is so crazy with these people, bro. It's just so wild. But hey, you know what? This is the state of America. It's the state of America. Let's get to the next react.
The way society is set up with the Industrial Revolution, with agriculture, all before technology, right? People were a necessary commodity. That's how GDP works. You have more population, they can create more industry, they can create more products, and then this is going to sustain your market growth. Now we have AI, which can do so many jobs of so many people, and we're cutting the market. So people are no longer collateral, they're no longer chattel, they're no longer useful for us or GDP. They're actually liabilities. So laying people off.
That's 100%, bro. And I want people to understand that. That's 100%. Because it becomes impossible for a lot of these companies, because capitalism says that you constantly have to produce more profit. You can't produce more profit when you giving motherfuckers raises, when you paying for their health insurance. So let's replace them by AI. Okay, cool. I got you. Cool, I got you. But what happens to those people once they're replaced? Do they go work at McDonald's and Burger King? What happens when that shit is full? Motherfuckers don't understand this shit, bro. Because all of the systems that we've known in history as humans, slavery, you needed humans. Mercantilism, you needed humans. Capitalism, you needed fucking humans. But now with AI, you don't need humans. To the degree that you needed them before, you don't need them anymore. So you can lay them off, fuck them.
Tying their healthcare to their job and criminalizing homelessness.
And that's the craziest part right there, that a lot of people, and Americans are so, bro, we are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on earth. And it's not because we're inherently stupid. It's because of the propaganda that makes us fucking stupid. These motherfuckers have tied our healthcare, our well-being, and the well-being of our children to our fucking job. Healthcare isn't a right. How about you reverse about 500 years? You got niggas in Africa just chilling, doing what the fuck they doing, not bothering anybody, whatever. And you got 2 or 3 doctors. Where the fuck do those 2 or 3 doctors go to? They're not just sitting on their ass. They go help the people that need fucking help. You want to know why? It's because there's other motherfuckers out there that's hunting for food. You got other people that are planting food and harvesting that food. You got a bunch of people that are doing various different things. But in America, they don't give a fuck about that. And they don't care what you're doing. Fuck you. That's the name of the game. Fuck you. And if you lose your job, you lose your health insurance, fuck you. Because like I say, in America, you don't have health care. You have to get insurance to get access to health care, but that insurance acts as a buffer to what these motherfuckers would say. They'll decline you and say, I don't really think you need that fucking heart procedure. I really don't think you need this procedure. Fuck you. It's going to cost us $100,000 or $150,000 to give you this procedure. We don't care that you've been paying us $500 a month for the past 20 years that you've been on your job. We don't care about that. We're going to deny you. Why? Because we need profits. We can't get profits if we're spending $100,000 to a fucking doctor somewhere in the middle of West Bubblefuck if you need a new heart. We can't do it. We need profits. Everything has been commodified. We need profits. So you become a profit by way of your fucking death. By you dying, they make money. Because they can't make money if they paid $150,000 for you to fucking live. If they just go ahead and do the invasive treatment that you fucking need, no. That's going to cause them to lose money, and they can't lose money. So you got to fucking die.
As well as removing healthcare is a form of population control and enslavement. They're basically trying to lay people off, make it so that they have no ability to work, that they have no ability to form homes and buy homes. And when these people are then on the streets, if they're healthy and can work, they will be put into jail and imprisoned, and they will then work for capital.
Oh, the 13th Amendment, you say? Absolutely. Put your fucking ass in jail. Because what does the 13th Amendment say? Hey, there's no more slavery in this country. There's no more slavery in this country. Unless you go to fucking prison. There's no more slavery in this country. Unless you go to prison. Now we can work your ass, nigga. Chain gang.
And if they're unhealthy, they'll get sick and they'll die.
That's pretty dark. That's kind of, that's kind of what Orwell.
No, that shit ain't dark. That shit is very clear. It's very goddamn clear. It's very clear.
Warned about in 1984, just a little worse. You're basically saying they're essentially trying to just kill off whole swaths of the population.
Yes, they're culling now. They needed these.
This is called culling the herd. When you have some unwanted cows or pigs, you cull the herd. You cull the herd. Why? Because you can't afford to feed all of these fucking pigs. You can't afford to feed all of these cows, so you cull the herd. Yeah, you're going to take a loss right now, but you would take an even greater loss if you gave all of your food to all of the fucking pigs, all of the goddamn cows. You don't have enough food to feed everybody. Even though in America, like, there is enough. But you cull the herd and you say, fuck it. This is what's going on.
For the ultra wealthy to exist, there must be the ultra impoverished. So we've reached that system now. I mean, we've heard so much. I mean, you know, in your lifetime, in my lifetime, about overpopulation, and certain places in certain countries are overpopulated. But then,
oh, he's right about that. I remember. You got to remember, I'm 40 years old. So I remember back in the day, all of this talk about overpopulation. I remember hearing that. This was the United States way of producing manufactured consent to go into some of these places, to go and just kill off a bunch of fucking people. Because, hey, the earth is too populated. Oh, my God. I remember, bro, in the 90s when I was in school, the population was 5 billion. I remember this very vividly. The population was about 5 billion. And they was like, oh, my God, like the population is going to swell to 6 billion and then 7 billion and we won't have enough food for everybody. The population is 7 billion now. And food is abundant. So much so that we can fucking manufacture food and create food in labs that you can actually eat and won't fucking die from. But the shit that's actually killing you is the Monsanto. These motherfuckers have taken these goddamn seeds genetically modify them to where they give you fucking cancer in about 30 years of eating this shit. And we feed this shit to our kids over and over and over, and we don't think about it. Because, see, people think, oh, man, the GMOs are bad. The GMOs are bad. No, the GMOs are not the problem. It's the motherfuckers at the reins of the shit. There's nothing wrong with an airplane until a motherfucker decide to fly it into a goddamn building and kill every bitch in their mammy. There's nothing wrong with an airplane until somebody decides to do that shit. So there's nothing wrong with GMOs until you got evil that has access to this shit. That's really what's going on. Oh, it's the GMOs. It's the GMOs. No, the GMOs are not the problem. We should be trying to get as close as we can to that society that Star Trek had. Has anybody ever watched Star Trek? To where they just be sitting in the lunchroom and then, you know, Captain Kirk could just go in there and he'll be like, yo, let me get some steak and potatoes, and then the shit will materialize. Why aren't we trying to advance to get to that society? But the motherfuckers who run everything, they're okay with us getting there as long as they can control, and it's for a profit, that you got to put $1 in that motherfucker before that steak dinner materializes. They're okay with that society as long as they can make money. And you have to ask the question, when is too much money? When is too much money too much money? We don't ask ourselves that. Because we want to be millionaires and billionaires so fucking bad. And in our society, listen, I don't know any capitalists. And guess what? Fun fact, you don't fucking either. Capitalists are not on our level. And quite frankly, you will never meet a fucking capitalist. They make so fucking much money that their wealth keeps them away from the likes of scum like you and me. You don't know a fucking capitalist. You're not a capitalist. You may have a capitalist ideology. You may agree with the ideology, but you're not a fucking capitalist. Just because, I'm a landlord. You're not a fucking capitalist. That's called petty bourgeoisie. You're not a capitalist. You don't have enough fucking money to be a capitalist. You don't control fucking markets and or political systems. You're not a capitalist. You would never be a fucking capitalist. There's 300 plus million people in America. What the fuck make you think that you're ever gonna be rich? You have a better chance of, listen, it's a higher probability that you will be on the fucking streets than you will ever be fucking rich here in America. And they've lied to you with this bullshit American dream. No, you have a higher chance of being poor and on the streets than ever being fucking rich. And as quiet as it's kept, you're 2 fucking paychecks, nigga, from being there. You're 2 paychecks away from being there. Go ahead and lose your fucking job. Go ahead, do it. Lose your fucking job, nigga. I dare you. I dare you to lose your job, nigga, and see where it finds your ass. But let's continue.
And when you really do the math, you see that those places that are overpopulated aren't the ones consuming all of the energy and all of the products. So we've been primed to say, oh, there's too many people anyway. There's too many people anyway. And as people get sick and as they go homeless and as they're disappeared, we've been conditioned to believe that that's good. But I mean, I'm here, you're here, and we're here to say that that is not true. Personally, from my side, my brother suffered from epilepsy his entire life. Because health insurance is usually provided to you through your job, and because his illness made it hard for him to hold a job, he was trapped in this revolving door of never being able to get the care he needed because he couldn't keep the job that would get him the care that he would needed, that would get him to keep the job that would get him the care they needed. Sadly, in 2021, he passed away. He choked on his own vomit and he died. And this was very...
How old was he?
He was 39.
I want you guys to understand this. His brother had a disease that kept him from getting a job that would subsequently allow him to get the health care that he needed. but he couldn't hold a job due to his epilepsy. So he choked on his own fucking vomit and died because he couldn't get the care that he needed. And I'm so sick of these fucking American people. I'm sick of you niggas. That you don't care about none of this shit until it happens to you. I hate it with every fiber of my goddamn being, bruh. I hate it, bruh, that we have to live like this. I don't know that brother from a can of paint. I don't know him, his sister, his brother that passed away. But I hate that that shit had to happen to his brother. Do you know the kind of fucking fear that goes through your body when you're fucking dying? To where you're choking and there's nothing that anybody can fucking do for you? His brother probably was laying in his bed that fucking night and started vomiting and was choking on his own fucking vomit. And there was nobody there that could help him. Yo, that is so goddamn sad, bruh. And see, America, we've become hyper individualized to where we don't care about nobody else anymore. And hence, I said the word we. Yeah, there's a few good people here and there, including myself, but fuck all of that. It's a we thing. Donald Trump got 70 million individualists to vote for him because he propagandized them and to say, well, the reason yo, am I still live? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know I'm lagging. I went to my router and, like, the shit said it was restarting. I don't know. I guess my router was updating by itself. Damn. Am I still live? Yeah, this is crazy. Hey, somebody tell me if I'm still live. I don't even know if I'm still live right now. This shit is retarded. Yo, can y'all hear me still? Yo, can y'all hear me still? Damn, what the hell happened? Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, damn. Yeah, for some reason, like, I don't know, my shit went out. I went to my router and it was like, it said restarting. And I'm like, what the fuck is restart? I guess it probably had some little minor update or something like that and it had to restart. But, damn, that's crazy. But, yeah, the point that I was trying to make is like, when you look at something as simple as a goddamn $5 footlong from Subway, I seen a commercial now that they selling a half of a foot long. 6 inches now is $5. Within 10 years, they done fucking doubled the goddamn price. But let me guess, that's from fucking immigrants too. Like Donald Trump has caused these people to misplace their anger and hate. He's caused these people to misplace their anger and hate. The reason why you can't go get a fucking $5 footlong anymore has nothing to do with a goddamn immigrant. Nothing. Because the truth of the matter is, immigrants are working at these motherfucking places. That's the sad part about it. They're working at these places. A lot of the times under the table. I remember, bro, I used to work at Subway. This was back in like 2009. This was like 2009, 2010, somewhere around there. It was the year that the Saints won the Super Bowl in Miami. I remember. Was it the Saints? Yeah, the Saints won the Super Bowl. And I was working at this Subway, and this shit was owned by this East Indian dude. And it was niggas working there under the fucking table. And I would have been working there under the table too, had I not been a goddamn American citizen. So it's like, nigga, don't tell me that the reason that you hadn't gotten a raise or the American economy is fucked up is because of some goddamn immigrants. Nigga, are you crazy? They want to tell you that the American immigrants, they're sucking up all of the goddamn food stamps. They're sucking up all of the public benefits. But then every time you look around, they're going to find these people at court, at fucking work. This is where they're capturing these people. This is where they're capturing these people. Bro, I've seen so many videos, it's disgusting. I'm going to see if I can find a few of those. But let me get to the next react. Let's check this out, because niggas love this America shit. They want to tell you that America is so free and all of this nonsense. It's radio fucking active to me.
An Oregon man was convicted and sent to jail for collecting and using rainwater on his own property, sued by the state for theft. Rancher Gary Harrington built 3 large reservoirs on his own land to collect rainwater and snow melt. He claimed the water was primarily for fire protection reserves.
I thought America was free, y'all. I thought America was free.
And for providing water to wildlife. But the state called it theft and prosecuted Gary. A municipal code stipulates that all water within city limits, including precipitation, is part of the public water supply. The city requested the court order the removal of his collection system and impose a fine. Despite Harrington's repeated appeals, arguing, "The water fell on my land, I'm not selling it. I'm simply using it on my own property." The court ultimately rejected his claims. Harrington was found guilty on multiple charges, including unlawful appropriation of state water resources. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and fined over $1,500. The incident sparked intense backlash. Residents said it was simply tyranny. If a person cannot own the rain that falls on their own land, what do they actually own?
Do they really want me to answer that last question? You don't own shit, nigga. Now, I don't know if this is AI, because it looked like it was a bunch of things that was put together, a bunch of different clips that was put together. But the fact still remains. We've been hearing about this for years, to where you have people on their own land, supposedly their own land, that's collecting rainwater. And this shit is against the law, that you can't even collect the water that comes from the goddamn sky. You can't even collect the water that comes from the sky and use it for yourself. Not that you're trying to sell it off, but you can't even use it for yourself. You can't even use the water that comes from the sky and use it for yourself. I was looking down in the comments and somebody said something funny. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I don't know if I can find it. But somebody said something funny to the effect of, there was like, if you run through the rain, they're going to fine you for trying to take a free shower or something like that. It was kind of funny. But it's like, it's crazy, bro. Like, you can't even take the water that comes from the sky and use it for what the fuck you want to use it for. Because this shit is outlawed. This shit is outlawed, that you can't even use the water that comes from the fucking sky, bro. It's actually a sad place. But they'll tell you about how China has a social credit score, but they won't tell you the invasiveness and how fucked up the American credit system is. They won't. They'll tell you how bad about some shit that doesn't exist in China, because the social credit score doesn't fucking exist. That's all made up. But they'll defend the credit score system in America. Why the fuck do people even need credit in America? Oh, I know why. Because if you're poor, they want to weed you the fuck out. Because they know poor people, they're more apt to defaulting on their loans. So they want to weed you the fuck out. It's a very sad place that we live in. But hey, this is freedom, right? Yeah, let me get to the next video. This one is interesting. This one is very interesting.
No rent crises in New York and the problem.
So the brother said that there's no rent crisis. I disagree, but he makes a few valid points, and I think we should listen to him.
Y'all want to know the real rent crises in New York and the problem? It's buildings like this going up. How the hell can a one-bedroom in this building cost $3,350 in Flatbush, Brooklyn? Just think about it. How much money you have to make to afford a building like this in the hood? They say 30% of your monthly income should go to rent. So in order for me to afford a building like this, I gotta be making at least $11,100 a month. How many transit workers, teachers, police officers, firefighters, and other city workers can really afford that?
Now, if we're being honest, that's a crazy number. That's a very crazy number if we're looking at that you would have to make $11,000 just to live in a new apartment that's built round away from the hood. But what he says is he's talking about transit workers and police officers and stuff like that. But I'm going to take it a level deeper. What about the niggas that's working at McDonald's and Burger King? What about them? Should they not be able to afford a place to fucking live? Or or should they be resigned to living in fucking rat holes? To where there's rats, there's fucking cockroaches and all this other type of shit. So I get where he's coming from, and he's right. But it's like, yo, it's not all about them. And those numbers are exorbitant. But you can't say that there's not a rent crisis when you're telling us that these are the prices that have to be paid. But let me play it, and I won't stop it.
Y'all want to know the real rent crises in New York and the problem? It's buildings like this going up. How the hell can a one-bedroom in this building cost $3,350 in Flatbush, Brooklyn? Just think about it. How much money you have to make to afford a building like this in the hood? They say 30% of your monthly income should go to rent. So in order for me to afford a building like this, I gotta be making at least $11,100 a month. How many transit workers, teachers, police officers, firefighters, and other city workers can really afford that? None. How about this building right here on Linden Boulevard? If you want a 2-bedroom, you gotta be paying $4,000 a month. Who could really afford that as a city worker? None. I can guarantee you, no middle-class landlords own those buildings. Crazy thing about it is for that price, you're getting an apartment the size of a closet.
And that's crazy. If the rent is $4,000 and you need to, that needs to be, your rent needs to be 30%. We're talking upwards of $12,000, $13,000 that you need to be making a month. You're not making that even as a city worker, as he stated, but you're not working at, you're not making that even working a menial fucking job. And what too many people say is, oh man, well, if you work these fucking menial jobs, you know, you deserve to live with the roaches and rats. And like, get the fuck out of here. But he's making some good points.
The middle class is not leaving New York to buy mansions. They're leaving New York because it's cheaper to rent a house outside of state than to rent an apartment in New York City. These politicians love talking about the poor, but they have officially abandoned the working and middle class in this city. This is not gentrification by accident. This is displacement by design. The other tricky part when it comes to affordable housing is either you make too much and you can't get the apartment, or you make too little and you can't get the apartment. There's a lot of city workers that fall into that gap.
It's called a rat race.
You cannot call it affordable housing if you need a 6-figure salary to qualify. When rent eats up 50, 60% of your paycheck, that's not housing. That's economic punishment. Transit workers, sanitation workers, nurses, we're not asking for luxury. We're asking for stability. New York City don't have a people problem. It has a rent problem. Politicians who never work city jobs don't understand.
But see, this is what confuses me about his rant, because he says, damn, we don't have a people problem, we have a rent problem. But at the very beginning, he says we don't have a rent crisis. So even in his video, he's an enemy to his own fucking message. So while he's correct on a lot of things he's saying, he's still an enemy to his own message, which is crazy.
Understand city wages. Let's be clear in New York City, the middle class isn't shrinking, we're being evicted. And when these buildings go up, guess who has final approval? The city council. So when people ask me what politicians do I trust? None.
Like I say, he made a few good points, but you can't start the video off like this.
Y'all want to know the real rent crises in New York and the problem? It's buildings like this going up. How the hell can a one bedroom in this building cost?
Well, that's the problem, bro. You have a rent crisis, but the rent crisis that you're experiencing is not coming from the fucking rent. It's coming from the people that are building the buildings that are arbitrarily giving you this fucking rent. That's what's going on. It's these people that are doing it to you. It's the landlords. So as much as I disagree from time to time with Zoran Mamdani, the new mayor of New York, he's trying to alleviate some of this stuff. So I understand, the brother ends the video with when he says, well, how many of these politicians do I agree with? None. I can understand that to a degree because, at the end of the day, Zoran Mamdani is a capitalist at the end of the day. He's a fucking capitalist. Now, he likes to portray himself as personally to be a socialist, but he's still a capitalist because he's a democratic socialist, which is a capitalist at the end of the day. But that's your problem, bro. Like, he's on the ground level, just like most of us. So he's dealing with the consequences. He's dealing with the emergencies. He's not attacking the actual fucking problem. And the actual problem is capitalism. How the fuck is it possible that you could be living in New York City to where you have to pay $3,000, $4,000, and $5,000 for a fucking apartment in the hood? How is that a thing that's possible? Well, I'm going to tell you, what makes a lot of these things possible is, number one, zoning. The way how they zone a lot of these things. To where they say, okay, well, this is the only thing that this can be, the only thing that can be here is this thing. To where then they cut off a lot of other businesses. And because, listen, do y'all remember back in the day as kids watching, that show Cheers and a lot of these movies to where you would see niggas living above like bars and shit like that? A lot of that shit is gone. Like for most American cities, that shit is gone. You can't even do that anymore. You can't even do it anymore. This is why, like, a lot of those East Indian people, when they come over here to own hotels or mainly motels, them motherfuckers be living upstairs or they'll be living in one of those units. Why? Because it's cheaper to just live in one of the damn units than try to spend $300,000-$500,000 trying to buy you a home. It doesn't make any sense. But then what they'll do is they'll play the capitalism game and then overcharge for the fucking for you to rent the shit out. So, like, it's just all crazy. Yeah, that's real, Qube. Like, you don't see that anymore. Like, because the reason why you don't see that anymore is because, number one, is zoning, like I say. When they zone shit, they zone it to where, like, okay, everything that's in this area can only be apartments. Everything that's in this area can only be businesses. Everything in this area can only be fucking parking lots. Take a look. Just take a look at the average downtown in America. What do you see? You'll see a few buildings, and what do you see all around it? You see nothing but fucking parking lots. Nothing but parking lots. New York City is an aberration. New York City is an aberration to where you have so many of these buildings to where it's kind of mixed up with actual people that have apartments. But if you take the average American city, people don't live downtown. A lot of people don't live downtown. They'll have their downtown, and then they'll have like an outskirts of the downtown, like kind of like in Miami, Florida, to where like we'll have like downtown, and then you have the outskirts of downtown, like because what they do with the zoning is they don't allow these places to be mixed used. When they zone it, it's only for this one thing. It's only for this one thing. You don't have places to where like, okay, this building is 40 fucking floors. But out of the 40 floors, you have 20 of these floors that are business, and the other 20 floors are for apartments. You don't have that. But if you do that, what you do is people can actually pay less because you have the businesses that are paying for their space, and you have the people that are renting out paying for their space. But if you want to live next to that shit, you get priced the fuck out. So, like, it's crazy. And then, like, some of the proponents of this are like Bank of America and these places to where they'll just buy the whole fucking building out. Go to one of these buildings downtown, and you know what you're going to see? Like, for example, like a Bank of America or some shit like that, or a Chase, they'll just buy the whole fucking building out. Buy the whole building out, and it's 40, 50 fucking floors. And you go to any fucking floor, it's empty as shit. Super empty. Nothing in the motherfuckers. Nothing inside. You go to one goddamn floor, there's probably like an office. You go down the hall, nobody's in those rooms, but they bought the whole shit out. Because they've rezoned it to where they forced Bank of America to buy the whole building in order to even have their business there. In order to even have your business there, you got to buy the whole thing. It's like, damn, you got to buy that whole fucking building just so you can have your business there? If you could imagine like a strip mall, right? You take a strip mall. What if you want to just build something, just your own little business in a strip mall? Boom, you go there. Okay, cool. And then you got other businesses beside you. But they don't build them how they used to build them in the 1800s or at the turn of the century. They don't build them like that anymore to where they would build them double to where they would double as where people would live. They don't build them like that anymore. Even with a lot of motels, they don't even build them like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Some of the people have to live in these goddamn units. Like back in the day, if you remember, if you're old enough, you could go to a motel and you would ring the little button, and there'll be like a staircase going upstairs. And then you'll see the motherfucker come down, you know, and if you look up, you'll see like a bed in there or whatever. They don't even have them anymore. Don't even have them anymore. Because America has systematically changed all of that shit because there's more money to be made in the coding and the zoning versus allowing mixed use.
$3,350 in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Just think about it. How much money you have to make to afford a building like this in the hood? They say 30% of your monthly income should go to rent. So in order...
Now, I've never been in New York City, but he's saying this is in Flatbush, and he's saying, like, this is the hood. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're talking about gentrification, but you have to attack the actual problem, not the fucking symptom. And see, what we go through a lot of times is that we're such in a fucking crisis. A lot of times an economic crisis. We're such in these crises that we just start attacking the things that we see that's affecting us. But what we have to do is we have to start to lift up the goddamn skirt. We have to lift up the veil of these things and say, no, this isn't the problem. But a lot of times we're uneducated and we don't know, and a lot of times we don't even know how to find the actual problem. Like, I remember back in like 2012, 13, everybody was talking about gentrification, gentrification. That was the buzzword of like those years. Gentrification, gentrification. And what happened? A whole lot of nothing. People just said gentrification. It's just kind of like now. Do you notice like a lot of politicians, Democrat and Republican, they always say, like right now, affordability. There's an affordability problem. There's an affordability problem. They just keep saying the shit, but nobody's doing nothing about the affordability problem. You want to know why they're not doing anything about the affordability problem? Because there's nothing you can fucking do about the affordability problem. There's literally nothing you can do about the affordability problem because we don't have an affordability problem. We have a capitalist problem that's causing that issue. These are domino effects. How the fuck can you pick up the domino in front of you and expect it not to fall again and then subsequently fall on you? It doesn't work that way. You have to go to the root of it, and the root of it is capitalism. So they're not, listen, no Democrat or Republican is going to fix the affordability problem. They can keep saying it over and over and over. Oh, there's an affordability problem. There's an what is your plan to fix the affordability problem? Oh, we need to build more homes. Build more homes. No. It's not what the fuck you do. You don't just build more fucking homes. Because there's a lot of homes that are available. There are a lot of places that are available to rent. But if you just bring down the fucking price, but the moment that you do that, what do? When you bring down the price, you're cutting in to not only a lot of these corporations that own thousands of apartment complexes around the country. You're cutting into the profits of a lot of these small little landlords. You're cutting into their profits. And the only reason that a lot of these people retired and bought more properties is because they thought they could make money. Because you got to think, what is the median average, what is the median age of people buying homes right now? It's 40 plus. How the fuck is, if you go back to the 1980s, the median age was like 25 of people purchasing homes. Now it's 40 plus? What is that telling you? That's telling you that younger people are not purchasing homes. Why? Because they can't purchase homes. And the people that are actually purchasing the homes are boomers who are retired, that have saved up, they have retirement, and they've taken their 401ks or whatever they had, cashed them out, and they're purchasing properties. In America, homes are for speculation to make money. This is how a lot of white people in the past got a lot of their money. They took their homes to where they had these homes for 30, 40 years. Their children, and everybody else lived there for 30, 40 years. Their children grew up, moved out. So what the fuck did they do? They left the fucking suburbs and went somewhere else, downsized, got them some little apartment. Now they're in their 50s and 60s. Now they done got them some little apartment, whatever the fuck, and then done sold the home. They bought this shit for $20,000. Now they just sold this shit for $600,000. So what are they doing with that surplus? They're going and buying 2 and 3 fucking homes. This is what's taking the median age higher and fucking higher. Because these older people have the capital to purchase this shit. Younger people don't have the capital to purchase it. We don't got the money to buy these goddamn homes. This is why everything is becoming so fucking expensive. Is because when you look at it, the boomers and then now the Gen Xers, these motherfuckers, a lot of them, they got the leg up and then they're just slamming the fucking door or kicking the fucking ladder down on everybody else and saying, fuck you, I want to make more money. And then you look at it, you look at a person like Donald Trump. This dude is 80 years old. Why the fuck is he still trying to make more money? He's still trying to make more money. But then when you look at the richest person in the world back at the turn of the fucking century, which was David Rockefeller, what did he say? When he was asked, well, how much money do you need? He said, damn, if I could only just make just one more dollar. Meaning he just wanted more and more. He was insatiable. He was insatiable. There wasn't enough money that could be had that he didn't want. And this is what capitalism has done. Not only has it degraded and turned into fucking fascism, it's turned on itself to eat the people in the fucking country. So you have these people saying, well, see, the problem is that we don't have actual capitalism. What we have right now is crony capitalism. Hey, Earth is stupid. Crony capitalism is just fucking capitalism. It's just capitalism. Because when you take capitalism, especially unfettered capitalism, it progresses and it metastasizes like a fucking cancer. You get to this place where we are today, no matter what, with capitalism. It has to fucking happen. You have two fucking teams on the football field. Two teams on the football field. What's gonna fucking happen at the end of the day? One team has to win, one team has to lose. And where does all the spoils go for the team that wins? It goes to one place. You know what we call that? We call that a monopoly. And you know where you can only engage into that practice? You can only engage in that practice in capitalism. So when they say, oh, we need the free market, we need to be able to, have other companies that come up so where we can compete. Okay, well, what happens when you lose that competition? What does the other company do? They take everything you fucking got. They take your market cap, they take the stock that you have, and they take the people that were buying the shit from you, because now the people that were buying the things from you can't buy the shit anywhere else. They have to go to Coca-Cola. They have to go there. So there's winners and losers in capitalism, but the problem is that 99% of the people are losers in capitalism. Because someone has to win in capitalism. Someone has to win. And 99% of everybody else has to fucking lose. The game of Monopoly doesn't fucking end. No, you played it as a child. I get it. You played Monopoly. You think how this shit, you think you understand how it works. But if you actually played Monopoly to the fucking end, it'll take you about 2 or 3 fucking days. And the only way you win the game of Monopoly is when one person has every fucking thing. This is how this shit works. We'll sit back and play the game of Monopoly and have fun and roll the dice, and I'll get the shoe, you'll get the race car, such and such you get the dog, or whatever the fuck, and we moving our little pieces around. But at the end of the day, if you really want to win Monopoly, you got to take everything on that fucking board. Everything on the board. You don't just get to get this railway. You don't just get to get these hotels. Nigga, you ain't win the game. You're winning, but you ain't winning. You didn't win the game. This is why capitalism always takes you to this point. There is no other thing. There is no fucking other way in capitalism. One person wins and 99% of everybody the fuck else loses. Sorry for that rant, but I had to get that out. I had to get that out. But yeah, let's get to the next react, man. Let's get to the next reaction. So yeah, and this just goes along with my point. 12 people. I won't even call them billionaires. Can you believe that 12 people have more wealth than 4 billion fucking people on the earth? There's 7 billion people on the earth, yo. There's 7. And 12 people have more wealth than 4 billion people, bruh. 12 people have more fucking wealth than 4 billion people, bro. This is insane. This is the fucking game that we're playing with these people. But the difference with Monopoly is that we can turn over the fucking table and be like, nah, nigga. You gotta think, bruh. There's 7 billion people. We can easily turn over the fucking table, but we won't do it. We won't fucking do it. You want to know why? It's because these fucking hundredaires, these motherfuckers are defending millionaires, and these millionaires are defending billionaires. Because they're all trying to move up this proverbial fucking ladder so they can be the next one to fucking extort you. These people, bro, there's so many people. I just showed you the shit. Look at this, bro. 85% of Greenlanders oppose joining the U.S. You know what those 15% of Greenlanders want? These motherfuckers want to be rich. They want to have the yachts and all of this other shit. Why? Why do you want this shit? This ain't your culture. 85% of your own people are telling you this ain't even your culture. Why would you want this? But they want it. They want it so bad. They need this shit. And they'll die trying to get it. And if you gotta fucking go along with them, they're okay with it. Next joint. So this one was dope to me because just because how sad it was. Just because how sad it is. So check this out. Because we saw how a lot of these right-wing shitheads and Republicans and liberals alike. Check this out. It says, every time MLK's name comes out a swine's mouth, they prove how right Lenin was. So this is Lenin, and he wrote this shit at the turn of the goddamn century, bruh. I want you to pause your screen if you need to and zoom in to pick. Well, let me see if I can zoom in. Because I want you to see this shit. It says here, and this is the first chapter of this fucking book. It says here, what is now happening to Marxist doctrine has, in the course of history, often happened to the doctrines of other revolutionary thinkers and leaders of oppressed classes struggling for emancipation. Pay attention. During the lifetime of great revolutionaries, Martin Luther King, the oppressing classes, the American government, have visited relentless persecution on them and received their teaching with the most savage hostility, murdering him, the most furious hatred, the most ruthless campaign of lies and slander. This is what they did to Dr. Martin Luther King. After their death, attempts are made to turn them into harmless icons. Oh, he was just for peace. He was just for peace. Canonize them and surround their names with a certain halo for the consolation of the oppressed class. So white people are taking the shit that Dr. Martin Luther King said, twisted up his fucking message, the consolation of the oppressed class, and with the object of duping them, while at the same time emasculating and vulgarizing the real essence of their revolutionary theories and blunting their revolutionary edge. God damn it, if that ain't fucking America and what they did to Dr. Martin Luther King. See, they couldn't do it with Malcolm X. They couldn't do that shit with Malcolm X. They couldn't do it with him. But with Dr. King, they damn sure did that. With Dr. King, they damn sure did that. They brought out their savage hostility. They brought out their furious hatred. And they had a ruthless fucking campaign. And damn sure, and it killed them. And we know for a fact, because the King family sued the fucking government and won. Sued the government and won. So we know that the King family, the government had everything the fuck to do with stoking people's ideas to have him killed. Point fucking blank. We know this. And here is Vladimir Lenin telling you this shit over fucking 100 years ago. Who was a communist, by the fucking way. Who was a communist, by the way. And he's telling you this shit. Before Dr. King was even fucking born, he's telling you about how they do to what they do to revolutionaries. He's telling you what the fuck they do to revolutionaries. And you ask me, why am I a Marxist-Leninist? I look at you and ask you, why the fuck you ain't a Marxist-Leninist? That silly question you ask me, I'm looking back at you. This dude just prognosticated exactly how the fuck the American government treated Dr. King. Because this is exactly what they did to him. They gave him a halo and they said how great he was. But during the time he was fucking living, they hated him. Them crackers wanted him dead. But hey, maybe all of us socialist, communist, Marxist, Leninists, maybe we're just wrong and we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Maybe we just don't know what we're talking about. Maybe we're just wrong. I don't know. Next joint. Let's check this out.
And supposed to act or react when Africans are pouring in from everywhere at the moment.
They should accept them.
They should just be like, oh, come, take our homes, take
They
our
should
jobs,
accept
take
Africans.
everything.
See, this shit is so fucking disgusting. Nobody's saying that anybody, any foreigner should just come to your fucking country and take your home. Oh, so they should just come and take our homes. Nobody's trying to come and take your fucking homes. What has happened is the fucking Europeans have gone and plundered and pillaged all of the brown and black people's land where the fuck they live at. So when the brown and black people decide to go where the fucking, they start to follow the money. When brown and black people start to follow the money and they end up on the shores of fucking America, they end up on the shores of countries in Europe, now they start to say, well, why are you here? When in fact, black people and brown people should have told them from the time when they came to South America. When they came to Africa, we should have been asking them, what the fuck are you doing here? But instead, since they've taken every fucking thing, we show up over there and they say, well, what are you doing here? Well, hold on, bitch. Ain't y'all living off everything that y'all have taken from us? Let's go.
Because when you guys came in mass to Africa.
But that was so long ago. I
that
cannot even
that
bring
was
it
so long.
Oh, it was so long ago. It was so long ago. It was so long ago. But you built your society on this shit. And you still do it today. It was so long ago. Don't you just love that argument? It was so long ago. But the reason that your system even persists today is because you had to cause us to desist for you to persist. Get the fuck out of here talking to me.
But like, how are Europeans supposed to act or react when Africans are pouring in from everywhere at the moment?
They should accept them.
They should just be like, oh, come, take our homes, take
They
our
should
jobs,
accept
take
Africans.
everything.
Because when you guys came in mass to Africa.
But that was so long ago. I
that
cannot even
that
bring
was so
it in
long
now
ago.
anymore.
But your companies are still there looting Africa.
Perhaps.
Neo-colonialism.
Perhaps.
You are still there.
Her response is perhaps. 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 How a Uranian mine became a pawn in the road between Niger and France. December 8th, 2024. Perhaps. Perhaps.
Stealing our resources. Using our resources to develop your countries.
Yeah.
And you don't want us to come here. And you are asking how should you guys react when we come here.
Example, how are we supposed to react? So we shouldn't have no opinion whatsoever about it.
You should.
I just stole your PlayStation, your Xbox, and now you want to come over to my crib to play it. And I'm like, nigga, what you over here trying to do? Yeah, I want to play that Xbox that you just stole from me. Get the fuck out of here. Just go buy a new one. But I can't buy a new one because you just stole the shit that I had. So I'm just over here trying to play my shit. Why can't I come over to your house and play my shit? Get out of here. But you stole it from me. Perhaps.
You have no opinion because your people come to Africa, they are still there. They never left.
Yeah.
They are still looting Africa dry. And what reaction are they getting?
But I think we can't like go in this individual level now. Like I can't, for example, I can't help that this happened or is happening.
Oh, so now she's talking about individualism. No, there's no individualism when the heads of your fucking state are actively going and ripping the shit out of these other countries. There's no individualism in that.
It's not an individual level because you are benefiting from those loots.
Maybe, but I never made the choice.
The so-called amenities you are enjoying today
but I never
is
made
from
the
those
choice.
loots.
I never wanted black people to be enslaved. They work for me now, but I never wanted this. So why don't you give it up? Well, see, the logistics, and it'll take a lot for us to, move back all of this gold from France, to West Africa. You understand me, right? That'd be just too much, right? If we were trying to, just take all of this fucking uranium and coltan, how can we really just give it back, right?
Or half from those loots.
Yeah. But still, I never made the choice.
You never made a choice.
But I still need to be able to have an opinion now.
You need to deal with the consequences.
Yeah, but I still need to be able to have an opinion now.
You should have an opinion by talking to your government. Talk to those in official, on high places. Tell them to stop looting Africa. They should stop looting the continent.
Yeah.
Then you can react. When they stop and you still see Africans pouring in here, then you can react. You think someone wants to live a very warm, beautiful weather, beautiful scenery, and come to a place that is cold?
I have no idea.
For what reason?
Maybe, I don't know. Better job.
Oh, she has no idea why someone would want to leave 70 degrees tropical place to come into a place that's cold. Meanwhile, she has a whole fucking scully on to protect her from the goddamn cold. Isn't that so fucking apropos?
Jobs, better money, I don't know. Anything.
You've looted the continent dry. The people are coming here for survival because you took their means of survival to your country.
Yeah.
Now we are coming here. We are not bringing war. We're not coming to fight. We are coming to work.
When are your governments going to fix the issues in your countries?
Oh my God. You mean to tell me, listen, I know we stole all of this shit from y'all, but why don't you guys your government just fix it? Just fix it. We took everything from y'all. We took your PlayStation. We took your Xbox. We took all the fucking controllers and the wires to hook the bitch up. We even took the goddamn TV. But why can't you niggas just get another fucking TV? Why can't you just get another fucking Xbox? Listen, man. The coltan, we already got it in our phones. I can't give it back at this point. The gold, we're already selling this shit. I can't give it back at this point. Just get you some more gold. Like, gosh, get over yourself. Right?
We are working on it.
So that you actually can work there and actually get money that you can live on. We are working to fix the
situation every day in our countries. But somehow, your government, they seem to carry out, executions of our top leaders. A leader that is standing up to say, okay, I want to change the narrative of my country. I want to make sure that infrastructures are provided, jobs are provided. Suddenly, they get on a plane, boom, plane explodes. What did you do to Gaddafi?
Or they're too
What did you do to Gaddafi, Muhammad Gaddafi?
Off.
What did you do to him?
I'd ask the West. I don't know.
No, she asked the West. You are part of the West.
I'm not part
So I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm not a part of the West, even though West is just code word for white people and I'm white. But I'm not a part of the West.
Because you are the Westerner in front of me. So I'm asking you.
I don't know what they did to him.
Of course you don't know what they did to him. And it's not only because you don't give a fuck. It's because you've been taught not to know where the fuck this stolen shit came from. When daddy come home and he had to steal some fucking food for you to eat, you don't ask where the fuck the shit came from, nigga. You just eat. We understand that part. But what you don't get to do is say, yo, why is all of these niggas lining up at my goddamn door? Daddy got to come fucking clean and be like, well, I stole their fucking food. I stole their food. This is why they're here. Daddy got to come clean and be honest with you and tell you. But see, daddy ain't going to come clean. Daddy ain't going to come clean and be honest. Why? Because he wants to keep stealing.
But like, how are Europeans supposed?
It's shameful. It's shameful. Hit the like button, y'all. It's shameful. We got another video. I think we got another video. Oh yeah, yeah. We got one more video. This is the last one. Well, no, second to the last one.
Okay, do not make the mistake of believing we Africans needed a streamer from America to validate us. Let me be crystal clear. I show speed exposed.
Now, I have a problem with this video. I'm gonna let it play. But I have a problem with this video.
Okay, do not make the mistake of believing we Africans needed a streamer from America to validate us. Let me be crystal clear. I Show Speed exposed false narratives about Africa and its people, not our value. Yes, we love to see the black diaspora finally waking up and the growing desire to reconnect with their roots. And yes, we are happy millions of people finally witness a side of Africa the media doesn't show and schools obviously don't teach. A rich history, incredible diversity, culture, cities, innovation and talent. But please trust me when I say we do not care if anyone in 2026 still thinks we all live in mud huts. That is your problem, not ours. We care when that lie shapes Western foreign policy that destabilizes our nations, justifies dropping bombs on Nigeria on Christmas, regime change agendas in Burkina Faso, the murder of our greatest leaders, invading sovereign countries like Libya, and resource deals that kill millions in the Congo. That's when your narrative becomes our problem. History taught us the playbook. First, a story that dehumanizes, then domination. The transatlantic slave trade, for example, was sold by a story that Africans aren't fully human. Today's version paints Africa as primitive, helpless, poor, and that story keeps getting used to defend the indefensible. So, what needs to happen is simple. Americans and the West generally need to start unlearning the story they were fed. We have 54 countries, thousands of cultures, and world-class talent in music, sports, tech, science, business, and fashion. Trust me, you've only seen glimpses through I Show Speed's live streams. But again, and I believe I'm speaking for every educated and proud African out there, Africa and Africans do not need Western validation or acknowledgement to be seen as worthy or important. Africa is the future and will keep moving forward either way. We are not waiting for anyone's permission to exist, to thrive, or to lead. And those who understand that early will be the ones who grow with us. Okay,
All right, so I got major fucking problems with this goddamn video. I got major problems with this goddamn video. Major problems. Major fucking problems. Because this woman, you know what? Let me just play it, and I'll hold on, let me pull up this video first, because this shit, like, it's fucking disgusting to me. But let's play it.
Okay, do not make the mistake of believing we Africans needed a streamer from America to validate us.
Okay, firstly, no one thinks that African needs a fucking black American streamer to validate Africans. No one thinks that shit. Maybe some white motherfuckers somewhere in West Bubblefuck may think that, but no one really thinks that. So that's point number one that I got a problem with.
Let me be crystal clear. I Show Speed exposed false narratives about Africa and its people, not our value.
So if I Show Speed went there and he totally disrupted all of these false narratives. What the fuck are you upset about? What are you upset about? He didn't go there to make money. He didn't go there to extort anybody. I have my own problems with IShowSpeed, and he's known to coon the fuck out. That is true. But he didn't go there to try to make money, extort any fucking body. In every place that he's went, he's been accepted. So no, you didn't need it, but bitch, you can fucking use it. And what you motherfuckers need to understand is that, yeah, a lot of people do think that you motherfuckers live in goddamn mud huts. So instead of fucking complaining, how about you use his celebrity and his stardom to say, hey, look, IShowSpeed is showing we don't live how the motherfuckers think that we fucking live, and accept that shit as a helping hand. Now, if he came there and he was trying to extort people like Mr. Beast and all of these other motherfuckers, that would be one thing. But he didn't come to do that shit.
Yes, we love to see the black diaspora finally waking up and the growing desire to reconnect with their roots. And yes, we are happy millions of people finally witness a side of Africa the media doesn't show and schools obviously.
Okay, so see, this is another one of my fucking problems. It's because we have this brother right here, Wodemaya. He goes to all of these other fucking countries. He has 1.9 million fucking subscribers. 1.95 million subscribers. And what does he do? He does the same shit. He goes to Jamaica. He goes to Botswana, Angola, Namibia. He all of these other fucking countries, Uganda. He goes to Kenya. He goes to a lot of fucking places. But the simple fact that he's a continental African, you ain't got shit to say about this nigga doing it, but you got a problem with IShowSpeed doing the shit. You got a fucking problem with IShowSpeed doing the same shit that Wodemaya does. Bitch, you need to shut the fuck up and accept this shit because it's right and exact.
Don't teach. A rich history, incredible diversity, culture, cities, innovation and talent. But please, trust me when I say we do not care if anyone in 2026 still thinks we all live in mud huts.
Oh, so you don't care if people in 2026 thinks you still live in mud huts, right?
That is your problem, not ours. We care when that lie shapes Western foreign policy that destabilizes our nation.
Oh, but you only care when it destabilizes your nations. Well, guess what the fuck IShowSpeed did? He did the same fucking thing that Wodemaya did. He went to all of these fucking countries to show you that people don't live in fucking mud huts. That they're not backward ass backwater fucking people. This is the same shit that Wodemaya does. So what fucking problem do you have with IShowSpeed doing this shit, you ignorant fucking bastard? Because see, what I will not do is allow African Americans to take a shit on continental Africans. I won't allow them to do it. But what I also will not do is to allow a fucking ignorant fucking continental African be so fucking ignorant to where they won't accept the love and the graciousness that is being rolled out on a fucking red carpet for they fucking ass. Speed didn't go to that motherfucker to extort you. He didn't go there to try to make some fucking money and not give back. That's not what the fuck he did. He told you he was going there to do a thing. And the thing he said he was going to do was to change the fucking perception. That's what he said. And all of the people, the millions of people that have watched his fucking streams, they see now. Because a lot of those people, they don't watch Wodemaya. They don't know who the fuck he is. But they fucking watch Speed. White people watch Speed. And they see what the fuck, that these people are not as backwards as the U.S. government has been lying on them and telling them. So, bitch, not ever in your fucking life should you be biting the fucking hand that's trying to help you. Not feed you, but fucking help you.
justifies dropping bombs on Nigeria on Christmas, regime change agendas in Burkina Faso, the murder of our greatest leaders, invading sovereign countries like Libya, and resource deals that kill millions in the Congo.
I Show Speed ain't come to do none of that. He didn't come to the continent to do none of that shit. So you going through a fucking history lesson in fucking vain. Instead of accepting what the young brother did. If she made this video calling that nigga out on his coon shit, I wouldn't give a fuck if she was African or if she was white. I wouldn't give a fuck. Because Speed should be called out on his fucking cooning. But going to Africa to show how these motherfuckers are not as backwater as a lot of the world fucking thinks, bitch, get your mind right.
That's when your narrative becomes our problem. History taught us the playbook. First, a story that dehumanizes, then domination.
But there is no dehumanization in Speed's playbook. There is no dehumanization. This is just a fucking bitch with something to fucking say. And listen, excuse my language, but I gotta say it like this. This is just another fucking bitch with something to fucking say. And you shouldn't have anything to goddamn say. And I would give the same goddamn smoke for any stupid ass motherfucking Colombian that's trying to, or Venezuelan or Guatemalan that thinks that when niggas come over there and they're not trying to exploit, they're just trying to show. I would have the same fucking smoke for these stupid ass niggas. Because this is a dumbass broad right here. Why are you attacking Speed on this shit?
Atlantic slave trade, for example, was sold by a story that Africans aren't fully human. Today's version paints Africa as primitive, helpless, poor, and that story keeps getting used to defend the indefensible. So what?
See, this is dry hating. She's bringing up slavery and all of this other shit so she can dry hate. What the fuck are you hating on Speed for? Dry hating that shit. And see, even though my language may be a bit vulgar, I'm saying this out of love. Because, see, a lot of those motherfucking FBA niggas, they'll take this shit and run with it. Because some stupid fucking nappy-headed bitch is talking about some, why you American niggas is coming over here? Da-da-da-da. But she tries to say, I don't have any problem with, the diaspora waking up. No, bitch, you got a problem with continental African niggas not waking fucking up. That's your fucking problem that you got. Your biggest problem need to be with continental fucking African niggas waking the fuck up. Nigga, the diaspora ain't fucking America, nigga. That's not what the fucking diaspora is. It's not fucking America. Your problem is the diaspora, American imperialism, and your own fucking people. And I'm saying this very fucking harsh because these fucking FBA lunatics will take this shit for something else. And continental African niggas, you niggas need to stop this shit. Don't just go attacking American niggas for no fucking reason. Especially when niggas is coming over there purposefully to shed a goddamn light on what the fuck is going on over there. Nigga came over there to really show some love, to show the beauty of fucking Africa. But this fucking hammerhead ass bitch want to talk about, we don't need you to come over here. So, okay, so what you want, a white man to come over there? So you ain't got no problem with what Maya does this shit when he goes from nation to nation to nation to nation. But when Speed does this shit with a bigger audience, you got a problem with it? The fuck are you talking about?
Needs to happen is simple. Americans and the West generally need to start unlearning the story they were fed. We have 54 countries, thousands of cultures, and world-class talent in music.
Yes, and Speed came over there to highlight that shit. What the fuck are you upset about? And then when you tell us sports, you show a video of niggas lifting weights and doing pull-ups. We understand your culture. We fuck with all of that. We respect all of that. But get your shit together, lady. nigga, because I'm not finna catch a stray. I'm not finna catch a stray because you're fucking ignorant. From the west coast of Africa to the east coast, to South Africa to the Horn, all of that shit. I fuck with all them niggas. I fuck with all of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's like no Pan-African in America said, well, I'm glad they're finally waking up and they're starting to see that America is not. Man, come on, we don't even talk like that. But when niggas come over to the continent, now it's, oh, well, we don't need you over here to shine a light to show that we don't live in mud huts. Bitch, yes, the fuck you do. Because you just said, well, we have a problem with foreign policy. Yeah, bitch, you do have a problem. You do have an issue. Take the fucking 45 million fucking subscribers that Speed has, because guess what? When I was a shorty, you know what the fuck they showed me about Africa? They showed me niggas with big bellies and flies on their fucking face. That's what the fuck they showed us as kids. The 45 million subscribers that Speed has, he's not showing none of that shit, bruh. So what are you talking about? He's not showing none of that. Niggas with big bellies and flies on their face, and for 3 cents a day, you can feed an African child, and you donate to the shit, and they keeping 99% of the fucking money. That nigga ain't doing none of that dumbass shit. But instead, you trying to attack. You motherfucking African niggas, you better wake the fuck up, bruh. Not everybody is here to attack you. Not everybody.
Sports, tech, science, business, and fashion. Trust me, you've only seen glimpses through iShowSpeed's live streams. But again, and I believe...
Yeah, you've only seen glimpses through iShowSpeed's live streams. And you've also seen only glimpses through Wode Maya's live streams. Why the fuck are you not talking to this nigga? Why don't you tell this fucking nigga to go back to Nigeria? Because niggas in South Africa don't fuck with that nigga. And you don't need somebody like Wode Maya coming to fucking South Africa to talk about the greatness of South Africa. Why you not telling Wode Maya, go back to fucking Nigeria because you don't need him in Burkina Faso? Why you not telling him that? Because he does the same shit. The only difference is Wode Maya does this shit strictly on the continent in the fucking Caribbean and deals with the fucking diaspora, but Speed goes all the fucking world. From Asia to Europe and so on. Stop fucking doing that, man. If you're a continental African, stop fucking doing that shit.
Believe I'm speaking for every educated and proud African out there. Africa and Africans do not...
Bitch, I'm a fucking proud African. And I like the shit he's doing. I'm a proud African. Oh, let me guess. Oh, so the African diaspora don't fucking matter anymore? That what you would tell me? You are not from the continent. Even though I speak with a fucking British twang. Bitch, are you fucking outside of your goddamn mind? You speak with a fucking British accent that came from fucking white folk. And I also speak with the fucking white tongue. But you trying to disenfranchise me and what niggas is doing. Like I say, if you were talking shit about that nigga for being a fucking coon that he has displayed, man, nobody would give a fuck. But you can't just shit on niggas, especially when niggas is trying to assist. You can't do that shit. You can't do it. You don't see that nigga Speed over there doing the shit he does over here, eating watermelons and chicken and KFC, a bucket of chicken. You don't see that nigga doing that shit over there. That nigga's over there respecting y'all culture, the land, all of that shit. He's over there doing that shit. By the way, with 20 fucking white cameramen, I'll give you that. But talk about that shit. But if we're wholeheartedly being honest, the dude ain't coming over there just taking the shit on African culture, bro. This video was not fucking needed. It's only gonna continue to stoke the bullshit of these fucking FBA faggots. That's all this shit gonna do. And this is what pisses me the fuck off.
Not need Western validation or acknowledgement to.
Bitch, it's not Western validation. It's not Western validation. He didn't come out to set out to say, hey, I'm from America and I want to go over there to, validate these people. He said, no, I want to go over there and see what it's like. I've never been there before. I want to see what it's like. And after being over there, he was like, yo, this shit is kind of dope and I think the world should see it. This motherfucking nigga was lied to all his fucking life, just like all of those other white people were lied to their fucking life about Africa. Take the fucking meat and spit out the bones, you fucking bird brain.
To be seen as worthy or important. Africa is the future and will keep moving forward.
Yes, Africa is the future, but you are a piece of fucking shit. Let me get this bitch off my screen. Ugh. I can't stand these motherfuckers, bro. Like, when motherfuckers is trying to really do shit, bro, you gotta let niggas do shit, bro. You gotta get the fuck out of the way. Like on some G shit, bro, you gotta get out of the way, bro. For real, just get out of the way, bro. I may not agree with this person politically or whatever the case, but if niggas at that moment are doing something positive and that shit is helping people, nigga, I gotta shut the fuck up. I can't form a rally when you out there feeding people. I can't form a rally at that point. You're actively feeding people. I can't form a rally. Now, when you just came out of the fucking Senate and you just voted to have these corporations impeach and encroach on fucking poor people, yeah, nigga, that's when I'll form a rally and we can, you know what I'm saying, get into it and mix it up. But not when somebody's doing something good, bro. That's just not the time and place for it. It's just not the fucking time and place. Had to get that out my system. That shit, I think out of all of these videos, that one was bothering me maybe like third most. But yeah, I wanted to play this other video because there's this one dude, there's this other coon, right? But listen, perfect example. You got this other coon by the name of Eric July. So he's another coon to where he's been trying to break into this right-wing space. Like he wants to be like a Candace Owen types to where like he just hates on black people and all this other shit. So he's one of these type of coons. So he made this video. And y'all got to check out this brother, man, the Birdman. Yeah, check out this brother, the Birdman, TH3 Birdman. He doesn't really deal with politics, but he made this video exposing the grift. Because he has this video series called Exposing the Grift. Eric July doesn't understand socialism. And he made this video because mainly what he deals with is a lot of these people when they talk about comics or movies and shit like that, how a lot of these people to where like they'll see a black person in the shit and then these motherfuckers will have like 1 million subscribers and then they'll implore their audience to go like on these different websites and downvote the series or the movie when you don't need to do that type of hating ass shit. So if it's like if there's a movie that was historically a male lead and now if it's a woman lead or if it's a black person or like a gay person, these motherfuckers go crazy about this shit. It's so fucking mysterious to me. Like I can't understand why they do it, but it is a grift. So I can understand that they're grifting, but I don't understand why you would hate someone for doing that. So that's the outlook of the video. But check this out. Like he did a very good job.
So our old pal Eric July posted a video on.
But I want to say this first though, and this shit is funny, bro. It's funny as hell. I gotta say this before I let it play. 9 times out of 10, when you have these right wing idiot cucks, when they try to explain socialism, what they end up doing is just fucking, because what they'll do is they'll try to explain socialism and tell you how much they hate it, but the shit that they actually explain is really fucking capitalism. At first, like, I thought it was just a meme until I just saw people just do it over and over and over and over and over again. It's so fucking enigmatic. It's crazy. But let's check out this video. It's dope.
Twitter and YouTube declaring that the bad guys in World War II were, in fact, socialists. What is happening here is a long-standing attempt by a certain batch of conservatives to associate socialism with Nazism and therefore make socialism out to be evil or criminal. I mean, that's not really conjecture, as Eric has tweeted as much. And this is probably going to be the most politically relevant video I've ever made, and I really hate that I have to do this because politics bore me to death, and I hate talking about this shit. But I'm here for a couple of reasons. The first is, this cleanly demonstrates that Eric July is a grifter that has weaseled his way into media discourse, which is the purpose of this series. I'm sure many of you have heard of the pipeline by now, and when you look at Eric's channel, you can see clearly that he's trying his damnedest to break into the right-wing political grift, as that space is very lucrative for the dregs of society. The second reason is Eric basically challenged me to do this. You see, I quote tweeted him and said my piece and was going to leave it at that. But then he quote tweeted me, stating that I committed an ad hominem fallacy. And, you know, it kind of annoys me that a large percentage of this series has become me having to define words for these silly people. But that's not what an ad hominem means. An ad hominem is essentially avoiding the argument altogether while attacking the motive or character of your opponent.
Yeah, most of these people, bro, like, they'll use these words, but they don't understand the scope. Like, this happens way too often that people use these words. And, you know, the nigga may catch a stray, but I gotta say it. The brother Chris Harris used to do this shit a lot. Like, and I'm only using this as, you know, to make my point, not to disrespect the brother. But, like, he would just use words just totally out of fucking context. And it's just like, brother, you know what the fuck that word actually means? So, but a lot of these right-wing grifters, they will use words they don't know what the fuck it means, especially when it comes to political or economic systems. They do this shit a lot.
It does not mean you insulted someone. An example of an ad hominem is if person A says seatbelts reduce the risk of death in car accidents, and then person B says, yeah, well, you failed high school, so your argument doesn't matter. This is what an ad hominem actually looks like. For fuck's sake. Anyway, looking at my actual tweet, you can see that I did address the overarching argument by making the claim that Nazis were socialist in name only, and that they used the term socialist for propagandistic purposes. Eric just didn't like the way I responded to his claim. But fine, Eric, I'll put your video in a blender and debunk you point by point.
Yeah, it's really sad, man, when you look at people that think that the Nazi regime of Germany in the 30s and 40s were actually socialists. Like, I remember, and it's so funny, I remember earlier when I was listening to this video, about like maybe 30 or maybe like a minute in, you know what I said to myself? I was like, oh, he doesn't know what the fuck socialism is. And that's usually what it is that these people don't know what the fuck these words mean. So this is why they use them and think that they can just make a point off some shit that they don't know, because the people that follow them, they don't know what the fuck it means either. So to these people, like another example, like a lot of these people, they'll be like, oh, this person's a liberal. This person's a liberal, a stupid liberal. not knowing what the fuck liberalism is. Like, that's the scary part, is that these motherfuckers don't know what none of this shit even means, bro. Like, they have no idea what this shit means. So, like, this is like a big thing to where, like, on social media, motherfuckers would just call a person a socialist. It's more of a dig, but not, it doesn't accord to what the fuck the thing actually is. So, and people on the left and liberals, left-leaning liberals, they'll do the same shit. They'll just call a person a fascist. It don't even know what the fuck fascism is. They do the same fucking thing. So you have left-leaning liberals who will call right-leaning liberals. They'll call them a fucking fascist, and the right-leaning liberals, they'll call them liberals, and they'll call liberals leftists. And it's just a clusterfuck of retardation, because they don't even know, especially the stupid motherfuckers on the right, they don't even know that they're liberals, which is the crazy. It's crazy, bro. Once you actually start to study this shit and understand like what liberalism is, what leftism is, it just becomes so fucking ridiculous, you know?
If that's what you truly want.
I want to preface this by saying that I did a 30-minute plus video deep dive on this years ago. You should go check that out. And it's still true. Yes, the Nazis were socialists. And no, that does not mean they were Marxists. And it does not mean modern socialists are all Nazis. Let's get that out the way.
As has become standard in this.
And see, that's so stupid, because you don't have to be a Marxist to be a socialist. And see, like, what he's doing is, he's trying to extract socialism away from Marxism, but you don't have to fucking do that. Like, socialism can stand alone, and it doesn't need the backing of Marxism. Like, that's the craziest shit. But let's go.
Series, let's define our terms. On Merriam-Webster, there are 3 definitions for socialism, but the third includes a reference to Marxism, which is what Eric says the Nazis did not subscribe to, so we can ignore the third and focus on the first 2. According to the dictionary, socialism is an egalitarian economic and political policy that advocates for the collective or governmental ownership and administration of the means of production and distribution of goods. In other words, socialism means shared or governmental control of key parts of the economy to reduce or eliminate inequality. The second definition states a system or society where there is no private property, which is a rather descriptive definition that speaks to one of the outcomes of socialism rather than.
Yeah, this is kind of a bland definition, but nonetheless, it hits on the key points of what socialism is. So pay very close attention if you don't know what socialism is. And just by using this definition, he debunks the dude, which is crazy.
Than what it actually means. But hey, this is what the dictionary says. That out of the way, using the dictionary's framework, the claim Eric is making becomes that Nazi Germany's economic system sought to address inequality by having egalitarian policies that favored the German people having the means of production.
And we know that's not fucking true, because that's not what the Germans were trying to do. They weren't trying to have, they weren't trying to address inequality by having an egalitarian society to favor the German people, because even that would even be fucking socialism, because you wouldn't be trying to favor the group of people who were homeborn. You would just be trying to favor the people in the fucking society. So if socialism came to America and then you had a person that from China that came over here, it wouldn't just be, oh, socialism only for Americans and not for that Chinese national that came over here. It would be socialism for every fucking body that came. So that's why I say the definition is a bit obtuse, but he's going strictly off the definition to deal with this fucking idiot.
It also suggests that there was no private property. Does that sound like Nazi Germany to literally any of you?
No, it doesn't, because the Nazis were fucking capitalists through and through. The fuck you thought Volkswagen? What did you think Volkswagen was doing in the fucking 1940s? What the fuck were they doing? Do you know when American bombers were coming through to bomb Germany? Do you know what they purposefully left out? They purposefully didn't bomb those fucking plants. Why the fuck did they not bomb those? Why? Because those were the capitalist centers that they wanted to hold. Because after they won the fucking war, they wanted to take those shits over to where they can keep pumping out fucking cars, so they can get a piece out of the Volkswagen company. Like, all of this shit is just so fucking simple minded, and when you haven't studied enough, you don't know enough.
Now, this isn't what Eric is claiming, and therein lies the problem. He doesn't know what socialism actually means, because if he did, he'd know claiming Germany in the late 30s and early 40s was socialist is a laughable claim. But the issue is that people like Eric have been trying to demonize socialism in this manner for a long time, so attributing the philosophy to Nazism is an easy way to accomplish this goal. Remember, socialism is primarily an economic framework, not a form of government. Socialism tells you how the economy.
Right, but I will say that it does skirt closely to the framework of government when you're trying to move from socialism to communism. So ultimately, socialism will interact with the government, but he is correct. Socialism is just an economic framework, but it does skirt closer and closer to the government when you're trying to move closer to communism. And let me say this also. Well, I won't say that yet, but let's go.
Is structured, not how the government rules. As I mentioned on Twitter, there were many private organizations operating in a capitalistic framework during the Nazis' rule of Germany, including Daimler-Benz, IG Farben, and Qube. As the second definition of socialism clearly explains, in a socialist society, there is no private property. This means those for-profit companies I just named simply could not exist in Nazi Germany if they were actually socialist. But they did exist. So what the hell does Eric actually mean when he says the Nazis were socialist?
Now, why do people constantly get this wrong? It's because they treat socialism like it has only one valid form. Usually it's Marxism, and anything outside of that gets hand waved away.
You see what he just did there? So initially what he did was he said, oh, well, socialism isn't, this or that. And now he's saying, well, it's just not Marxism. So first he tried to buttress socialism with Marxism, but now he's saying, well, socialism, it doesn't need Marxism and, whatever the fuck. Well, why don't you tell us what the fuck Marxism is? Wouldn't that be the easiest thing to do? But no, he won't tell us that.
Historically, that's nonsense. Socialism has always been this family of ideas, and socialists have constantly fought other socialists.
No, socialism is not a fucking family of ideas. That's wrong. That's incorrect. Socialism is an idea. It's an idea. Now, how people interact with that idea, that becomes different. How they interact with that idea, the levels of power, that how these people interact with that idea, that may cause socialism to look a little different depending on where socialism persists. But it doesn't change what socialism is. Socialism is an idea. Communism is an idea. Don't get that fucked up. Pay attention.
Proudhon fought Marx. Marx fought Lassalle, Lenin fought the Mensheviks, Stalin killed Trotskyists.
Yeah, so why was Lenin fighting the Mensheviks? Why the fuck did that happen? Well, because you had the fucking Bolsheviks. Duh. You had the Bolsheviks that were ruling the fucking day, and the Mensheviks were going along. You had the Mensheviks that was going along with the Bolsheviks, and they saw that shit, and they said, damn, they're basically liberals. The Mensheviks became liberals, and it was like, oh, yeah, let's get them the fuck out of here, too. So they just eradicated the Mensheviks and the fucking Bolsheviks, and the socialists came out, and they tried to transfer their ideology from socialism to communism, but it was never able to be fully actualized. So That's what the fuck happened. So he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just mentioning names, hoping that people will think that he knows what the fuck he's talking about, but he has no fucking idea.
The whole "they killed other socialists" has never been an argument against the fact that they were actually socialists.
Once again, I remind the audience that socialism is an economic philosophy centered around reducing inequality. This means you can be a socialist but have wildly different ideas about how a government should be ran. To put it in comic book terms, what Eric just did is like saying superpowered beings fight each other. Yeah? Okay. Is there any more information you'd like?
Yeah, but the thing is, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, none of the motherfuckers were socialists. They weren't socialists. They were fucking liberals. So this is what caused the whole rift in the first place. Because if you look at liberals were trying to keep status fucking quo as we see the liberals today. It's the same shit. Nothing has changed. Liberals want to keep status quo. Just keep that shit out of my fucking face. If you want to, do your imperialism, if you want to keep poor people down, if you want to do all of this other shit, go ahead and do it. Just don't do the Donald Trump shit to where it's all in my face. This is why when you see like all of these marches and shit, this is why they hold up signs that says, well, if Kamala Harris was in office, I'd be at brunch. Yeah, these are fucking liberals because they're okay with status quo. They're okay with Obama jokingly saying, I'm the deporter in chief. They're okay with him joking, saying that shit, because they don't give a fuck. As long as there's no active harm that what ICE is doing now. Liberals are okay with that shit, and this is what the Mensheviks were doing. But the actual fucking socialists, like Lenin in his fucking time, they was like, no, fuck that. What are you talking about? That shit ain't cool. Nah. Now, they weren't talking about immigrants because that wasn't the case, but what they were addressing were like the poor people in the fucking country at the time. So this is where you get the need for them to say, yo, what the fuck is going on? Let's change this shit because it doesn't have to be this way. So when you look at the flag, what the fuck do you see? You see the hammer and you see the goddamn sickle. And what the fuck did that reference? That reference at that time, at the turn of the century, that represented the people that worked in the fucking fields and the people that were working in these factories that were industrialized. It represented that. Nowadays, we would need something else that would represent the fucking tech sector. I don't know what the fuck it would be, but we definitely need something else. So, like, these people are so fucking uninformed. They're unread. They don't know what the fuck was going on at the turn of the century. It's just sad, bro.
Like to give? They share the trait of having superpowers, yes, but their motivations are entirely different. And what matters is their motivation, not the fact that they have superpowers.
So let's define this cleanly. At its core, socialism rejects true private ownership of means of production and prioritizes the collective over the individual. No matter how they claim to be anti-state, the state determines how property...
Bullshit. There's no socialist that's anti-state. That's retarded. There's no socialist that's anti-state. The state has nothing to fuck to do with it. See, what he's doing is he's playing loose and fast with socialism because he really wants to talk about communism, but he doesn't fucking know enough. But if he actually knew enough, he would say, no, what socialism does, socialism embraces the state. But what the state has to do is the state has to be on one accord with other socialists. And who the fuck are the socialists? The socialists are actually the proletariats, the workers, the people that make this shit. Oh my God, bro. This is so fucking bad, bro. This is so bad.
Is used, who benefits, and in what quantities, always in the name of the common good.
You probably now see Eric's argument taking shape. He's attempting to position a socialist as a person that is or claims to be anti-state, only for the state to still then dictate the means of production. The problem with this frame.
Right. This is the fucking stupidity of it. Because the state in most times, or even in socialism, the state is the one that is going to go along and or coincide with the fucking workers. This is so dumb. But when you get communism, that's when you erase the fucking state. This is so dumb. Because in socialism, you need the fucking state. And why the fuck do you need the state? Because it's a bottom-up system. You fucking clown. You don't understand this shit, bruh. I hate when people talk about this shit and they don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. This is so crazy, dog.
Framing is that it contradicts the definition of socialism. Literally, in the first definition, it states clearly, or governmental administration of the means of production. So, definitionally, societies where the state or the people control these elements are both still socialist. As I explained earlier, since socialism is primarily concerned with economic policy, socialists can vary widely on how they view government operations. But in order for a society to not be socialist, aka capitalist, there would have to be private entities that own the means of production.
God damn, this is so simple, bro. Like, he broke this shit down so simple, bro. Socialists need the fucking state. You know why they need the fucking state? So they can infiltrate the goddamn state. They need the state. So they can infiltrate the shit to where they can eventually get to communism so they can eventually eradicate the goddamn state. Because communism is a classless, stateless, moneyless society. So how the fuck do you get to communism if you don't have socialism to where these ideas invade the fucking state? You idiot. You don't know. Bro, this dude is an idiot. I'm so glad this brother broke this shit down.
In Nazi Germany, there were plenty of these types of companies. Earlier, I mentioned Qube. This corporation was owned by Alfred Qube, a Nazi sympathizer who later became one and participated in slave labor, of which he also profited from. Qube was just one of many German businesses that profited from slave labor during World War.
Right, and let me just say this. Yeah, he has a lack of understanding on the topic. Because imagine if the socialists didn't invade the state. What are you going to have? You're going to have a state that's against the fucking people. So you need the state so you can invade that shit. And you can put you can put your socialists in there to where they can push their shit that they want to where they can then eradicate the shit. Like, this ain't even hard to understand, bro. It's not even hard to understand. Damn.
War II. This is incredibly important because slave labor is fundamentally antithetical to socialism. Again, socialism by definition requires that workers collectively own and control the means of production, and a slave owns nothing, controls nothing, and has no political or economic agency. And yet...
Right, and this was the argument that was made because they were saying, well, damn, the slaves in America, the black slaves, they can't be proletariats. Why? It's because they aren't working for a fucking wage. They can't be proletariats. They're slaves. They aren't proletariats. So when you read the book Hammer and Hoe, what the brother's laying out, the brother's laying out that no, there were no proletariats, black proletariats in America. It was just fucking slaves. Whereas in Europe, they had actual proletariats because these people were forced to be in what you see in the picture right now, in warehouses, working on assembly lines and things of that nature. So no, black people initially, we were not fucking proletariats. Today we are, but before we weren't. God damn.
Slave labor and the exploitation of conquered territories during the war was widespread.
The majority of German men are fighting at the fronts of the Second World War. To keep agriculture and the weapons industry running, the Nazi regime forces millions into forced labor. By the end of the war, there are up to 12 million forced laborers.
12 million forced laborers. This is what the fuck Nazi Germany was doing. So when they were forcing these people into slavery, they were no longer even proletariats at that point. They weren't people. The proletariat is people that are selling their time and labor for money. That's a proletariat. These people weren't doing that shit. These people weren't doing that shit. They were forced into this shit. Now, if we're being honest, we could look here in America, and this is kind of after World War, well, during the midst of World War II, this is how women became part of the fucking workforce. Is because before that, women weren't part of the workforce like that. You probably had like maybe 5 or 10% of women that were in the workforce. This moved that shit up to like 60 to, well, I would say about 50 to 60% of women that were in the workforce. Because we needed people to be on these factory lines, because a lot of people went over to World War II in Europe. So this is one of the things that caused a lot of women to start to even work. Because before that, a lot of women didn't work. They didn't have rights. They couldn't have a bank account. They couldn't own a home. A lot of these things, women couldn't even have these fucking things. But the point being made is they couldn't be a socialist society if they were forcing people to the tune of 12 million fucking people to force them to fucking work. And they weren't forcing these people to work on a tip to where like this is good for the country. No, they were forcing these people to fucking work so they could fight a war. Like this is what Hitler was doing. So no, Hitler and the Nazis were not fucking socialists. As he already proved, they had private property, which you can't have a socialist society with private fucking property, number one. And number two, you can't have a socialist society if you're forcing people to work for the war machine. That's not fucking socialism.
Chiefly from occupied territories. Over half are women. They're taken to weapon production at Qube. Many of the women are barely adult. The working prisoners live mostly in inhumane conditions in barracks. Alongside captured soldiers and deported civilians, more than 4 million prisoners from concentration camps are used as forced labor. German armament firms benefit from the forced labor. It is cheaper than regular workers. The industry only has to pay loan fees to the SS and the Nazi state.
Do you hear that? The industry only has to pay loan fees to the SS and the Nazi state. To the Nazi state. The SS was an arm of the fucking Nazi state. So anything that went to the SS, obviously it went to the fucking Nazi state. But goddamn, it's not what socialism is. You're not paying dues and money to the fucking socialist state. That's not what the fuck you're doing. Like that's literally not how this shit fucking works.
The military machinery requires ever more people to be forced into work. The mass production of rockets, demanded by Hitler, also depends heavily on forced labor.
What you just heard is textbook state-directed capitalism, or the exploitation of people for the benefit of private industry enforced by the state. In fact, under the Article for State...
Exactly. You had to force these people to work, so it goes to the state, so they can use that money for the state's doing. Not that money would trickle down or do anything else for the people that live there. No. That money did not go to the people of fucking Germany. Everything that they made, produced, cut, cooked, none of that shit went to the fucking German people. It went to the fucking state. That's where it went. That's called state capitalism. That's called state capitalism. Let's go.
state capitalism on Britannica's website, they specifically list Nazi Germany as one of the examples. So literally nothing Eric can say changes how the Nazis actually operated, as documented by history. What Eric believes he's describing is actually state-directed capitalism. Here, listen to him.
No matter how they claim to be anti-state, the state determines how property is used, who benefits, and in what quantities, always in the name of the common good.
No, if these people were actually anti-state, what they would have been doing is these people would have had a collective to where they would have been working and the money wouldn't have been going to the fucking state. The money would have gone to them and their families that actually worked at these plants or whatever the fuck they was working at. But instead, the money went to the state. Knock it the fuck off, bruh. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
And this is exactly what Nazi Germany did.
As you can see on this Britannica article, Eric just described state capitalism, not socialism. In both state capitalism and certain socialist societies, the state can take over private businesses, which is what's confusing Eric. Where they differ is who ultimately benefits.
And let me just add this really quick. We don't use state capitalism anymore. That's like an olden term. What we use now is neoliberalism. That's the more apt term that we use is neoliberalism. So what the state would do is the state would invest in these private companies to where these private companies would then hire a bunch of people to where, like, take Lockheed Martin or any of these other companies. What the state would do is they would invest into these companies to where these companies would then hire people to where they would then make the money to where the state would then take that to where they would then, bomb people and kill people or whatever the case may be. So we operate under neoliberalism, hence the term new. It's neoliberalism. So state capitalism is an olden term that we don't use anymore. That was World War I/II term. We don't use that anymore. We use neoliberalism.
In a state capitalist society, private capital or the state itself benefits. In a socialist society, state involvement exists to transfer ownership and control to workers or the public rather than to preserve private profit or benefit the state itself. This is why socialism doesn't accurately describe Germany at that time. They had slave labor specifically to benefit the war effort and private capital, not to benefit the German worker.
Under the Nazis, businesses were not privately owned in any meaningful sense.
He just lied. He said under the Nazis, there were no businesses under any meaningful bullshit. Where the fuck was Volkswagen during this time?
Here is where
But he's about to give you some other businesses, which he already actually gave you.
Where you can tell Eric is being dishonest and his argument starts to show kinks. He knows Germany had private, for-profit businesses at that time, but he baselessly claims they weren't meaningfully private. This is vague language that doesn't mean anything. Again, there were plenty of privately owned businesses during the Third Reich that didn't primarily benefit the Nazis or their war effort. In fact, the microphone that I'm speaking to you all with, the Neumann U87, was made by one such company, George Neumann. Neumann wasn't controlled by the Nazis and their profits mainly went to George. Actually, Neumann's wife was a Jew and George actively fought against the Nazis' attempts to prosecute her. And his factory was literally bombed by the Allies in 1943, so they had all the reason to support the war effort, but he didn't. Eric does not know what he's talking about.
Yes, names stayed on buildings, but the state dictated prices, the wages, production.
No, the fuck they did not, bro. They did that in concert with other capitalists, bro. They did it in concert with other capitalists. This is terrible.
Quotas, suppliers, buyers, profits, and labor allocation. If you didn't comply, your business was seized or abolished. That is state control of means of production, and it's not capitalism.
Wrong. Literally not true, as the founder of the company I just spoke about was not controlled by the Nazis in any way, and he actively repelled their attempts to harm his Jewish wife. Seriously, I ask the audience, Do you think this guy has thoroughly vetted every German business in the 1930s and 40s to make the claim that he's making? Because if you answered yes, you might just be brain dead.
And again, if you look at the history of socialism, statism is not separated from it. You have those like the Ferdinand Lassalles of the world that were openly statist, and then you have others trying to redefine what statism actually is to pretend to be separated from it.
This was a meaningless assortment of words. Political philosophy is an ever-evolving field of study. Refining definitions to more accurately describe political philosophies is something that should be encouraged. That's how you get to the truth of a thing, constant stress testing and refinement. But that's the inherent problem with conservatism, being averse to change, even if that change is beneficial to society.
On the other hand, capitalism requires exclusive control and voluntary exchange. The Nazis had neither.
This is
That's a fucking lie. This dude just he gave you about 3-4 businesses, and then he gave you the business of the fucking even microphone that he's using, that these businesses were exclusive. Like I say, bro, this is crazy how these dudes operate like this.
Incorrect. Excluding all the other examples I've already provided, state capitalism is a hybrid system that turns the state from a referee to one of the owners. In historian Richard Overy's book, War and Economy in the Third Reich, he states that German businesses were able to build up assets and reward shareholders during the Third Reich. Clear evidence of a state capitalist economy, not socialism. It's true that certain companies important to the war effort, like oil companies, made deals with or outright submitted to the government. But A, this was not every German business, and B, even those businesses still recorded profits. According to a paper by Cambridge University, private businesses, quote, preserved a good deal of their autonomy even under the Nazi regime.
Yeah, that's a cut right there. Like that's a cut. That's a cut right there. Firms preserved a good deal of their autonomy even under the Nazi regime. God damn it, that's a cut.
End quote.
They had price controls, wage controls, production mandates, massive welfare programs, forced labor.
But none of that is socialism, though. Price control is not fucking socialism, bro. That's communism. This is what I'm telling you, bro. These niggas don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Price control is not, by government, is not fucking socialism, bro. These niggas are so fucking dumb. And this is how they get you to try to hate socialism. Oh, price control? Oh my God. You mean to tell me that there's not gonna be any more houses that are $3, $4, and $5 and $600,000? Oh my God. Oh my God, the price control. Can we think about the price control? You mean to tell me I don't have to save up for my whole fucking life for 20 years to buy a fucking home? They fool you with this shit. That's not socialism, bruh. Socialism, if we're looking at it at the very bare bones level, is control over the means of production. You're not controlling the prices of fucking homes, bruh. You're not doing that. What socialism is doing with homes is the people that are building those fucking homes, they get to set their price. They get to tell you how much they'll build it for and how much they're going to make. That is fucking socialism. Not no fucking price control. Not rent control. Not niggas getting no fucking rent freezes. That's not socialism. It's not socialism, bruh. It's fucking capitalism with extra steps. And for people not to know this shit is crazy.
Nationalized industry, central planning. Even Hitler explicitly rejected free enterprise and economic liberalism.
That's a fucking lie, bro. He did not reject free enterprise, bro. Oh my God, bro. This shit is sad. This shit is sad.
Repeatedly.
This is one of those instances that proves these grifters use words without knowing what they mean. Free enterprise, as historians use the term, means independent private businesses, minimal state interference, market-driven business decisions, and the freedom to produce, hire, price, and invest without political direction.
Man, this shit is so sad, bro, that people don't understand these basic fucking terms, bro. Bro, liberals of that fucking day agree with free enterprise the same way that neoliberals today agree with fucking free enterprise. Socialists of this day did not agree with this free enterprise shit. They didn't agree with the fucking market. The market should be able to tell me how much my house is worth. No. I should be able to purchase a fucking home and just live in a goddamn home. That should be it. This free enterprise shit is a fucking scam. This is a fucking neoliberal's wet dream.
This is called laissez-faire capitalism.
Laissez-faire. This is laissez-faire capitalism, bro. Laissez-faire, which eventually, you know, this is unfettered. This is laissez-faire is basically unfettered fucking capitalism, bro. Laissez-faire is what got us where we are right fucking now. Like, it's so stupid.
Which is a very dangerous type of capitalism that almost always results in some morally bankrupt company dumping toxic waste in your drinking water. It's the short-sighted shit conservatives consistently vote for that ruins the environment, because fuck everybody else, I guess. Yes, Hitler rejected these concepts. However, what Hitler actually supported was, again, what historians refer to as state capitalism, because he preserved private ownership, protected profits, allowed shareholders, and relied on industrialists that he made deals with. Yes, the state exercised a modicum of control over certain aspects, but that's why it's called state capitalism.
He openly said the individual must serve the community, not the other way around. That's socialism.
It's literally not. That quote has no meaning on its own. If the means of production are owned by the people or the state that then relinquishes control to the people, then that quote references socialism. However, that quote is in reference to state capitalism if the community is personified by the state, which it was in the Third Reich. It's hilarious that this man started this video suggesting there were many types of socialism, but for some reason isn't aware of the various types of capitalism.
Now, was it Marxist socialism? No, it was more National Socialism.
That doesn't even fucking even make any sense. That doesn't even make any sense.
Collectivist anti-capitalist system built around race instead of class.
Oh my fucking God, you gotta be kidding me. Built around race instead of class? They were in fucking Europe, you idiot. You idiot. Built around, hold on, let me rewind it. I don't think I heard that properly.
Was it Marxist socialism? No, it was more National Socialism, a collectivist anti-capitalist system built around race instead of class.
Built around race instead of class. Oh my fucking God. This nigga thinks that there was this huge deluge of fucking different races at the turn of the century that bled over into the 20th century, so where there were all of these fucking different races. No, this shit didn't fucking happen that way. Europe was just white people. When the fuck did white people start complaining about Africans coming over there? Not until the past 20 years. They weren't complaining about that shit because Africans weren't coming the fuck over there.
Same economic structure, different justification. Damn. Socialism for whites, if you want to be blunt.
This man.
Socialism for whites in a country filled with only whites? Socialism for whites filled in a country with only whites. What other race was there in France in fucking 1989? Who the fuck was in Belgium in 1986? Who the fuck else was there? Yo, this dude's an idiot.
And has now gone completely off the rails. What's funny about this is the very reason this guy quote tweeted me was to suggest that I didn't address his actual argument when I said that Nazis were socialist in name only. But you all heard him mention the name of the Nazi party, right? How he claimed ad hominem against my tweet is pretty fucking embarrassing. Their name has nothing to do with anything. You might as well say that I am a bird man because my channel's name is The Birdman. In fact, National Socialism doesn't even really mean anything.
Yo, this is so funny. This is so funny because I was trying to engage into a debate with this brother by the name of Taz, and he kind of did the same thing to me because I was telling him, I was like, hey, you know what? I'm a prison abolitionist. And what this fucking idiot nigga did was he took prison and in his feeble mind, he defined that. And then he took abolition and then he defined that. So his subsequent question was, well, what are we going to do with the murderers and the rapists if we abolish all prisons? This stupid nigga actually said that. See, when you don't understand the argument, i.e. and or the fucking content, this is the stupid shit you say. Just like this fucking idiot. When you don't understand it, you make a fool of yourself. So what are we gonna do with? It's like what niggas be doing? They'll say homophobia. Niggas is homophobic. This person's homophobic. So what they do is, as stupid as they are, they'll take the word homo, meaning a man, and then they'll take the word phobic, meaning scared of or have an irrational fear of something, and they'll say, well, I'm not scared of no gay people. Well, nigga, that's not what the fuck homophobia is. It has nothing to do with being scared of fucking gay people. That's not what homophobia is. Homophobia is when you attempt to levy laws or hold out people who are homosexual that are just trying to live their fucking life. So to the stupid nigga, he couldn't understand when I said I'm a prison abolitionist. He thought that, oh, you're a prison abolitionist. That means that you want, because, you know, he thought, oh, you just want to get rid of all prisons. No, dummy. Like, remember back in the day? Well, I ain't going to say back in the day, but like 3-4 years ago, because I'm also a person that agrees with defund the police. And we had all of these people on news channels and all of these motherfuckers that was saying, like, defund the police? So you want to get rid of the police? No. We don't want to get rid of the fucking police. We want to defund them. We want to change the way how police. So the shit they showed us on TV as a kid, so where the police would just walk around and, hey, how you doing? How's your son? We want to get back to that shit. But that's not what police do today. Police drive around in these cars with all of this gear on them and all of this other shit, and they don't give a fuck about you. They don't live in the goddamn community. They live, some of them, depending on the state you live in, like if you live in the DMV or you live like where I live in North Carolina, in the part where I live in, to where it's so close to South Carolina, you could live in a whole different fucking state, and then you will come just to this other fucking state just to police other fucking brown and black people? No. How about we defund these motherfuckers to where we don't allow these people to walk around with fucking all of these huge fucking guns and all of this shit? How about if somebody calls the police and say, hey, my son or my daughter is having a fucking manic episode, that we don't send the fucking police? But what happens is when you call 911 and you say, damn, my son or my daughter is having a manic episode and there's some kind of epileptic or whatever it is that they have that they're dealing with, they bring the niggas with guns. And then the niggas with guns to say, hey, stop, don't move. Well, of course these motherfuckers are going to move. They're manic. So then when they move, these cops shoot them to fucking death. And this was happening so much so with black people to where we was like, yo, we got to defund the police. You niggas is walking around pulling up with tanks and all of this other shit, got all this body armor on, all of this other shit. How about we defund that part of the police and actually invest more into social workers when you have a situation to where there's a person that's having a fucking manic episode? We could actually bring someone that can talk these people down. Because what we see all the time is when a person is trying to rob a bank or a person is on a fucking ledge, you don't just bring out the fucking police and the regular police person's like, nigga, jump. No, you bring somebody out that can talk to the person, try to connect with the person. Hey, man, you don't want to do this. Think about your sister. She loves you. Look, she took care of you. She made you, SpaghettiOs or whatever the fuck. Whatever you got to do to connect with that person, you do that. But let's fund more of these people and let's defund more of these other people that show up with guns. Obviously, motherfucker, if I go into the goddamn bank and it's goddamn 85 degrees and I see two niggas walking there with a fucking trench coat, if I call the police, yeah, I want you to bring the niggas with the motherfucking guns. Duh. But if my son or my daughter is having a manic fucking episode and I just can't control them, no, I want you to bring somebody else out that can probably talk to them to where you can establish a connection with them to where they don't blow their fucking brains out, A, or B, charge you to where you can fucking shoot them and kill them. But the media took defund the police to be, oh, we shouldn't give the police any funds. Nigga, no, that's not what we're saying. We want you to stop fucking killing black people. So when you see a person like Daquan McDonald in fucking Chicago, and the brother clearly had some issues, the police didn't know about that. But when his mother called, she knew the fuck about that. And she gave that information to the fucking police. But what did the police do? They brought niggas with guns. They didn't bring niggas with guns and one or two people that can talk to Daquan that could be like, hey, look, what's going on, man? What type of Pokemon game you like? You like Pokemon? I like Pokemon too. I like Charizard. I was trying to get that card and, and talk niggas down. This is what the fuck we're talking about. This is the shit we're talking about. Employ more of those people before you implore more of these motherfuckers with guns just to shoot niggas. Because their whole thing is, if you're coming at me, if you're charging at me, I'm going to shoot you in the chest or the fucking head. That's it. So how about we employ more fucking people that can talk to these fucking people? That was the fucking main point of defund the fucking police. And these motherfuckers act like they don't understand that shit. And this dude is doing the same thing. Oh, they were actually social. No, the fuck they were not, bro. No, they were not. Just because someone's using a name does not mean that their end goal was to do the same as their name portrayed. That's not what the fuck that is. And it's unfortunate because Black Lives Matter really set us the fuck back with that shit. They really set us the fuck back. If I'm being honest, they really set us the fuck back with all of this shit they was doing, and these motherfuckers getting all of this bread and buying these homes. They really set us the fuck back. Because if we're being honest, motherfuckers ain't like black people anyway. Motherfuckers ain't like black people anyway. But then when these motherfuckers start getting all these homes and start doing all this tax evasion shit, it really put us in a bad light. And then now, what the fuck is BLM now? Now it's on the back burner. Now it's like the butt of niggas' jokes when it could have really been something. And even when you look at the whole BLM shit, the motherfuckers that picked this shit up, which we shouldn't really be mad about, but niggas that picked it up wasn't the original niggas that was fucking with it. But we can't argue about the original niggas that picked it up. We gotta fuck with the niggas that got it now. Q Black says they only have those alleged talkers in movies. Nah, bro, that's not real, bro. They got niggas that can talk to people, bro. Like when you have niggas that in hostage situations, they got niggas that they go to that talk to people, bro. They really have people. They don't have units. To be honest with you, they don't have units to where, hey, but no, they do have people to where they say, hey, yo, talk to this person. Because I can't get through to this person. Talk to this person. They do have that. And people in, the police, they do get trained for that shit. Believe it or not, they do get trained for it. You know what I'm saying? So we need a lot of that. We need a lot of that. Because imagine the shit that happened to the sister. I want to say it was at was it the beginning of last year? The sister to where the two police came in the crib and the sister and they fucking shot the sister in the fucking head, and then they tried to lie and try to say that she tried to throw a pot of fucking boiling water at her head. I forget that sister name. I'm sorry. I apologize. But they tried to say the sister tried to throw a fucking pot of boiling water at the sister's head, and then they shot her and killed her right there on the spot. I forget her name. Somebody tell me her name. But like this the shit we talking about, bro. Because when the police was called there for her, they didn't call the police because she was breaking any laws or anything like that. Yeah, you can send one nigga with a gun, but send somebody else with some fucking sense that's willing to try to help first. But these motherfucking police officers, no, they're not trying to help, bruh. We always say like, damn, why don't you aim at the foot? That's gonna stop a nigga. No, they aim at the chest and the fucking head. Because everybody's a bad guy to a nigga to a motherfucker with a badge and a gun. Everybody's a bad guy. What about the little dude in Miami to where the nigga was on the floor and they shot him and killed him? What about him? It's like it just goes on and on and on. And the dude, I hate to say it, but he was retarded. And they killed the dude. Like, this shit just keep happening over and over and over. So, that's her name, Sonya Massey. Yeah. This shit happened to her, bruh. And what happened with Sonya Massey, they came to do a wellness check. They came to do a wellness check, and they didn't send anybody that meant her anything well. Listen, let's be real. If they actually sent officers out there to do a wellness check, and they had a person out there that was actually trying to talk to her and figure out what was going on, they could have probably deduced, well, maybe she is crazy. But what she did not do is try to throw no fucking hot-ass pot of water on the goddamn officer. That didn't happen. We saw the fucking body cam footage. That didn't happen. That was a lie. The dude murdered the woman in fucking cold blood. So when we say defund the police, this is what the fuck we talk about. Had they sent one person out there to try to see what was going on with the system for a wellness check, and then you just had the person sitting back behind, you know, he got a gun, whatever, okay, just in case shit get crazy, whatever. Just in case shit get crazy, you got a nigga with a gun. But if you actually send a social worker out there, you know, she's equipped with, he or she's equipped with a bulletproof vest. They got a stun joint on them, and they got another gun with rubber bullets. Okay. I'm sure the sister Sonya Massey would prefer to get hit in the head 1 or 2 times with some fucking rubber bullets than some fucking hollow tips. If we're being honest, I'm sure she would prefer that. But that's not what happened to her. They murdered the sister in cold blood. Just like the woman, Renee Good, murdered her. Cold fucking blood. This dude got out of the way of the fucking car and then decided to squeeze. If you out of the way of the fucking car, nigga, that no court would agree with a person moving out of the way and then shooting into a fucking car. No court would agree with that shit. But there's not even investigation into the shit that happened to Renee Good. They're not even investigating it. Why? Because ICE has what? They have autonomy, number one. And number two, they can't be prosecuted. They can't be prosecuted for shit. Because they're the SS of today. It's crazy. So I just say that to say this, man. These motherfuckers don't know what they talk about. And this shit is so sad because it gets a lot of people hurt and a lot of people die behind this right-wing extremism that these niggas be doing, bro. A lot of people die behind this shit every fucking day.
As I stated on Twitter, they chose that name as a marketing tactic because in the early 20th century, the word socialist was popular. I'm not kidding. That's literally the reason National Socialist was chosen for the name of the party.
And before someone says, but they privatize things, no. If the state tells you how to run your business, what to produce, how much to sell, who to sell to, and at what price, you don't own it. You're a manager for the state.
This is why you...
But that's not socialism, you fucking idiot. It's not socialism. If the state tells you what to sell, when to sell, how you're gonna sell it, that's not socialism, bruh. It's not. It's just fucking not, bruh.
You need a real historian speaking about this topic and not some guy that barely knows what these words even mean. The Third Reich was unique in a lot of ways, and this was one of them. By definition, they were state capitalists, and nearly everything they did served capitalism in some fashion, most explicitly the usage of slave labor and allowing shareholders to receive dividends. It's true Hitler opposed free market capitalism, but that is one type of capitalism. Eric seems to believe free market capitalism is the only type. I mean, he mentioned welfare as being indicative of socialism, which means he's clearly unaware of welfare capitalism. Do your Googles.
And that's the state that we live in now. This is why you have so many liberals that say, damn, can we at least just get health care? Can we at least just get what the Europeans got to where they have sanctioned fucking days off? To where Europeans get like up to a year that once you have a baby, the male and the female can take a year off. That's just fucking capitalism, bro. That's just capitalism. That's democratic socialism is what the fuck it is, to give you the exact name. That's not socialism, dog. Like, it's crazy these people don't even, like, investigate none of this shit they're talking about. They just say this shit.
It's not privatization, bros. That's socialism with extra paperwork. This is why the economists like Ludwig von Mises, who fled Nazis, explicitly...
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad.
QBlack4415 says, Qube, I made a comment earlier, I don't think you seen it. I was saying you should debate Taz on is America truly a free country. I think you would smoke Taz on that.
Well, number one, I don't think Taz would take that debate. But if he did, yeah, I would smoke him on that. But, you know, even though I think that he is dumb, I don't think he's dumb enough to say that, because you could take the most dumbest American, even like this brother Eric July, he would even tell you before he got into a debate that he doesn't think that we're a free country. But that is interesting, and if I run into the brother again, I'll bring that up. If he would like to debate if America's a free country, because yeah, I would definitely debate him on that shit. 100%. I would debate anybody on that. To be honest with you, I would debate anybody.
classified Nazi Germany as a form of socialism.
Yes, Mises was a free enterprise economist who had very similar views you do, Eric. I'm not surprised he ended up in your video. Ludwig was also heavily criticized for having an inflexible mind and on his stance on knowing things without ever having experienced them. He was often criticized for literally not knowing what he was talking about, or as Whittaker Chambers put it, Mises's thesis that anti-capitalist sentiment was rooted in envy epitomized know-nothing conservatism at its know-nothingest. In other words, ya mama. My point is that this figure was cherry-picked and does not represent the modern consensus on the Third Reich's economy.
He distinguished it between the German model and the Russian model, but not between socialism and capitalism. Different flavors, same disease.
No, bro. There were, when you look at, as he said it, the German model and the Russian model, they were not similar. They were completely contrary. They literally fought a fucking world war, bro. It was called World War II. The Germans and the Russians fought a fucking world war, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And even at that time, when the Russians reciprocated the attack that the Germans started, like that, the Russians at that time were not even fucking socialists. That's the craziest part, is like, these niggas know nothing about history. Like, the Russians never even achieved socialism. They never achieved that shit, dog. Like, they were fighting for the shit. They were trying to get there, but they could never fucking get there due to the fucking American hegemony. They could never get to fucking socialism. They were trying their fucking damnedest, but they never got to fucking socialism. That's the dumbest shit that these niggas don't even understand. Niggas want to say, oh, the Russians were socialists. No, they weren't socialists. They never even got to fucking socialism. They never fucking got there, which is the craziest part. So there is no fucking German model or Russian model. The Russians never got to fucking socialism. They got really fucking close, but in the midst of them getting close to it, boom, World War I happened. And then boom, 15, 20 years later, World War II happened. They never got to fucking socialism. Even communism, nigga, forget about it. They never got there.
And this pattern repeats throughout history. Socialism promises the collective good, but it centralizes power, crushes dissent, purges enemies, and leaves massive suffering in its wake.
No, socialism does not essentialize fucking power. That's not what the fuck it does, bro. It's not what it does. What socialism does is it distributes power, you fucking idiot. It distributes power to the workers. Socialism is a mainly worker focused economic movement. That's what the fuck it is, bro. It's a worker economic movement. That's all the fuck it is, dog. When you get to communism, that's something fucking different. To where now you have to even more so engage with the state to where then you can evaporate the fucking state. Like, this is so dumb. It's so dumb.
Nazis weren't an exception, and they were a variation.
These are propagandistic lies often spread by conservatives and right-wingers seeking to preserve exploitative capitalistic structures. Again, socialism is an economic framework about ownership of production, not a system of governance. It doesn't prescribe how a state treats its people. Socialist economies can exist
Right. It's just the system of how the proletariats operate. It's not the system of governance. It's how the system of proletariats govern themselves. It's not the governance of how the whole country fucking works. It's how the workers, the proletariats, govern themselves. And what you do is you use that to bleed over into political power so you can then get communism. Like, these niggas never read nothing a day in their fucking life, and it shows. It's impossible.
Under authoritarian regimes or liberal democracies, just as capitalist economies can. This weak attempt to paint socialism as inherently evil by incorrectly attributing the philosophy to Nazis only exposes that you don't know what these terms actually mean. The United States currently has socialist programs that you benefit from, Eric.
Well, hold on. I got to disagree. America doesn't have any socialist programs because that's not what socialism is. Socialism is not when the government does stuff. Socialism is not you being able to have the fire department. Socialism is not the fucking police department being able to come help you. Socialism is not any of those fucking things. It's strictly the fucking means of production. The things that you produce, you have a say in how the funds, the profits that you reap, you have a say in how those profits and where those profits go. No, it's not that. It's not that.
Public infrastructure is a system we all have universal access to.
Yeah, but public infrastructure is not socialism. That's not it. Public infrastructure is not that. It's not socialism.
And it's not subject to market failure or demand. The United States Postal Service is a socialized public service.
It's socialized, but it's not socialism. That's not what socialism. That's not what socialism is. Socialism is for the proletariats to have the understanding and control the means of production. Just because everybody can access the fucking postal service doesn't mean that this shit is fucking socialism. It's socialized, but it's not socialism.
Service that is literally owned by the government and has a universal service obligation that is written into law. A letter costs the same to mail whether it goes across the street or across the country, and you can't be denied service because you're poor. Is USPS crushing dissent and purging enemies?
So no, we don't get to say that it wasn't real socialism just because it ended badly. And you don't get to call it capitalism.
Yeah, he's so dumb. He's not only putting socialism and communism in the same box, he's trying to put socialism and communism and the Nazis in the same box when that's not even something that they espouse. The Nazis were inherently fucking capitalists. They were inherently capitalist, as the brother Birdman just displayed. It's sad.
When private property didn't exist in practice. You can say that it wasn't your socialism, whatever. But historically, economically, and philosophically, the Nazis were
not socialists. Finally, common ground. So, was that good enough for you, Eric? Did I ad hom you this time? Notice how I have actual sources and you have floating PNGs of men that may have said things at one point in time? Look, I know it doesn't take much to please the mouth-breathing lunatics you court on Twitter, but you'd be much better served sticking to grifting on movies that feature Brie Larson or some shit. You know absolutely nothing about these topics, and your desperation to regain relevance by shifting to the right-wing political grift is rather embarrassing. You're not Qube. They don't love you like that.
Yeah, I like the bird, man. He be dropping some shit. Like I said, the only thing I disagree with him was with that USPS shit. The United States Postal Service, that's the only thing I disagree with. But everything else, he was spot on with. He was spot on and he cooked that nigga. But yeah, if you get a chance, man, go subscribe to the bird, man. And he be dropping jewels, man. Like if you like a lot of like the Marvel movies and comic book shit like that, man, he be cooking these niggas. He be beating the dog shit out of these niggas, bro. I be checking that nigga, bro. Well, not checking him, but I be checking him out. And like some of the videos he be doing. Like some of these videos, he be going in, bro. He be catching these niggas, bro. He be catching these niggas. Like this one I fuck with. The other like his videos I don't really fuck with. But the Exposing the Grift series, yeah, he be getting them niggas, bro. He be getting them niggas and he be cooking the fuck out of their ass. And I be loving it. Because like the niggas like me, like, cause he really be cooking it. Cause a lot of these motherfuckers, like, they'll be hating on shit. Because like, these motherfuckers, they'll be like, yo, why, like, you know, these motherfuckers ain't doing shit like the comic books and shit like that, da-da-da-da. But then he'll cook them and show them, like, nigga, this shit is in the fucking comics, you dummy. You know what I'm saying? Like, this should be funny. Like, this
Including
particular
that
video.
a day.
Like, this one video right here, he was cooking these niggas because, these stupid niggas, they was like, oh, well, these niggas ain't even see the movie because this movie ain't came out yet. This is the Supergirl movie. So these niggas be hating on the Supergirl. Anything with a woman lead, if it's a female lead, if it's a black lead, if it's a gay lead, these niggas is always going to have a problem. But they always yearn for those days when there were no female leads. There were no black leads. There were no gay leads. But then when you look into the comics, this shit all fucking existed in its own, like, self-contained shit. So, and this nigga, he done read way more fucking comics than me. Because this nigga just be beating the dog shit out of these niggas. So these niggas will say some shit like for example, in this video, which I'm not gonna show the whole thing because it's long as shit. Like niggas is like, yo, how come fucking Supergirl? Why can't she just fly? And why don't she have all of these superpowers that Superman has? Well, dummy, if you actually read this fucking arc, it tells you why she can't do this shit. And in this new Superman movie, it lifts its fucking story directly from the fucking comics, like damn near word fucking word. Even some of the shit she even says is directly from the fucking comics. Like, hold on, let me just play a little bit of it, just so you can see like how this nigga be cooking, bruh. I be fucking with this nigga.
He couldn't wait a single day before revving up the grift machine. DC releases a teaser trailer for Supergirl, and this dipshit couldn't wait a day to jump on the hate train for something he hasn't yet seen. Literally, day zero, this was his tweet. An ironic one at that, as you have the critical drinker calling a drunk wearing glasses edgy.
So you got this dude called the Critical Drinker, and he got like millions of followers. But the way how he got there is by like shitting on movies and shitting on movies with black leads, female leads, gay leads. Like he does this shit, and over the course of these like years, like niggas just got tired of that shit. So there's been a few niggas that done came out against this shit. You know, these are white people that does this. These are all white people that do this. It's this dude. It's other white people that do this shit. Anytime a new movie come out, if it's a white person, well, excuse me, if it's a female, if it's a black, like, bro, they go so hard on it, and these motherfuckers got millions of followers. So just a real quick example so you understand what I mean. The new Star Trek just came out, right? And I'm watching this shit with my daughter. My daughter hates fucking Star Trek. Like, she fucking hates it. Like, that's just not her thing. But the Star Trek that she used to me watching is the old school Star Trek. You know, so I get her to watching the new one that just came out last Thursday or whatever. And my daughter fucking loves it. Like, she loves it. She's like, oh, man, this shit is so dope, da-da-da. Whatever. She loves it. But these niggas are saying, like, how bad the new Star Trek is because there's a black person in it. Mind you, that most of the fucking Klingons in Star Trek were black, even though the original Klingons were white. But they it's so fucking stupid. So the original Klingons were white, like white skinned, but then the second iteration they actually evolved, and this is why when you look at Star Trek like Next Generation and all of this other shit, this is why you see them black, because they actually evolved. So now they're now black. So now when you see like the Klingons now in the newest Star Trek, these motherfuckers are black, and these motherfuckers got a problem with the Klingons being black. But it's like, yo, had you watched fucking Star Trek The Next Generation, which came out in fucking 1988, you would have saw that the Klingons had already evolved. So like all of this shit is unwarranted, number one. You know, never mind that. You know, but you know, I'm a Trekkie. I fuck with Star Trek. I fuck with Star Wars, all of that shit, like the nerd shit. I fuck with all of that. So these motherfuckers, they just hate. Like, they hate all of this shit. So what he be doing and the other a few people, they be checking these niggas because they be knowledge checking these niggas. Because these niggas don't be knowing what really be happening in the comics and the original shit. These niggas don't even be watching the shit. They just hate the new shit that's coming because they look at it like, oh, there's a new black person and there's a new black person in the forefront of something, so I must hate it. But meanwhile, this shit was already fucking happening in the 80s and 90s. Like, for another example, so when you look at Terminator 2 or Terminator 1, you could take the main character of that story, you could take that to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, but in actuality, the main character is really the fucking mother, because she's the mother of fucking John, what's her name? Like, so it's a whole bunch of shit, but check this out. Like, he cooks these niggas.
The critical drinker calls...
Yeah, so the critical drinker is one of these racist crackers, and he's cooking this motherfucker.
A drunk wearing glasses edgy. You can't make this stuff up. You know, I called this one instantly. This is precisely how predictable these people have become. If a superhero project stars a woman or a minority, these idiots come out of the woodwork like roaches when the lights go off.
So yeah, so this is the type of shit that they'll put. So they'll put like slop, superheroes are cooked, the absolute state. Like they'll do like make these videos. That's his name, Nerdrotic. Critical Drinker. Like there's a bunch of these channels that just hate on fucking anything that minorities are doing, whether it's women, whatever the fuck. They just hate this shit.
And it's sad, really. These people and the parrots that follow them have such miserable lives where literally everything that releases is out to get them or hurts their feelings in some way. Only the cynical grifter has something to show for it, as he makes thousands of dollars whining, which of course only makes the people doing it for free even sadder. Anyway, let's hear what he has to say.
This movie is a wacky, irreverent adventure about a dysfunctional, loose cannon protagonist with a love of dancing and 1980s pop music who uses snarky humor to mask their inner pain and turmoil. They're not your typical superhero, that's for sure. But when they get embroiled in a world-ending conflict, they're forced to team up with a group of likable misfits. They're not your typical superhero team, that's for sure.
Wait a minute. Isn't that just your tweet, but reworded slightly? I mean, I knew you were a lazy hack, but come on, make this difficult. Both this soliloquy and your tweet are completely wrong, but in order to prove this, I must first explain Woman of Tomorrow. The new Supergirl film.
And see, this is the sad part because niggas never read the fucking comic Woman of Tomorrow. They don't read these comics, so when you have DC that actually goes to the source material and makes a fucking movie from the comic and these motherfucking dummies didn't read it, they sound as stupid as you're about to fucking hear. So fucking stupid.
Is based on the comic book Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, an 8-book miniseries by Tom King. Remember that name. It'll be important later. This story is told from the perspective of Ruthie, a young alien girl on a planet with a red sun who loses her father to the space pirate Krim of the Yellow Hills. Ruthie, being a young girl, sets out to find someone capable of killing Krim in revenge for the...
Pay attention. This planet has a red sun. If you know anything about fucking Superman or the fucking Kryptonians, you know what the fuck a red sun means.
Slaying of her father, and happens upon a bounty hunter whom she offers Krim's sword as payment. The bounty hunter attempts to steal that sword, and a drunk Supergirl who is celebrating her 21st birthday intercepts the bounty hunter and retrieves the sword. Ruthie, enamored with and thankful to Supergirl, follows her and makes her the same deal, which she refuses because Supergirl doesn't kill people. Krim appears with the bounty hunter and tries to kill Supergirl and Krypto, very nearly succeeding, because this planet has a red sun which slowly depowers Supergirl and is why she came here, so she could physically get drunk for her birthday. Krypto is poisoned by Krim's arrows, and only he knows the antidote for the poison. Krim then steals Supergirl's ship, and now unable to fly after him due to the red sun, Supergirl is stranded with Ruthie, and they go on an adventure to catch Krim, force him to give them the antidote for Krypto's poisoning, and kill Krim for killing Ruthie's father. This story is fucking awesome, and I highly recommend any comic book fan that hasn't yet read it to do so, because not only is the story and artwork phenomenal, you'll be introduced to a fantastic new DC character in Ruthie Mary Knoll, and she might even be your favorite character in the story. Now, back to Drinker's tweet. He's characterized this trailer as a wacky space adventure about a dysfunctional hero who has to partner up with a quirky band of misfits. Now, dear viewer, what part of the synopsis of Woman of Tomorrow that I just explained is a dysfunctional hero partnering up with a quirky band of misfits? There are two protagonists in this story, not Supergirl partnering up with a band of misfits. Supergirl isn't dysfunctional. She came to this planet in order to celebrate her birthday, and because there is a red sun, she's finally able to get drunk. In the comic, the reason she does this is because she's still mourning the loss of her mother, father, and Krypton, something the trailer actually shows.
Exactly. Because in the comics, Supergirl is actually fucking older than fucking Clark Kent for these stupid motherfuckers that don't read this shit. She's the older cousin, even though she's mostly portrayed as younger, but she's actually older than fucking Superman. She's older than him. She was around when the shit was fucking being destroyed. It's so fucking crazy. These niggas never read the comics. It's crazy.
Also shown in the trailer is Kara suffering from a hangover, another thing lifted directly from the comic. Where in that trailer was it shown that this apparent team of misfits are taking on a bigger threat?
And why can she get a fucking hangover? You want to know why? It's because she has the red sun. She has no fucking powers when there's a red sun. So you know what accelerates and makes the powers of Kryptonians even more than what they fucking are? It's the yellow sun that Earth has. These motherfuckers are dumb, bro. They're so fucking stupid. They don't read the comics, so they make up this stupid shit that they talk about.
Krim, while dangerous to regular people in the story, is literally no match for Supergirl and has to use a magical orb to BFR her. So you see, so far, nothing of what Drinker has said about this film is accurate to the trailer or the comic book this story is based on. This is because Drinker does not know what he's talking about, has no knowledge of the source material, has a child's grasp on marketing material, and is so fucking lazy that he won't even do the bare minimum to understand why certain things are being shown to him. It has been known long before this trailer even dropped that they would be adapting Tom King's comic book. Here, I'll prove it.
Now, I'll tell you this. I didn't know that because I didn't even know they were coming out with a Supergirl movie. So I didn't know that. And I also didn't know that they were going to adapt Tom King's run. So I didn't know that. But I love this story and it's dope as shit that they actually use this.
This is a screenshot of Wikipedia's entry on the film from July of this year. You can clearly see they stated this film would be an adaptation of that comic book, and this was the time the Critical Drinker was complaining about Superman, saying it wouldn't surpass $600 million. So it should be clear to everyone here that he did not do his due diligence and is pulling things from his ass in his strange crusade against James Gunn that has seemingly come out of nowhere. To harp further on this point, he's blaming James Gunn when this film is written and directed by people that are not James Gunn.
Oh, goddamn, I was muted the whole time? Shit, my bad. What I was trying to say is, goddamn, what I was trying to say is that I'm one of those weird comic book purists to where I prefer that, you know, writers and directors, when they take comics and bring it to the silver screen, that they focus more on the actual source material, and then after that, they can just kind of do what they want to do with it. But I prefer them to try to stick to the source material, because what I saw was when they did the shit with the X-Men, but what they did with the X-Men is they took part of the source material and they just went to fucking town. So with X1, X2, X3, they was retconning niggas' stories left and right just to make a movie, just to make shit fit. And none of that shit never made sense. And then when they came back to make the next three, the shit just didn't fucking fit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still like those movies. I think, like the first X-Men movie, I went to go see that in theaters. I think I was probably like 17 or something like that. Like I was a fan for real. But like, I think the best of all of those movies out of X1, 2, 3, and then Days of Future Past and all of that, I think Days of Future Past was the best fucking movie they ever made, because that movie showed a lot of X-Men, and it actually showed them using their fucking powers. Because a lot of those other X-Men movies, like, you only knew some of these people because they would call them by name. You know what I'm saying? They would just call them by name, but you never really saw what they could fucking do. You know what I'm saying? They would just be like, yo, such and such. And you'll just be like, oh, okay, well, that's such and such. But in Days of Future Past, like, that was the movie to where, like, you actually got to see them do their shit. And I don't like, even in Days of Future Past, how they killed Storm, that shit was weak as fuck how they did that. You know, but they were trying to make a good movie, and they felt like they had to kill Storm in that aspect to try to, you know, drum up the shit, but they didn't have to do it that way. I think there was a different way you could do it. How they killed Iceman, you know, that was kind of silly how they did that. You know, it was a lot of shit that they did in that movie that was kind of silly, because what they did in that movie is they took what's her name? Mystique. They took Mystique and made these fucking Sentinels. But it's like, you don't have to fucking do that. You could have just took Darwin's DNA and injected that into the fucking Sentinels and caused them to be. Like, you could have took Darwin's DNA, but that didn't happen, but whatever. But, you know. But yeah, that was just multiple ways that they could have did it. But I think that, you know, they was working on a budget and they was trying to, you know, do something different, which I think is the problem with a lot of these fucking superhero movies. Which this is why I don't think we're ever gonna have a real good Superman movie, because all of these bro, I've never seen a good Superman movie, bro. I'm being honest with you, bro. I've never seen a fucking good Superman movie. I've never seen a real good Superman movie, bro. Like, I've never seen it. He said, you talking X-Men, somebody named Mr. X in the chat. Yeah. I thought about that when he said Days of Future Past. I thought about that. But yeah, like, the great Superman movie, like, it just won't exist, bro. Like, it won't exist, because what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to, like, really follow the comics for that shit. And, like, I don't think that they're willing to do that. Because even with the last one, not this last one, I thought that shit was trash. I fell asleep on that hoe. But the one before that, I thought they got real close. But what they did was they had to fucking kill Superman just to bring him back. And then when they brought him back, he just murked everybody. And, like, he just rendered the fucking Justice League, like, like, it wasn't even real, because, like, the Justice League wasn't even a Justice League. You know, yeah, like the Superman movies, just they never fucking hit. Like they don't hit like the comics, bro. They don't hit like the comics, like, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine one of these motherfuckers like taking on Doomsday, bro. Like, bro, like that's one of my favorite Superman stories. Is Doomsday. It's because the nigga die. Well, he get his ass whooped. He dies. He comes back and he still gets his fucking ass whooped. But he still beats Doomsday ultimately. But like, well, they kill each other, but Doomsday still live on some wild shit. But Superman dies, but like they never can get that shit right, bro. Like I just don't understand. And I remember reading the original Doomsday comic. You know what I'm saying? That shit was like fucking 150 pages long. I remember reading that shit as a kid. The original Death of Superman. I remember reading that shit as a kid. And I think my uncle had it. And then I forget who. I think my uncle had it. And then I found the comic book and read that shit. And I was like, damn, this is crazy. Because a lot of people don't know, bro. Like, I really didn't fuck with Marvel like that, to be honest with you. Like, I mainly fuck with DC. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of the niggas I fuck with was from DC, you know, and then I fucked around and read that damn comic book of The Death of Superman. And then right after that, one of my homies gave me a comic book, he gave me an X-Men comic. And I took that shit home. I think I was like probably in the 5th grade. He gave me an X-Men comic. Man, it was over after that. It was over after that, bro. Like all of like my favorite heroes, the niggas I was fucking with was all in DC, bro. All in DC. And that nigga gave me a fucking Marvel comic book, and it was over. The moment that I saw Wolverine, and I read that shit, nigga, it was over, nigga. It wasn't nothing else to talk about, nigga. That was my favorite character. Like, that shit was a wrap. And then you got to remember, during that time, they had, in the arcades, they had Marvel versus DC. So you had Wolverine in the video games. You had the Hulk in the video games. You had Magneto. All of them niggas in the video game. I think Marvel vs. Capcom. I think Jean Grey was in there. Yeah, so it was a wrap after that, nigga. I ain't give a fuck about DC after that, bro. I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, yo, Marvel is where it's at. And then you start to read Marvel and start to check out their whole arc. Like, that shit was just dope as fuck. And then, you know, the shit never fucking dawned on you, but, you know, you start to look at the other parts of DC. Excuse me, my bad, Marvel. You start to look at the other parts of Marvel, you know what I'm saying? The shit they had, it was just, like, crazy because, like, you're like, damn, like, you start to see, like, the Fantastic Four and shit, like, it never crossed your mind at the time, like, well, what the fuck was the Fantastic Four? How the fuck did they allow this big ass nigga Galactus to do all of this shit? And where the fuck was the X-Men and, you know, the Black Panther and all these? Where the fuck were all of these other niggas? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the X-Men doing? You know what I'm saying? But you never thought about that because, like, you just took it as the little strips allow you to take it, you know? But as you get older and the movies start coming out, you start to be like, damn, you know, like, what the fuck was, you know, I fucked around and started, nigga gave me a comic book about Thor. I read that shit. And, yeah, that shit just kind of fucked me up. I was just, it was no coming back at that point. I was all Marvel I was all Marvel, bro. I was all Marvel. It was a wrap. It was a wrap, bruh. Because I don't know if y'all remember, but it was like 1992. I never forget this shit, bruh. It was like it was like 1992 or 1993 or some shit like that, to where I saw Marvel change up their fucking not their color scheme, but the way how they drew characters. So the way how they drew characters, it was just like how DC drew characters. But I started to see Marvel start to draw in their characters to where like the women were more robust. The men had bigger muscles. Like the women had bigger fucking titties, bigger booties. You start to see Wolverine with huge fucking arms and shit like that, and like that really just kind of changed the game to me, to where like the shit wasn't proportionate. It was kind of like Street Fighter. Like if you look at the original Street Fighter and then you see like Street Fighter 3 come out and you start to see like how the proportions are different, and you start to see like, damn, this nigga Ryu had proportional feet. And then you play Street Fighter 3, this nigga got huge ass fucking feet, huge ass fucking muscles. But he's able to do more shit and combo. Like that's what it was for me, to where I started to fuck with Marvel more. You know what I'm saying? Because the characters just look better. Like they look better that way to me at the time. They just look better. Versus like DC, everybody was slim, and Superman ain't have no fucking definition. Aquaman ain't have no fucking definition. You had the Thing, who was just, no, my bad. No, that's Marvel. My bad. But these motherfuckers had no definition. It was just like they was just out there for real. It was just like crazy. But then you see Marvel like, and then that's when you started to see Batman come out, to where this nigga had these huge fucking muscles and shit. And they changed Batman shit from his chest. He had this whole yellow and black shit, like, because before that he didn't have that shit before. You know what I'm saying? Then they gave him that shit. I was like, okay, DC trying to step their game up, whatever. But yeah, Marvel just had it. Cause I remember this one issue. I'll never forget this issue. I forget what issue it was, but it was a summer issue, but it came out in like April or March or something like that. And I'll never forget, it had Storm, Jean Grey, it had Rogue, and it had a whole bunch of other like X-Men, just not only X-Men but just Marvel characters. And it was like a swimsuit edition, but they all were dressed in swimsuits, and like you could see that they had changed up their drawing style to where they no longer looked how they would look in the fucking 80s. Wolverine wasn't wearing the fucking orange and black no more. He was in the yellow and black. Like, I was just like, damn, okay. And they had Wolverine with his shirt off and shit like that. But hold on, it wasn't even an issue for real. It wasn't even an issue. Do y'all remember in the comics? Let me tell y'all, this is what it was. It wasn't even an issue. Do y'all remember in the comics to where like it'll be like the middle page to where like they would advertise shit. They would advertise like other shit, or sometimes it would be like wherever the fuck you bought the comic book from, whatever comic book store. It'll be like little shit to where you bought the comic book from. It'll tell you about other comics that's coming in the future and shit like that. That's what it was. And they had a picture with all of these motherfuckers. They had Wolverine with his shirt off. That nigga was jacked, looking crazy. And they had a... Damn, I wonder if I can still find that shit. Oh, you remember that? Bro, that shit just changed my whole shit. I was like, damn. I remember they had Iceman. That nigga was cut the fuck up. Because Iceman, like, he had to be cut up because he was Iceman. But they had him super cut up. They had Wolverine super cut up. They had Storm, Jean Grey, all of them in bikinis. They had like 6-packs. And they had like the big booties and the cut up arms and legs. And like, that's how they started drawing them motherfuckers. I never forget that shit. Let me see if I can find that shit. But once I saw that shit, I was like, yeah, I'm fucking with Marvel, nigga. Let me see if I can find it real quick. After I find this, I'm going to bed. It's fucking already 5:24. Damn. Let me see if I can find this shit. What would I even find it under? Because I remember that shit, bro. Like, because if you remember reading those Superman comics and shit back in the day, them niggas wasn't even cut, bro. Like, them niggas had no definition. Now, when you see Superman in his suit, that nigga got a 6-pack. He got the pecs. He got the arms. The legs is all definition. That shit wasn't like that in the 80s, dog. It wasn't. And it's funny because it wasn't. Damn. But I remember when they changed their art style, and I was like, yo, this shit is dope. You know what I'm saying? And I just, because they changed their shit, if I remember correctly, somebody can correct me, but I feel like Marvel changed their shit before DC changed their shit. Then DC came along with it. Yeah, 7-Eleven days and Street Fighter games. Yeah, the magazines and shit. Yeah, you always know, like, remember we used to have Nintendo Power. Later after that it was EGM. What else we used to have back in the day? We had one more magazine. I forget. I remember we had Nintendo Power. Then we had EGM. And then we had one more magazine. I forget what the fuck the name of that shit was. Y'all could probably help me. Nintendo Power, EGM, and what the fuck was the name of that other one? Cause I remember, bro. Oh my God, bro. Those fucking Nintendo Powers. Man, do y'all not remember sitting back, bro, at night? You done read that shit 11 fucking times, and you just read that shit again and again and again. That shit telling you about Zelda, telling you about fucking Mega Man, how to get past, like, all of this shit, and you just read it over and over and over. Bro, I used to read that shit over and over and over again, bro. Like, bro, I remember it got to the point because, what was it? It was one issue of Nintendo Power. I remember I read this bitch, like, I read this shit so much. They had the fucking the light gun. They had the light gun in that motherfucker. Well, the light gun came out. Well, some of them had cheat codes. Some of them had cheat codes in the back. Some of them did. Some of them did have cheat codes in the back. That's true. Well, you know what? No, I take that back. All of them had fucking cheat codes. I take that back. You're right. All of them had fucking cheat codes. I take that back. All of them had fucking cheat codes. And if they didn't have cheat codes, they had little things that you could do to where you could bypass certain bosses. Yeah, my bad, bruh. I played you. Fuck no. All of them. Every single fucking Nintendo Power had cheat codes. I take that back. My bad. My bad, bruh. Every single fucking one of them had cheat codes. And then the way how they used to have it, they would freeze frame that bitch. And they would have like 10 pictures to where they would freeze frame it to where they would tell you, okay, they'll have the frame, the picture of it, Like, okay, this is what you're gonna see, and then next to it, they'll say, after this, you want to move over here, and then when the boss does this, you need to move over here, and then when it does that, you need to do this, and they would have pictures, and it was color coded. It told you exactly what to do. You right about that, bro. You are right about that. You are fucking right. You are not lying about that. Every single one of them motherfuckers had cheat codes. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, B, A, start. Now, it wasn't A, B, A, B. It was B, A, B, A. It was up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, B, A, start. It wasn't A, B, A, B. Am I wrong on that? I thought it was B, A, B, A, start. I might be wrong. I thought it was B, A, B, A. I might be wrong on that, but I thought it was B-A-B-A start. I thought it was up, up, down, down, left, right, B-A-B-A start. I could be wrong. That's possible. I could be wrong. Maybe it's A-B-A-B, but I thought it was B-A-B-A. I thought it was B-A-B-A. But, yeah. And then when the fucking Super Nintendo came out, yeah. Shit just got different when the Super Nintendo came out. Like, niggas was just like finding that shit. We was finding that shit out on our own when the Super Nintendo came out. And I think that's because more niggas had it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll go to school and niggas would tell you about shit. Yeah, it was something like that. It could have been ABAB, but I thought it was BABA, not ABAB. But yeah, like when Super Nintendo came out, Sega Genesis. I'll tell you this, for Sega Genesis, hold on. What was the magazine for Sega Genesis? I think that's what I'm forgetting. Because you had Nintendo Power, which was for Nintendo. You had EGM, which was for everything. And then you had the other one for fucking Sega. That's the one that I'm forgetting. It was one for Sega. Sega had their own fucking magazine. It worked on Contra. No, that shit ain't work on Mike Tyson Punch Out. Hell no, the fuck it didn't. No, that did not work on Mike Tyson. No, that did not work on Mike Tyson. That shit worked on Contra, nigga. That shit did not work on Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson don't got no codes. Mike Tyson ain't got no codes, bruh. I'm telling you right now, Mike Tyson ain't got no codes. You gotta be showing me something right now. I ain't never known fucking Punch Out to have no fucking codes. Nigga, you want to be Punch Out, nigga, you gotta beat it, nigga. I ain't never known fucking Punch Out to have no goddamn codes. What the fuck Punch Out finna give you? An extra heart? Nigga, Mike Tyson hit you one time, you can only get up one more time after that. You don't even get to get up 3 times with Mike Tyson. Nigga, if you could get up with Mike Tyson, you had to have one of those game genies or some shit. Nigga, you can't get up 3 times versus Mike Tyson. He hit your ass, you get the fuck up. He hits you again, you can't press the button fast enough to get the fuck up. That's impossible. You had to mash that shit. This is before Turbo. Remember Super Nintendo came out, Sega came out, and they came out with those turbo controllers to where you would mash turbo. Nigga, no. Regular Nintendo, they never had turbo. Nigga, you had to get up. Hell nah, nigga. Punch Out, it wasn't no codes, nigga. It was Sega Vision? Damn, that name ain't ringing a bell. Could have been. But yeah, nigga, Tyson drop your ass. You just knew it though. Once you made it to Tyson and he dropped you one time, you knew it was over. Dum, 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 dum. That nigga hit you with one of them bitches, nigga. I remember I made it a fucking Tyson one time. Nigga, I was happy as fuck, nigga. That nigga dropped my ass. I said, yeah, that shit's over. Back to a sight bite, nigga. Back to a sight bite. Then I was done with Punch Out, nigga. Once I made it to Tyson that first time as a shorty, nigga, I was done with Punch Out. I was done with Punch Out, nigga. I would still play Punch Out just for the fun of it, you know. Beat up the first 3 or 4 niggas. Macho Man. Macho Man gonna fuck you up. Macho Man. Yes. Macho Man always whoop my ass. You lose against Macho Man, you can't beat Tyson. You can't do it. Macho Man. Macho Man. I was done, nigga. All I need to do. He said, nah, I beat it, but it has codes. I never seen no fucking codes for Punch Out. Hell no. I never seen that shit, bro. I used to be on them codes back in the day. I used to be on them codes, nigga. I remember my homeboy had a fucking Game Genie. I don't know if y'all remember the Game Genie. What? I never found a way to get past niggas and fucking Punch Out. Nigga, I never seen a way to do that shit. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I remember my homeboy let me hold that motherfucking Game Genie one weekend. Oh my gosh. I never forget. We had what's the name of that goddamn game? Tournament Fighters. Tournament Fighters. What was it? It was Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters. I was like, oh yeah, nigga, I'm the shit, nigga, I'm the shit. Then you unlock all the characters, nigga. Nigga, that shit was like godsend, nigga. Nigga unlock all the characters. You have fucking Raphael with the fucking the mechanical shit on his head. You had Donatello looking like he was a fucking robot or whatever the fuck it was. Man, I was like, yeah, nigga, yeah. It's called Tournament Fighters. I don't know if it's called. Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters. It's called something else, but I know it's called Tournament Fighters. Man, we used to play the fuck out of that shit. I remember we rented that bitch one time, and this is no bullshit, bro. We rented, no bullshit, like 3 games, dog. My mama let us rent like, well, no, maybe I'm over exaggerating. It was probably like 2 games. We rented like 2 fucking games, dog. And this is no bullshit. We rented like 2 fucking games, and the fucking because we had Blockbuster at the time, but then we had this local shit. And I remember that shit went out of business. So we rented what the fuck did we rent? We rented, I wanna say Willow. I don't know if y'all remember Willow from back in the day. We rented Willow, some other shit, maybe fucking RoboCop, some shit like that. We rented like Willow and some other shit, and I remember we rented Tournament Fighters and could have been maybe Mortal Kombat, but then them motherfuckers went out of business, bro. We never had to return those games, nigga. Them motherfuckers went out of business for real. Like, they literally went out of business within like 1 or 2 days. Like, the store wasn't closed, but they went out of business. So, like, we didn't have to return them bitches. Bro, we had like 2 movies. I want to say we had Willow and like another movie from like the early 90s. And we had Tournament Fighters and like another fucking Super Nintendo game. Never returned them bitches. Never returned them. Never returned them hoes. We had another game. I forget what it was. That we never returned. I forget what it was, but I remember it was another game we never fucking returned. It was another game. I can't remember what the fuck was that game. We never returned that shit. I gotta call my brother. He older than me. He'll probably remember. Yeah, we never returned that fucking game. We never returned that shit. He'll probably know. I gotta call him tomorrow. What was that game we never fucking returned? But I know we had that fucking tournament fighters. We had that motherfucker nigga. We was playing the fuck out of that shit. Because the reason I remember that because we had what's the name of that other Ninja Turtles game? Turtles in Time. Turtles in fucking Time. Bro, Turtles in Time? Me and my little brother, my little brother like 2 years younger than me. So really he like a year and like 8 months or some shit, but you know, like 2 years younger than me. So like me and this nigga, bro, we would play the fuck out of that game, bro. We would beat the shit out of that game, nigga. I always gotta be Leonardo. That nigga play with whoever, Michelangelo, who gives a fuck. Nigga, I just gotta be Leo. Nigga, we would beat the fuck out of that game, nigga, over and over and over again. So I remember when we got that Turtles in Time. I don't know, my bad. The tournament fighters, that shit pit us against each other. Like, that shit was crazy, nigga. And I never forget when my next door neighbor got that fucking Street Fighter. Oh my God. My next door neighbor got that fucking Street Fighter. Oh my God, bro. I never forget that shit. This nigga had Street Fighter and he had what's the name of that Mario game where niggas would race? Fuck, what's the name of that shit? Where the niggas would race on the go-karts. Damn, I can't remember the name of that shit. Come on, man. I know y'all know that shit. Back on Super Nintendo, where like niggas would like you had Mario, Luigi, Princess Peach, and the mushroom headed nigga. They would race Mario Kart. Yeah, that nigga had that shit, and the nigga had fucking Street Fighter. Nigga, we would go to the fucking to the arcade to play that fucking Street Fighter, but when that nigga got that shit, it's like, yo, you got fucking Street Fighter, nigga? And this nigga lived next door to me? Like, yo, this nigga got Street Fighter. What? Nigga, then we fucked around and got that Street Fighter, nigga. It was over, nigga. It was a wrap, nigga. Street Fighter? But this wasn't the original Street Fighter, like, because like niggas was still going to the arcade to play the original Street Fighter. This nigga got Street Fighter 2 Turbo with Fei Long and DJ, like that shit. Like he didn't have the original shit with just E Honda, Ken, Ryu, Chun-Li. Nah, that nigga ain't had that. He had Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Because I don't know if y'all remember, they came out with Street Fighter regular with Blanca, everybody. And then they came out with Street Fighter 2, I want to say it was Championship Edition, to where they added one character. And then they had it, then they came out with Street Fighter 2 Turbo, which brought DJ. It brought who the fuck else it brought? It brought DJ. No, yeah, and then you could play with damn, what's the nigga name? That was the boss at the end. Damn, what the fuck am I drawing a blank? You had DJ, you had Fei Long, and what was the boss? What the fuck am I drawing a blank? But yeah, you could play with them, and that's the shit he had. The dictator, the boss. And I was just like, yo, this shit is crazy, bruh. This shit is crazy. I remember playing that shit like, yo, man, this shit is just like. As a kid, I was like, M Bison, yeah, M Bison. I don't know how the fuck I forgot that nigga name. I play Street Fighter 6 all the time. But yeah, like they had M Bison in that shit. And they brought another character. The boxer. The boxer. They brought him in there. He was in the iteration before 2 Turbo. He was in that one. Uh fuck. Damn, what the fuck is his name? Balrog. Yeah, Balrog. Yeah. So they had Balrog in that bitch. They had Balrog, Fei Long, M Bison, and yeah, that shit was crazy, bro. I was like, damn. And that's when Street Fighter started doing that shit to where like they would drop a game and then like a year later they would drop the same game but they would give you new characters. They would drop a new game but with new characters. So like they still do that shit to this day. So like when Street Fighter 6 came out in 2023, they had the base roster, but the way how they do it now is they sell these characters through DLC instead of how they used to do by calling it like Championship Edition, Tournament Edition, Turbo. They just, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, Mortal Kombat. My favorite character in Mortal Kombat, man, yo, I'm gonna be real. The first Mortal Kombat, I don't think it's hard to believe, but I was a Scorpion, man. It's Scorpion. Like that's just before you could even do combos. Like you couldn't really even do combos back in the first fucking Mortal Kombat. But yeah, it was Scorpion, man, because niggas would pick fucking Liu Kang and just throw them fucking fireballs on your ass. But if you played Sub-Zero, what you had to do is you had to freeze a nigga so you can get close to that nigga and then just knock his ass up. And then now you got him in the corner, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I would always play with Scorpion because he'll pull your ass to him. And then now, nigga, shit, you ain't got no fucking choice to fuck around. And you got to stand there in that paint. Yeah, niggas still hate Scorpion to this day because he still do the same shit. Niggas hate Scorpion to this day because today with all of the combos and shit you can do, like in the new Mortal Kombat 1, it's kind of a cheat character because, especially like if you a zoning type motherfucker, because Scorpion has the zoning ability, but his zoning ability is not to keep you away, it's to get the fuck in. And when he gets in, you cooked. And then this is one thing I always hated about Mortal Kombat though. Is like with Scorpion and Sub-Zero, they would freeze you or bring you to him, which Scorpion would freeze you too, because get over here. He would freeze you to where even when he brought you over with the fucking shit, you still stood there for like maybe half a second or whatever. And they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted to. Because the only combos that were in the original Street Fighter was just press and punch a whole bunch of times. And they'll just, they'll just punch you like 3 times before you fall. But there were no real combos. But nowadays, if you go look at like the new Street Fighter, I mean, my bad, the new shit, oh my God, like these niggas are doing amazing combos and that shit is ridiculous. Like, I don't play Mortal Kombat anymore. I haven't played Mortal Kombat since probably the early 2000s. Probably like, I don't know, maybe Mortal Kombat 3 or some shit like that. But Tekken Early on, I would fuck with Jin, but I want to say I think it was Tekken 3 because okay, so I'll tell you this. So the thing about Jin is that his combos were the fucking easiest to play. Well, hold on, let me take that back. Let me take that back. So the first Mortal Kombat, I used to like playing with Nina because she was easy as fuck to play with. And then I found out about Paul Phoenix to where he got the Phoenix Punch. So in Mortal Kombat 2, my bad, Tekken 2, I'm playing with Paul, always trying to hit the nigga with the Phoenix Punch. But then Tekken 3, the nigga, I want to say it's 3, could be 4, but it could be 3. But I hated Eddie Goro. I never played with that nigga. I never played with Eddie Goro. Never played with him. But I want to say it's Tekken 3 to where Steve Fox came out. When Steve Fox came out, which I want to say is 3, back in like 2003 or 2004. I think it was 3. Had to be 3. Steve Fox was my main man, and I never fucking switched up. Never switched up from Steve Fox ever again. They nerfed him a lot, and he doesn't play the same way that he used to play back in 3. But Steve Fox was just my dude, man. Like, because he only had one kick, which was really a sweep. But he had no other fucking kicks, straight motherfucking hands. Nigga putting hands on you, bro. Like, he had no fucking kicks. And I used to love that shit, bro, because the way how he operated is that he had like this built-in sway movement. So he could get past your hitbox. So, well, the other character's hitbox. So, he would move, my bad, he would move his hitbox. So when another person would try to hit you, he could sway and then hit you. Kind of like how DJ operates in Street Fighter. But Steve Fox was so fucking ahead of his time. He was such a fucking broken character to where like they had to nerf him and fuck him. Whereas like Eddie Gordo was the motherfucker that, when you playing in the if you pick Eddie Gordo and you could just press fucking buttons with that nigga. Like, you could literally just press any fucking thing because I think he only had like 2 punch buttons, like which was that fucking chop, like that sideways chop with his left hand. Like, that's really all the fuck he had. Everything else, you could just press buttons with. You could play a piano with fucking Eddie Gordo, and that nigga will fuck you up. He would fuck you up with a nigga just pressing buttons. So he was always easy as fuck, but very difficult. Because when you in the fucking arcade and the nigga is just pressing fucking buttons, nigga get you. You will get got, nigga. Because niggas would just be pressing shit. Next thing you know, he's doing this fucking loop and just catching you. Like, damn. Because Eddie Gordo is so hard because, like, the nigga would do the loop and, like, he's invulnerable to where you really can't hit the motherfucker. So when he's swinging his legs underneath, then he'll come up and do like some back-legged shit and hit you up top. So not only do you have to block low, but you got to block up top too. And then, if you look at the frame data, you got to get in there. Once you get in there, you can cook them. But yeah, if a nigga just mashing buttons with Eddie, yeah, you're going to have a bad fucking day. He was always a suspect character. He was always a suspect character. Always. But a lot of niggas played with him because he was easy to play with. Yeah, I used to like Nina, Jack, Jin. I used to love playing with Jin, man. I used to really love playing with Jin because his combos were so fucking easy, bruh. Like, his combos were shit like square, triangle, X and O. Square, triangle, O, square and X. Like, from what I remember, I still remember this nigga combos to this fucking day. Like, because it was so easy. They was so fucking easy. Forward square, back triangle, X and O. Like, his shit was so fucking, it was so easy to play with. So easy to play with. And then they came out with the fucking Devil Gen. I remember, I would have said, I think it was Tekken 4 when they had, because before that they had Kazuya, but you had to like beat the game or some shit to get Kazuya. I want to say it was like maybe 3 or 4, but you had to beat the game to get Kazuya. After I beat the game and got Kazuya, man, I would play Kazuya all fucking day, because not only because Kazuya is Jin's father, and Heihachi is Kazuya's father. So Kazuya was so easy to play too. He was just like fucking Jin. Like, half of their moves was the fucking same. So I used to love playing with Kazuya. Yeah, Tekken used to be my shit back in the day, man. Used to be my shit. That used to be my shit, bro. I used to go back and forth between Fight Night and Tekken and Soul Calibur. Like, those was the 3 games I played. And depending on whatever happened, we'll be in the crib playing some John Madden. You know what I'm saying? But mostly, like, niggas couldn't fuck with me in the John Madden shit, so niggas ain't want to play that shit. So when niggas come through, yo, man, put in that Tekken. Yo, man, put in that Soul Calibur. All right, well, we'll put that shit in. Because niggas could get close to me in them shits, but John Madden, niggas couldn't fuck with me in that shit. You know. And then, like, the games take, like, 30, 45 minutes, and if you got a house full of niggas, it's like, niggas don't want to sit back for 30 minutes while niggas play. You just kind of want to be able to pass the joystick, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that Fight Night shit, bro. Oh, my God. That Fight Night, bro. That shit was revolutionary, nigga. That first Fight Night, the second Fight Night was alright, but that first Fight Night, that shit was revolutionary, bro. That first Fight Night, because if you remember what we used to play before Fight Night, we used to play Knockout Kings. I don't know if y'all remember, but it was this game called Knockout Kings. We used to play that. But then the Fight Night came out, nigga, that shit killed Knockout Kings. I think after Knockout Kings 2002 or something, they never made another one because Fight Night killed it. Fight Night killed that shit. I remember when I first got the PS2, we got Fight Night. No, my bad, not because Fight Night didn't exist. We had Knockout Kings. But after fucking that Fight Night drop, nigga, Knockout Kings was out of there. I don't even think they made another game after that. I don't even think they made it. No. Oh, hold on. EA Sports made Knockout Kings, and then they made Fight Night. Yeah, they came from the same publisher. I just thought about that. Yeah, so yeah. It wasn't that one killed the other. It was they just stopped making fucking Fight Night. Yeah, because EA Sports made both of them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is back during the time where we were still playing live. Remember? On PS2, we were still playing live. We was playing live on PS2. We was playing John Madden on PlayStation 2, and on Dreamcast we was playing goddamn, what's the name of this shit? Because damn, I remember going over to niggas' cribs and they didn't have a PS2 and they had the regular PS1, and we was playing shit like Game Day. We was playing live. But when I went to niggas' crib and they had the Dreamcast, we was playing what the fuck was the name of that game? Shit, what was the name of that game? Fuck. Damn, I gotta look it up. Dreamcast games. Damn, what was the name of that shit? I think Randy Moss was on. No, it wasn't Randy Moss. I think it was Cold Pepper was on the front of one of them games. What the fuck was the name of that shit? Damn. Oh, 2K. That's what it was. Yep, there you go. You said it, Q Black. It was 2K. Yep. It was. You know what? And back during the time, they had 2K basketball, but that shit was trash. Nobody played the 2K basketball. We all played because during that time, 2K football on Dreamcast was way better than fucking John Madden back in the day. That shit was way fucking better. 2K1. Oh, I just pulled it up. It was Randy Moss on there. Randy Moss was on the first 2K. It was Randy Moss. He was on the first 2K. Yeah. He was on the first 2K. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. And they had Quarterback Club. Remember Quarterback Club? That shit used to be trash. I remember that game. They had I used to play that. I remember the first time I played NFL Quarterback Club. We went to what's the name of that pizza joint? Y'all gonna remember this when I say this, which is funny if you're old enough. We went to Pizza Hut. We went to Pizza Hut, and when you go to Pizza Hut, they gave us a demo, the demo disc. And they gave us a demo disc. I think that shit had like Spyro the Dragon. It had like Spyro the Dragon on the demo disc. It had Tony Hawk. Listen, this is PlayStation 1 days. It had Tony Hawk. It had Spyro the Dragon. It had NFL Quarterback Club. These are the old days to where you used to get them demo discs. What, nigga? Man, we used to play the fuck out of them goddamn demos, nigga. Play the hell out of them goddamn demos. Yeah, this was before EA got the exclusive right. It did. Yep, they got the exclusive right. And then John Madden been shit ever fucking since. They never improved fucking Madden, man. They never improved that shit. It just became the same game every year. The same game. It was another game they had. They had Quarterback Club, 2K, Madden, and they had one more fucking game. They had one more game that I can't remember. Remember before NCAA, they had another game. It was called Game Day. They had Game Day. Man, Game Day used to go. Oh, it was called was it Game Breaker? I think what's the nigga they used to play for the he used to play for the Greatest Show on Turf. Marshall Faulk used to be on the cover of Game Breaker back in like 98, 99. Hold on, let me look it up. I think it was called Game Breaker 99. Yeah, it was Game Breaker. And Marshall Faulk used to be on a... Oh, no. Game Breaker was the college version. So I think it was Game Day was the NFL. Oh, no. On Game Day 99, it was Terrell Owens that was on the cover. So who the fuck was Marshall Faulk on the cover of? He had to be on the cover of... Maybe it was 2000. Oh, no, it was 2001. Yep, 2001. Game Day 2001. Marshall Faulk when he played with the Rams. It was Game Day. Man, listen, because before I got into NCAA, everybody was playing that fucking Game Breaker, bro. This is when they had this where the original truck stick came from. Because you had to mash triangle and not like on Madden to where you flick up the thumbstick, you mash triangle. This was the original shit, the Game Breaker shit. Yeah, Game Breaker was the college one. Game Day was the NFL one. Game Breaker used to be that shit, nigga. Cause I remember Game Day and Madden came out like at the same time, damn near. And what was crazy was I remember the graphics on when you went from PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2, the graphics from fucking PlayStation 1 to John Madden 2001 with Eddie George on the cover, that one, oh my God. The graphics was so fucking crazy, bruh. It was a crazy upgrade. We was just like in awe of that shit. But Game Day had the better gameplay. It was just a better game. Even a game that had better gameplay was 2K. 2K had the better gameplay because I remember in Game Day, you couldn't just sprint all fucking day and just hold down the button. You had to mash the shit to keep sprinting, and then a nigga would eventually get tired. And this is how niggas always catch up with you. And that shit was the same way in 2K, the first 2K1. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And that nigga Randy Moss, that nigga didn't get tired in that fucking game. He was just a fucking aberration. He was just crazy. It was just crazy. And I remember the year before that shit came out when the Vikings played the Giants. And this is the first time I had heard of Randy Moss. This was like that 99 season or 98 season or whatever the fuck it was. When they put fucking the Giants had Jason Sehorn and they put fucking Jason Sehorn on Randy Moss that year. And that nigga went for like 200 and he was going crazy. Yo, I remember that shit as a kid, dog. I'll never forget where the fuck I was when I saw that fucking game, bro. I was at my auntie house in the other fucking room watching fucking the fucking Minnesota Vikings go crazy. And then the next fucking day, my fucking Miami Dolphins got blew the fuck out like 52-12 by Jacksonville Jaguars. I never forget that shit, bro. Never forget. I was like, damn. And then Dan Marino fucking retired. Did Dan Marino retire? I think it was 64-12. I think it was. I gotta look. I think it was 64-12 or 52-12. But I think it was 64-12. Jacksonville Jaguars blew our ass fucking out. Yeah, man. Moss, man, just killed fucking Jason Sehorn. That nigga was holding because I remember they was talking like, oh, because he was a white boy. And I remember we was at school. I think I was this was my last year in middle school. Had to be 98 cuz I remember my first year in high school was 98. Yeah, my first year in high school was 90. Hold on. Yeah, it was. That was the end because it was the playoffs. So that was at the beginning of 98. And at the middle of 98, after the summer, I went to high school. That was my first year, 1998, in high school. I was in the 9th grade. But yeah, my 8th grade, yeah, I remember motherfuckers was talking shit about Jason Sehorn, locking niggas down, da-da-da-da. The white boys was crazy they was out there. They was out there crazy for Jason Sehorn. And then Moss just had a fucking game. And then after that, they went to lose. Who did they go on to lose to? Damn, I forget who they went on to lose to. I forget who the fucking Vikings went on to lose to. Who went that year, matter of fact? Goddamn, who went that year? 98. Was it the Steelers and who the fuck? I think it was the Steelers and damn, let me pull it up. No, the Steelers was 96. I think. Oh, let me pull this shit up. No, it wasn't the fucking Steelers. Oh. Who won that goddamn year? That was that was fucking Green Bay. Yeah, because Green Bay went back to fucking back. That's who it was. They went and lost to fucking Brett Favre and the goddamn Green Bay Packers. That's who it was. They went on to lose against Green Bay, and Green Bay lost against fucking Denver with Damn. And then Green Bay came back. No. It was yeah. Green Bay went back to back. Green Bay beat New England in '97, and then '98 Denver won and beat Green Bay, and then Denver came back again and they beat the motherfucking Falcons in Miami. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that shit because I remember that game too because that game was in Miami and like my peoples is from Georgia and shit. And I remember a lot of niggas was going against fucking Denver, and I was like, shit, I ain't got no dog in this fight. You know what I'm saying? So I just went with fucking the ATL. You know what I'm saying? And that's when they had Jamal what's that running back name? Jamal, what's his name? They had a good team that year. They had an improbable team, but they had a good team that year. Yeah, you're right about that. '97 was the Pats in Green Bay. Yeah, that's what they was doing, the Dirty Bird and all that old shit. And yeah, I remember that. Yeah, what was his name? Jamal something. They had the wide receiver and they had the running back that had the same last name. Jamal Anderson. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, Anderson. Yeah. Damn. I ain't thought about this shit in a long time. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's when it was called Pro Player Stadium. Yeah, right there in Miami. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. And then that's when fucking St. Louis just came out of fucking nowhere. And these motherfuckers just got good. And then fucking New England they came out of nowhere and just controlled the whole fucking league for damn near 20 fucking years after that. Because after that 99 game, you had 2000 to where St. Louis beat Tennessee. That's when what's the name stretched and couldn't fucking make it. Eddie Mason, he stretched and couldn't get that touchdown. He was short and he couldn't get it. So that was that year in the Georgia Dome. And then 2001, you had Baltimore versus the Giants. Baltimore beat the Giants. And then you just had New England every fucking year, damn near every other year. That shit got annoying to just see fucking New England. Then it was New England and St. Louis, New England versus Carolina, New England versus Philly, New England versus the fucking Giants, fucking New England versus the Giants again. That shit just got annoying. I'm like, can you just get rid of these motherfuckers? God damn. That shit got annoying. Like, damn. But yeah, that shit was crazy. Yeah, New England went like, what did they go, like 8, 9 fucking times? That shit was just preposterous. Let me see. So from 2002, New England went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Motherfuckers went 8 times, bro, in like 15 years. Shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me hit the bathroom. Yeah, I'm back. But yeah, man. That's why When the motherfuckers went against Atlanta in goddamn 2017, I was like, okay, they done. And the motherfuckers just came back and found a way to win. And then the motherfuckers lost against Philly the next year. I was like, okay, thank God they're done. And then, if you think about it, that was in 2018, and now they're back. Are you from New England? That's crazy, bro. I'm a Dolphins fan, so I come from the era of beating the fuck out of you niggas all the time to losing to you motherfuckers every year for like 20 years. Then, like after like about 20, what did Brady leave? Like 2019? Then we beat y'all every fucking year, twice a year for like 5 years. And now y'all back to beating us again. It's just fucking disgusting. Like New England is back already, man. It's just. But I will tell you, man, I like that quarterback, man, that you guys got over there, man. I really like him. And I'll tell you, even as a Dolphins fan, and it's not even much of a rivalry, but it is a rivalry because we're in the same division. I kind of like to see the young kid, you know what I'm saying, do what he do. You know, I definitely want you motherfuckers to lose, definitely. But deep down inside of me, as a person that just love the game, I just like to see that motherfucker play, bro. Ain't even gonna hold you. I just like to see that motherfucker play. And I just enjoy watching him play. Like, no bullshit, bro. I just really fucking enjoy watching him play the fucking game of football. Are you a KC fan? Well, it makes sense that you're a KC fan because when you was a shorty, you know, they fucking sucked. That makes sense. You know, they sucked. You know. Now, I can't speak to KC and how you became a KC fan, but shit. Well, KC is out of there. Kansas City is done. That shit is finished. You niggas ain't finna be good for another 10, maybe 10 years. You know? Y'all done. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mahomes come back. He's not gonna be the same. He ain't been the same that he was in the past 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas been getting by. Excuse me, like off of y'all defense and shit. Like, and you know what? I'm gonna show you something, bro. If you look at the Patriots, like downfall, if you will, you will see them that like their last 2 or 3 Super Bowls, it was mainly all fucking defense. And this is the same shit that we saw with, that we see with Patrick Mahomes. It's just defense. This motherfucker throwing 2-3 picks a game, fumbling, because he has this stupid shit in his mind that he has to do everything. But he makes it harder for his fucking defense, and his defense is on the goddamn field longer than what they need to be. So he makes it harder for his defense. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, he makes it harder for his defense. And, you know, he's been tapped with, oh, you know, I'm the greatest this or greatest that or whatever the fuck, but nah, nigga. You good, but that shit is pretty much over with. But yeah, this Drake May motherfucker, he got a good future. You know, you look at these motherfucking Patriots and you say, damn, these motherfuckers lost to the Raiders, opening game, came back, beat my Dolphins, then lost against the Steelers, and then them bitches ain't lose for 3 months. Are you kidding me? Panthers, Bills, Saints, Titans, Browns, Falcons, Buccaneers, Jets, Bengals, Giants. And then they lost against the fucking Bills on some fluke ass shit. I was watching that goddamn game. I think that was a Monday night game. Oh, I think it was a fumble or some stupid shit they lost on. I was watching that goddamn game. It was like a Monday night game a few weeks ago, and I was like, damn. Because I don't like the fucking Patriots, but the rivalry between the Bills and the Dolphins is bigger than the rivalry between the Patriots and the Dolphins. So I hate the Bills more. So I was hoping the bitches would. I was rooting for y'all, and y'all fucking lost. Like, you motherfuckers done had one loss, bruh. Legit. Think about it. So when y'all beat the Panthers, when was this? This was September 28th. September 28th. I keep saying y'all, my bad. You ain't a fan. And then when y'all actually lost, the shit was December 14th. So damn near 4 months, motherfuckers ain't lose. Craziest shit in the world. So in 5 months, these motherfuckers lost one game. Crazy, bro. But I think it's gonna be New England versus Seattle. It's gonna be New England versus Seattle, man. And I know that's not like sexy. That's not sexy. I get it. But I tell you, bro, it's going to be a fucking good game. Because Seattle, they not going out. Now, I tell you this, though. If the quarterback didn't get hurt of Denver, which is crazy because, like, the motherfucker, he wasn't hurt in the goddamn game. Played the whole goddamn game. 2 hours later, they said, oh, this motherfucker got a broken bone in his foot. Like, what the fuck? This nigga just played the whole game. Didn't show any signs of being hurt. Maybe they shot him up. Like, shit, nigga. But they looking towards the future. They say, fuck it, man, you know. But, yeah, New England versus Denver this Sunday, that's gonna be a hell of a game, man. That's gonna be a hell of a game. I'm hoping you motherfuckers lose because I'm hoping that Denver can pull it out, but I think New England's gonna win. It's like, come on, man. Like, you got a fucking quarterback that this nigga, like, come on. He was Bo Nix's fucking backup in college. So, like, the fuck? Like, come on, give me a break. Like, this nigga ain't started in forever. So, yeah. They're going to make the mistake of running, and never be able to get their offense together to where the quarterback would never be able to get into no groove. So, they're just going to start running, and then they're going to be behind by 14 points come the third quarter, and that's going to be it for Denver. Like, they all make this same fucking mistake. Oh, like, this is why you gotta hope that it's some kind of fucked up ass weather situation to where both teams have to run. But yeah, Denver's gonna do this stupid shit to where they're gonna run. They're not gonna trust their quarterback. They're not gonna trust them to throw passes. Or if you throw one pass and it gets picked off, it's just gonna be run, and they're never gonna establish the pass to then help establish the run. And then you got Los Angeles versus Seattle. I think Seattle just gonna smoke them niggas and get them the fuck out of there. Because Los Angeles ain't even supposed to be here if we being for real. I don't think they're supposed to be here. They not even supposed to be here. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. They're not supposed to be here. But I don't even like their team. I don't like nothing to fuck about their team. I don't like how they fucking went to Los Angeles. I don't like nothing about their team. I don't think they're good enough. But you said, what's up with Tyreek Hill? man. Shit, Monday Night Football, we seen a nigga fucking bone pop out his skin. You know, that nigga's probably cooked, man. You know, hopefully, what I'm hoping is that, you know, the team keeps him. He takes a team-friendly deal, and he can work his way back. Because I would take 80% Tyreek Hill versus 80% of the fucking wide receivers in the goddamn league. I would take real shit. I would take an 80%. Well, no, an 85% Tyreek Hill versus 80% of wide receivers in the league. He won't ever be the fastest man, in my opinion. I don't think he's ever going to be able to get back to that, to being the fastest man in the league. I don't think he's ever going to be to that level to where he could be as fast as he was. And the crazy part about it is, like, he didn't cut and fuck up his shit. Like, he kind of caught the ball on the sideline and fucked up his shit. It was just a freak accident, really, how he got hurt. It was a freak accident. It wasn't really how he got tackled. He didn't, like, cut and fuck up, like, no tendons. He just kind of caught the ball and his leg got trapped up under his other leg, and by the sheer force of it, popped that bitch out. So, you know, I don't think he's ever going to be back to 100% of what he was, you know. But, yeah, I'll definitely, if he wants to come back for not no league minimum bullshit, but give him, you know, a substantial reduction in his contract if he wants to come back. And he's not going to come back next year. That shit ain't happening. This nigga's probably just fucking walking now. And he'll probably be running by the summer, but he won't be able to cut and do what he wants to do until the beginning of next year. So, I don't know, I would bring him back, you know. I would ask him, you want to retire a Dolphin? You know? Well, let's make it happen. You know, he can go into the Dolphin Hall of Fame as one of our best receivers ever, or he can leave the team and that'll be that. Like, he's never going into the Ring of Honor in no fucking team if he leaves. Like, he was with us for maybe 4.5 years or so. He was with the Chiefs for about 3 years. You're never going into the Ring of Honor if you don't stick with one team, and you can't make the fucking Hall of Fame at this point because you're not about to be putting up those 1,300-yard seasons anymore. So if you can probably do like a 900, and maybe a 1,000, you could probably make a case for the Hall of Fame at that point. You know what I'm saying? The nigga put up damn near 2,000 2 years in a row. That speaks, but you probably won't get into the Hall of Fame. But you definitely not making it to the Ring of Honor to where you go into a stadium, niggas scream your name and go crazy for you if you don't stay with one team at this point. So he probably better off staying with the Dolphins. You know what I'm saying? And doing it like that. Yeah, he almost had 2,000 like damn near 2 years in a row. He had like 1,850 one year and like 1,750 another year. The year after that. So if he comes back and he can play another 4 years, he could probably get 900 one year, maybe 1,100 one year, maybe another 900, maybe 1,000 another year. And he get puts into the Ring of Honor. And after that, you know, you stay down here in South Florida, and you know, at that point, you pretty much guarantee yourself a job in the NFL. You guarantee yourself name recognition with being put in the Ring of Honor in the stadium. Tyreek Hill, because you're never getting your fucking name in the Ring of Honor in KC. That shit didn't happen. You only played there like 3 years. That shit didn't happen. You didn't do enough there. You won Super Bowls with them. But shit, A lot of niggas won Super Bowls with them. About 60 niggas did. You know, but yeah. But yeah, let me get my ass the fuck out of here. Let me take my ass to sleep. It's 6:29. I thought I was gonna be gone way earlier than this. But it is what it is. Thanks for tuning in, man. Coming through to the show. All of that, man. I really appreciate you guys. If you want to donate or whatever, y'all know the links. They're probably in the description or whatever. But yeah, you know what it is. But until next time, man, I appreciate you guys.